Palestine will be free. Nila yell.
Street where the loyal drums do beat, and the loving English people walked all over us. And every single night when they tell come home tight, he'd invite the neighbours out with this chorus. Come out, you black and tans, come out and fight me like a man. Show your wife how you won medals down in Flanders. Tell her how the IRA made you run like hell away from the green and lovely lace of Gillishandra. Tell us how you slew them old Arabs 2 by 2, like the Zulus they had knives, bows and arrows. Of how bravely you faced one with your 16-pounder gun, and you frightened all the natives to the marrow. Come out, you black and tans, come out and fight me like a man. Show your wife how you won medals down in Flanders. Tell her valiant and the brave Parnell, and taught him well and truly persecuted. Where are the stares and jeers that you proudly let us hear when our heroes of 16 were executed? Come out, you black and tans, come out and fight me like a man. Show your wife how you won medals down in Flanders. Tell her how the IRA made you run like hell away from the green and lovely lakes of Killashandra.
Ding dong, the witch is dead. Witch all with the wicked witch. Ding dong, the wicked witch is dead. Ding dong, the witch is dead. Witch all with the wicked witch. Ding dong, the wicked witch is dead.
Oh, come out, you pretty sons, come out and fight without your guns. Show your wife how you won medals up in Derry. You murdered 16 men and you'll do the same again. So get out of here and take your bloody army. Come out, you black and tans, come out and fight me like a man. Show your wife how you won medals down in Flanders. Tell her how the IRA made you run like hell away from the green and lovely lakes of Killashandra. Oh, come out, you black and tans, come out and fight me like a man. Show your wife how you won medals down in Flanders. Tell her how the IRA made you run like hell away from the green and lovely lakes of Killashandra.
Buckingham Palace announced the death of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II.
Yes, that's right. What is going on, everyone? Perfect timing. Perfect timing. It's good to see you all. Yeah, I know we got like a big, huge stream planned today to where we're talking about a lot of stuff, but I haven't streamed for 2 weeks, so we'll do a bit of a catch up. How about that? We'll do a little bit of a catch up. Yeah. It's me. It's your boy. It's Donkus Jonkers. What's going on? Good to see you. How is everybody? It's good to see everybody here. Earlier time than usual. I'm trying to go earlier and earlier and earlier to catch more people. You know, get more people interested in the stream. Get more people donating, stuff like that. I need money. I need money to live. Please give me money. Anyway, hello. How are you all? Blue Vixen, good to see you. Just Johnny, thank you for the 44 months. Who else we got? We got Catgirl Steph, hello. We also got new chatter, Coop, quite tired. Is that Coop or is it Co-op? Am I saying that right? Is that all right? Good to see you. Yeah, I've been all right, thanks, Blue. Yeah. So, God, fucking hell, the last 2 weeks. So, not... Well, yeah, no, it was this week just gone and the week before. Been doing a bunch of editing. Phone Machina, hello. Welcome to the stream as well. How are you? Yeah, I've been doing a lot of editing. I released a new video on Friday. This Friday just gone. It's called TikTok Live is the Worst. It's about TikTok Live and how it's the worst. Please go and show some love to that video. If you haven't already, just give us a like, a comment, a subscribe, whatever. You don't even have to watch it, really. It's being buried in the algorithm because there's footage of women using guns. And I've tried to trim that out, so maybe the footage, maybe the version that you see won't have that bit in it. But it's basically like this one section that is to do with the Rojavan women's protection units. You know, Kurdish communist women basically who defeated ISIS, but no one talks about it because it's brown women, communist brown women doing a really based thing. And of course, yeah, that's burying the old video in the old algorithm. So yeah, any love that you could give me on that video just while it's getting processed and getting checked again, while I trim that segment out, would be really appreciated. So if you want to check out the YouTube channel, it's over there on the socials. What else? Coop, you got it right the first time. Goblin Hugger, hello. We got Gobs in the chat. Goblin Hugger, everybody please go show some love to Goblin Hugger. They're amazing. A great streamer. Adam12729, how you doing? Welcome in. Good to see you as well. Middle-earth Marxist, hello. Worky be making me sleepy. Yeah, I feel that. Anyway. I ended up doing a bunch of editing there. I've also been editing a secret Red Planet project that will be out in November, and I'm still currently editing it. It's a huge project. It's very, very cool. I'm hoping that everybody enjoys it when it's done, but I can't mention too much about it until I'm allowed to do so, and until Conrad says I'm allowed to talk about it. But anyway, yeah, very exciting. So I'm still doing a lot of work on that. It's basically just going to be solid. I'm not even going to have any time to myself over the next month while I do this. It's going to be like solidly streaming, editing this big thing. So that's all I'm going to be doing for October. Welcome in, Crystal. How you doing? Good to see you. But what have I been up to? What have I been doing since you last saw me? Jesus, it's so hard to tell, really. Like, mostly it's just been editing. But I've been spending a lot of time with my partner. I've been doing a lot more stuff with the union. Did an eviction resistance. If you were around on Red Planet, you know, you will have heard last night I was talking about the eviction resistance that I organized last week. That was very successful, very good, very exciting. What else? Just been giving people various bits of advice, telling them their rights, standard procedure stuff for union work. Taking part in union committee stuff, but I think I did that like last week. The last week that I was
old chum.
live or whatever. Is that a YouTube sub? Why does thank you for the YouTube sub, whoever that was. Why does that happen on Streamlabs? I have literally like no idea what's going on, why that turns up as an alert. Like, I have those turned off, but anyway, thank you, appreciate that, thank you very much. I had a bunch of people follow me as well on Twitch recently, DestructoDD. Well, I don't normally read out the names, so I'm not going to do that, but yeah, thank you everybody for all the follows while I was away. Really appreciate that. Anyway, where was I? What was I saying? Yeah, editing, all that kind of stuff, union stuff, hanging out with my partner. I watched David Lynch, Twin Peaks Fire Walk with me again yesterday with my partner. It was really, really good. Really just like starting to realize just how much of the media that I watch and consume is just like about abuse and the cycle of abuse and breaking the cycle of abuse. Weird how that's a thing. I don't know. Yeah, reset the counter. Yeah, I mentioned David Lynch. David Lynch mentioned... had one of my friends round who's like a film student. She studied film, which is really interesting because I love to talk to people who studied film at university because they tend to have really bad opinions on movies. But she's got some pretty good opinions. Like, I think she's like quite spot on when it comes to that stuff. So, I'm not out here being like, Jenny, you've got the worst opinions on movies. What's wrong with you? Be better. It's not like that. We're not doing that to Jenny. She's good. So that was quite good. Yeah, no, not really much else. I've just been in the old editing hole, where I've just been like, desperately trying to like edit this thing and edit the Red Planet project. So yeah, I can't really tell you much about that. But yeah, what's everyone else been up to? What's everyone else been doing? I want to know what you've been up to. What I've missed you. As an ex-film student, you're 100% right about film students. Yeah, like, and I love as well, like, I love that people are like, yeah, I'm an ex-film student, just so you know. I don't do that anymore. That's not me anymore. Like, I'm not about that life. It's just, there's a lot of like, I don't know, white supremacist stuff going on in academia, right? And if you study in academia in general with like, especially if it's like media analyses, you're gonna like suffer the same kind of points of views that people have, and then you get that pointed out to you, and then you're like, oh shit, it's like when you do music, when you learn music, right? And then you get taught, when you come out of university, you get taught like things like, classical music, Western classical music is basically white supremacist, because it basically says, oh, this formula that us white people, us white Europeans came up with is the best one. It's the best mathematical formula for music, and if you do anything aside from that, it's wrong and it's bad and it sounds wrong, and that's why it's wrong. And it's like, no, things like gamelan exist, things like African drumming, like all these different like types of world music that existed for like millennia before, you know, white Western European music and stuff like that. So yeah, not great. Anyway, hey Ori, how you doing? Good to see you as well. Good to see you. Catching up on work via overtime, but took PTO today. What's that? PTO? Paid time off today. Sorry, I'm gonna do the thing. I'm just gonna ask you to repeat it anyway. You know, to clean up around my house because self-care. Yeah, cleaning is so important. It's such an important aspect of self-care. There's a thing. I got given a new Hoover recently. My dad was like, I have this old Hoover. I'm going to throw it in the bin. Do you want to try and fix it? This is like the majority. This is like the majority of the things that I have in it. Yeah. And it's like, I got this Hoover. He was like, it's absolutely fucked. And then I looked in it. All I did was open the Hoover up and there was just like a big piece of paper in it. Just a big piece of paper in it. It's like, dude, it's not even broken. It's just blocked. Like, what's wrong with you? This is men. This is why men just, you know, they don't even understand how they're holding up the patriarchy by like refusing to look at stuff. Like men would traditionally be interested in like fixing things or like DIY or things that involve muscle and brains, right? You know, in this like, you know, misogynistic view of the world, like women can't do that stuff, right? And he didn't even do that. My dad's like a big fixing guy. He's like a big DIY guy. He has a shed full of fucking tools and everything. Didn't even look in the fucking thing. I'm like, Dad, come on. You know, it's a perfect Hoover. It's like a what's the brand? Something and Richards. Hobbs and Richards. Russell Hobbs. That's the one. It's a good fucking Hoover, and it's changed my life. Like, that's kind of why I'm talking about this, because the main reason that I used to get so stressed about cleaning is that I didn't have, like, a proper Hoover. My mum got me a Hoover years ago. There's, like, a rechargeable one, and it's cheap, and it's rubbish, and, you know, never had the heart to tell her, like, the Hoover you got me is bollocks, you know, because you don't want to look a gift horse in the mouth, you know, it's a nice thing. But I got this new Hoover, and it's changed my life, because it's like, oh, my God, in order to clean the gaff entirely, all I have to do is, like, turn this Hoover on, whiz it around, and wipe down some of the sides, do some fucking, you know, do some dusting. Done, you know? So that's changed my fucking life. So that's been really, really helpful. So sometimes it's just something like that, you know, something like a mechanical thing that's stopping you from doing the cleaning thing. Again, there's a lot of ADHD that goes into, like, stopping me from cleaning as well. But, you know, anything that makes it easier, every little helps, right? What do we got here? And Salisa Cat, hello, welcome to the stream. I'm saying your name right as well. I think you're like a new chatter. I feel like 15 messages. Yeah, you've been here for like a little while since like oh shit, no, you've been here since 2022. Have you like changed your name, or have I just got this completely wrong? Anyway, welcome to the stream. How you doing? Am I saying your name right? Just Ansel is good. Okay, gotcha. Ansel is a cat. Now I understand. Thank you very much. I got it. I got you. Yeah, sometimes struggle when things aren't capitalized, but yeah, I got it. Gamelan music rules so hard. Yeah, it really does. Like, if you want to like a great example of gamelan music, it's not traditional, simply gamelan on its own, but like, yeah, fucking the soundtrack for Akira. Absolutely incredible. Like a big portion of that soundtrack is just gamelan music. Like, absolutely incredible. Oh, you and Dad Reckoning. I felt uncomfortable making people call me Dad. Oh, that's pretty cool. All right, okay, no worries. I got you, Ansel. All right, thanks. Yeah, thanks for the explanation there. I'm with you. What else do we got? Bothering my cats in the meantime. Hell yeah, let's go. I've not been able to get out and do stuff live. Internet peeps have shafted you. Oh, no, that fucking sucks, Johnny. That really sucks. Wanted to do something for MAP. Okay, we got another medical assistance for Palestine. Thanks, Johnny. Yeah, you did it. I was about to be like, come on, man. We just spoke about acronyms. I'm doing all right, says Ori. Waiting on the autism people to reach out after the meeting with my mother yesterday, so hopefully an official diagnosis soon. Fingers crossed for you, Ori. Fingers crossed for you. Yeah. It can be like so overwhelmingly good when you get that neurodivergent diagnosis, you know? It can be a little bit overwhelming, but it can be overwhelmingly good as well. I know that Shafiq, our main mod, who is the most active, they actually like had their autism diagnosis pretty recently. So yeah, pretty awesome, pretty based.
We're back, peeps.
Prince, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the 20 month. That's true. 21 months, sorry, I should say. We are so back. We are literally so back. How you doing today, mate? Good to see you. The Akira soundtrack goes so hard. It really does. It really, really does. My music professors would literally say shit like gamelan isn't as deep as Western classical. It was so frustrating. Yeah, it's really annoying because, you know, it's again this kind of like clinical, mechanical, mathematical attempt to take something that is so fluid and beautiful and interesting like music and put it in that box. It's traditionally white settler colonialist kind of style of doing things, you know? Like when people think about gamelan music, when people think about like African drumming, it's something that is like very rhythmical and very like intense. And a lot of people who study and practice gamelan and the instruments surrounding it, you know, they talk about how it uniquely activates something in the human brain that basically makes us go, oh, and takes us right back to sort of like the beginning of consciousness. You know, it ignites these little like synapses in the brain that are like going, yep, that's like a deep evolutionary connection to consciousness that we have as humans, you know? So there you go. Threw my back out like an old man. Now I'm researching potassium-rich foods, hoping that'll help. Bananas. Get some bananas in you. What else has got a lot of potassium in it? Avocados, I think. Yeah, oh god, let's get some love in the chat for Prince, because yeah, there's nothing worse than being in your 30s and having a back problem. I'm telling you right now, it's like the big wake-up call. You know, what what do I do about my back? What do I do about the fact that I like just slept a bit funny and now my back's fucked? You know, very bad. Western music professor saying shit like my music has 10 whole deep boy points. Yeah, completely insane, like absurd. Like if you define good music by how much it sounds like Mozart, of course you're gonna think Mozart was the best of all time. Yeah, and you know, I'm gonna say it, Mozart, not even that good. Let's face it, not even that good. Ode to Joy was actually, that wasn't even Mozart, was it? Ode to Joy was Beethoven. See, this is how much I care about the white boys, the white composers. Yeah, Beethoven. Was it? Wait, what? Hang on a minute. Written in the summer of 1785 by German poet, playwright, and historian Schiller. And then it was used in Beethoven in one movement of his Ninth Symphony. Yeah. Okay, there you go. Mozart. Yeah, more like Mozart. Definitely. Hey, Husker, what's up? Free Palestine. Happy John Brown Day. Oh, shit. Is it John Brown Day? I don't know much about that, you know? I always get really worried, like, when people say the word John Brown, because I'm like... I always get confused because I'm UK Brit-brained, and I think, like, JB, and I think of, like, John Birch Society, and I'm like, is it that guy? No, it's not. It's John Brown, the abolitionist, who, like, literally, like, you know, wanted to, like... It's so ridiculous, yeah, when you read about John Brown, like, just on John Brown's Wikipedia page, yeah? Like, it literally fucking says... He was an evangelical Christian of strong religious convictions. Brown was profoundly influenced by the Puritan faith of his upbringing. He believed that he was an instrument of God raised to strike the death blow to American slavery, a sacred obligation. And he was the leading exponent of violence in the American abolitionist movement. Incredible. Believing that it was necessary to end American slavery after decades of peaceful efforts had failed. Yeah. Like, absolutely incredible boy. So there you go. Harper's Ferry had it coming. Yeah, really did. Yeah, so incredible. No. I know it was John Brown, the GOAT. Yeah. So it was the anniversary of the Harper's Ferry raid. I'm with you. Gotcha. Literally slept wrong and now my back is bad. Mozart just had good PR. Yeah, he really did. Cringe. The white supremacy and the study of the arts is a big reason why I'm kind of glad I didn't study this stuff properly. I've just kind of wandered through music, finding stuff that's a vibe and following its lineage. Yeah. It really is. It really is about just like finding what is a vibe. Even in contemporary popular music, you know, you get a lot of people like bigging up the Beatles, bigging up Elvis, and it's like Elvis stole all his music from black women. The Beatles stole all of their music from black people. You know, it's just the white supremacy goes deep. You know, some of the best music of the modern age in terms of like that specific period, like the 60s, the 50s, was made by black people. You'll ever watch that Adam Neely video about white supremacy music? No, I've not seen that. Not seen that one. Led Zeppelin, The Doors, same story there too. Yep. For real. Also, like another huge one, like when people talk about Pink Floyd and they talk about Dark Side of the Moon, like, oh, it's Pink Floyd's best album, and you know the best tune on there is The Great Gig in the Sky, and it's like, yeah, that whole vocal is a black woman. It like brings that piece of music alive. If you take that vocal out of that tune, it's just like very, very basic mid kind of stuff. You know what I mean? So yeah, even like, you know, sort of like, you know, moving on to the 70s/80s. Whoa! Oh my god, it's Isle. Thank you so much for the raid. How are you doing? Welcome in everybody from Isle Stream. My name is DJ Muel. I'm a leftist political streamer. Yeah, I'm a housing activist. I'm a bisexual. I don't know. What else do you want to know about me? Pronouns are he, him. Welcome in. Isle, how was your stream? What's going on? Everybody, please go follow Isle. She's absolutely amazing, absolutely incredible. She deserves all your love and support. Big no-no, free Palestine. Indeed, yes, that is what we're going to be talking about today. If you're coming in from Isle Stream and you're wondering what the stream is going to be about today, I'm just currently sort of like in the midst of catching up everybody. I haven't streamed in 2 weeks because of various different projects and editing and what have you. But yeah, we're going to be talking today basically about like the history of the Israeli occupation of Palestine right from the very beginning. We're gonna be doing a huge big stream just talking about all of that from like the very beginning of like Zionist thought leaders and what they thought about establishing a Jewish state in Palestine, and going on to the Nakba, going on to the 1993 Oslo Peace Accords, and to the current situation in Gaza that's just really fucked. So we're going to be going through all of that. So welcome everybody, sit tight. There's a lot to say. Yeah, there's a whole fucking lot to say, and I'm doing this now because I got my full stream channel, and I'm going to upload this to the full stream channel, and that's going to be there as a record on just sort of like everything that's sort of like come together, and you can basically, I guess, like educate yourself from that. I don't know, I'm just kind of hoping it's going to be based around that. But secondly, I'm planning on, when I've done these next few editing projects, I'm planning on making like a video on my main channel, that just sort of like sums it all up. You know what I mean? Because we don't know what's going to happen over the next week. We don't know what's going to happen over the next month, couple of months, whatever. But I have a feeling it's not going to be good. It's already not been good for the Palestinian people, and I just have a feeling it's not going to get any better. So yeah, we are like planning on doing a bunch of content about that. I say we, but like I mean like me, my comrades over at Red Planet, yeah, that kind of stuff. So thank you so much for the raid. That's what we're going to be talking about today. I hope you had a fantastic stream yourself, Isle. Yeah, good to see you. Thank you. Right, where are we up to here? Big No-No, Carl Germ, welcome in. Ravager Marvel, how are you doing? Electric Kitty, how are you doing? Everybody go follow Electric Kitty as well. Very, very, very awesome. Awesome streamer. How are you doing? Thank you for doing this. I've not done it yet. Listen, don't thank me till I've done it. You might like watch the whole stream and be like, you missed out this. You missed out this. You got that wrong. I've already been like a victim myself of falling into the common journalistic, tropes of calling it a conflict. Whereas, like, it's not a conflict, it's an occupation. And I spoke to one of my comrades in the union today who chastised me for using that word and said, it's not a conflict, it's an occupation. And I'm like, yeah, you're right, Catherine. Yeah, sorry. I got fucking carried away with the bullshit, you know? It's hard to break through that shit, you know? I'm all right, sat in my flat, freezing my literal tits off. Yeah. It's oh my God. You know, I have a feeling that we just kind of like speed ran autumn because, you know, where I am, it was like pretty warm. And then over the last 3 days, it like plummeted. The temperature's just plummeted and it's just winter now, innit? It's like, what the fuck? Crazy. Yeah, when people call it a war or a complex situation, this is all from the Hasbara. If you don't know what the Hasbara is, it's like the Israeli Ministry of like communication and propaganda and stuff, basically. And the Hasbara always wants people to say, oh no, it's complex. No, you shouldn't be talking about it as a gentile. You know, gentiles, non-Jews. Leave this conversation to the Jews and the Palestinians. That's one of the worst things. Because, you know, what kind of a voice do Palestinians have? You're asking a genocided, occupied people who barely have access to the internet, barely have access to any kind of like, you know, fair media platform, and you're asking us to step out of the conversation and leave it to the people who were doing the genociding, the people who were doing the occupation, and the people who were being genocided, people who were being occupied, who don't have access to all that stuff. So, okay, yeah, like, you know, this is just like not a fair way to do things. So yeah. I can't stick around, but I'm glad you're talking about this. No worries, no Sunday drive. Thank you so much for stopping by. Appreciate that. Got a new ventilation system in the apartment, and it's just pushing in cold air. Oh, God, Kitty, yeah, that sucks. That fucking sucks. Same here in Chicago, actually, yeah. It's going to be like that everywhere. Yeah, they got no electricity, no internet, no voice at all. Real. It's, that's the real situation, right? Anyway, I've kind of done enough catching up. There's not really much else that I got to talk about. You know, this is it. But yeah, I guess like now would be a good time to just ask anyone if anyone has any like, you know, questions about Palestine, has any questions about Israel, like of what's going on right now, because we're gonna go into it. We're gonna go like pretty deep into like the history of the occupation and stuff. So if anyone has any like legitimate questions where they've like, you know, let's say you're like a regular in my stream and you've been seeing stuff that I've been posting on Instagram, you've been seeing stuff that I've been saying on like Red Planet last night, for example, and you're thinking, oh my God, how could Muel say that? Does he support the beheading of babies? Does he support, you know, is he an anti-Semite? Like all these kinds of things. So if you want to ask any questions, let's get that out of the way now and then it's done. I imagine there are going to be more and more questions later on. Completely fine and understandable. So, yeah, it's up to you. If we don't get any questions, that's fine. We'll just go straight into it. Ori says, one of my friends who's quite anxious have been giving Zionists and pro-colonialists hell lately, and I'm so proud of them. It's small stuff, but they're not letting shitty people go unchallenged. Yeah, good shit. Honestly, good shit. Sometimes I listen to the evangelical radio station in my car as a know your enemy thing. They explicitly said if you don't side with Israel, you're an anti-Semite. Well, we're gonna get into that for sure. Hello, Astra. Welcome to the stream. Free Palestine, indeed. Yep. Hello, Queen Pib. Good to see you. Everybody, please go follow Queen Pib. She's amazing. I love her a lot. Big supporter. Big friend of mine. Does amazing content. Really looking forward to a future where Israelis fully occupy the entirety of Jerusalem, and then Jesus leaves the notification on red and goes back to watching TV. Yeah, we proved nothing exists. Right. Yeah, well, I sort of like haven't planned to talk about that stuff in particular in depth because there's so much to talk about with the occupation in general. Obviously, I was going to talk about like the US egging Israel on and stuff like that, but like the huge thing that is like really messed up and fucked up about the US-Israel relationship is that a lot of it comes from evangelical idiots who like want to send, like, just to be clear, they want to like purge Jewish people into Israel, like concentrate them into Israel so that the temple gets destroyed and then the rapture happens. This is a legit thing. You can look this up. You can look this up. I know it sounds completely insane, but believe me, we haven't even scratched the surface. We're going to go into a lot more of that stuff. So yeah, we're going to be talking about a lot more completely insane, absurd stuff as the stream goes on. So look forward to that. Look forward to more completely ridiculous things like that have been said about this whole situation. So yeah, they want the biblical apocalypse to happen. Yeah, for real. It's such poppycock that it doesn't deserve discussion anyway. The theocratic angle can go spit. Well, I think that there's a benefit to having a theology-based theocratic discussion about some elements of it, because of course, like, you know, Judaism, you know, broadly speaking, is not Zionistic in nature, right? If we want to talk about like theology, if we want to talk about the understanding of Judaism, the understanding of Jewishness as a whole, you know, the religious aspect, it's fully not Zionist. Like, it is not supremacist, and I think that's really important to say. The other aspects of it, like, you know, the evangelical fucking psychos in America who are just like, yes, give Israel as much money and as much weapons as possible so they can make the apocalypse happen. Fucking hell, you know? That's like a whole, you know, that is one arm of the evangelical, you know, Christo-fascist shit that goes on in the US as well. It's connected to why they want to do the trans genocide. It's connected why they want to do the LGBTQIA plus genocide. They want to get that kind of stuff, you know, banned. They want to, you know, they're banning books and shit like that. It is part of the same stuff, but you know, in general, that is like a whole other kettle of fish, right? It's related, but there's so much to that as well that you have to speak about. The evangelical Christian side that wants the rapture is wild. I told one of my friends about that the other day because she had no idea. Oh, yeah. Well, again, this is like another thing that you have to remember. And I think that, like, before we enter into this discussion, before we enter into, like, you know, the full history and the full everything about, you know, Zionism and Israel and the occupation in Palestine, if you are seeing friends who are like, you know, they're getting scared because they don't know what to say about this, and, you know, they haven't, like, said, you know, voiced unequivocal support for Palestine and stuff like that. I know that's very depressing. And I know it's very hard to see. And I know it's very hard to see liberals. And I know it's very hard to see, like, what you thought were, like, based anti-colonialist leftist creators on YouTube and Twitch who are, like, not saying the right things. Like, they're still falling for Israeli state propaganda. They're talking about the beheaded babies that didn't happen. They're talking about, like, you know, the just all the lies about Palestinians, all the lies about Gaza and stuff like that. But you can't get involved in a debate with people like that. You can't get dragged into an online-only discussion where there's no actual, like, human element to it. You are, like, forced to discuss it in this forum that is, like, intrinsically antagonistic, intrinsically gonna lead to more aggravation. There's no point in doing it. Like, unless that person says to you, let's sit down, let's get on a voice call, let's go for coffee, you're only gonna hurt yourself. You're only gonna hurt yourself in trying to explain this, like, vastly huge, overwhelming occupational, sorry, not occupational, I shouldn't say it like that, but, like, this overwhelming occupation that has, like, ruined the lives, you know, of Palestinians for decades and decades, you know, almost a century. Like, you're not going to be able to communicate the full context. You're not going to be able to communicate everything that is necessary for them to understand. Husker!
Just got a new debit card. Got to test it on something.
Thank you so much.
Jonkus.
Thank you so much for the £4.10, Husker. Thank you so much for donating. Thank you so much for subbing off Twitch. But anyway, yeah, as I was saying, like, nobody actually listens to other people's points in comment threads. No, they don't. Just to finish this thought, and then I'll talk a little bit about, like, how you should give me money. But yeah, thank you so much, Husker. Thanks for subbing off Twitch. Thank you for supporting the stream. But yeah, basically, you know, that kind of stuff. You know, we're gonna talk a little bit more about, like, defenders of Israel online. In a section later on in the stream anyway, so we'll talk more in depth about that later. But, like, yeah, don't stress yourself out. Don't stress yourself out. I have a friend who was very receptive to my anti-colonialist perspective, which was heartening. Good. That's good to hear. That's good to hear. Yeah. Some of those Christo-Fash hold office. I live in hell. Yeah. That's true as well. That's true. Post-Palestinian liberation, Jews many years from now will look back on Zionism as the most disgusting stain in our people's history. Like, literally, there are Jewish people who look at that like that now. And yeah, I agree. I think that will be the case. I think more and more Jewish people. I think even more and more Jewish people are waking up nowadays and seeing like the lies that they're told. When they have it's so deep. It's so deep what Israel does. But like Israel has rabbis who are like trained in Zionism, and they literally export them around the globe, right? Queen Pib!
October cover charge number 1.
Thank you so much for the £50. Thank you so much for subbing off Twitch. Thank you so much for supporting the stream. Anyway, okay, let's move on because we're going to talk about all this in detail. But thank you so much, Queen Pib. Thank you for £50. Thank you for subbing off Twitch. Thank you for supporting the stream. Husker as well. Thank you for the £4.10. Listen, gang. Twitch is my full-time job. I've missed 2 weeks of streaming. It would be really, really cool if we could get somewhere close to the end target of the donation goals. If you want to support the stream, if you want to see me survive, if you want to help me pay my bills, my rent, eat, all that kind of stuff, please consider subbing off Twitch. The link is in the Twitch chat right now. It just means that 100% of the money that you spend on the stream will go directly to me, your boy, Donkus Jonkus Monkus, and not money go to Twitch.tv, which is a awful corporation. It's owned by Amazon, etc., etc. I could go into how bad Twitch is at length, but there's so much to talk about today's stream. I'm not going to waste my energy. But yeah. Please. This man has a wild film collection that puts mine to shame. Just the fact I mentioned for some reason. Because movie night is really good. If we get to £350, hell yeah, we got a whole bunch of stuff to watch this month. I'm very, very excited to announce that we are going to be watching The Exorcist 3. If you've watched The Exorcist and you've thought, wow, that's not that scary, what's going on there? Why does everybody say that The Exorcist is the scariest movie of all time? Well, The Exorcist, I do believe, is one of the scariest movies of all time. But of course, in modern context, it's not that scary. But one that stands up is The Exorcist 3. We don't talk about The Exorcist 2. But if we do get to £350, let's say by the end of next week's streams, then we'll be watching The Exorcist 2 as well. So, we don't need to watch The Exorcist. Most people have watched The Exorcist. But if you want, we will watch the car crash, train wreck that is The Exorcist 2. It's incredibly absurd. It's incredibly bizarre. It's like a fever dream. If you've never seen it, it's something to be witnessed. It's not good. I'm not for any reason saying that it's good, but in terms of like analyzing why a film is bad, which is something that we like to do, and just kind of like laugh at bad movies in the Discord for Discord movie night. We will be unlocking The Exorcist 2, and then obviously, like, if we don't hit The Exorcist 2, it's okay, we'll be unlocking The Exorcist 3 anyway, which is a good Exorcist film. And the reason that I'm doing this is because, of course, they've released recently The Exorcist Believer, which is absolutely terrible. It was directed by the guy who made Pineapple Express. Doesn't make any sense why they would like make him the director of the new Exorcist movie, but okay, whatever. So we're going to be watching the good and the bad Exorcist films of the past. So there you go. Anyway, what do we got here? Huskadoo says, not gonna lie, Vegeta talking about his birthright was instrumental in my skepticism of attending my birthright at the age of 13. Something promoted to me even younger than that. So in a way, Dragon Ball Z is responsible for my anti-Zionism. That's fucking well funny, dude. I love that for you. I actually love that for you. It's weird that you say that as well, because I was recently like showing my partner Dragon Ball Z, because it was a huge part of my childhood as well, Dragon Ball Z. Just like, a lot of stuff that's like, super important in that anime. Crazy, absolutely crazy. Because Vegeta's a bad guy. And like, he talks about how his birthright is, to take over the universe. Like, that's the Saiyan's birthright. And it's like, wait, what are you talking about? What are you on about? What's going on? Bizarre. Anyway. So, right. Let's crack on. Chat, I want you to put your hazmats on because we are going to be entering into the dark. Oh, what's going on? Why is it not happening? Oh, hang on a minute. We're going to be entering the dark realm of the politics category on Twitch. It's not a good place. I think there is actually like a emote for a hazmat. There you go, CV hazmat. You can put that in the chat. Let me know that you've got yours strapped in. Especially discussing this current conflict. Oh boy, I can only imagine the kind of things that are going to come into the chat. And I hope that one thing that I'm not particularly dreading, because I have an answer to the question. I have an answer to that. I have an answer for most of the things that people are going to come with in the chat today. But yeah, I genuinely hope that someone brings up this one particular bit. And if they don't, then we'll talk about it at the end, because as queer people who support Palestine, I think a lot of people know what I'm talking about. Shakes Feed, how's it going? Welcome in. Welcome into the stream. Now, I'm going to start off basically we're gonna do this in sections so that we can understand what's going on, like the whole history of everything, basically the whole history of the occupation, the history of like Israel in general. And we're gonna start off with something that Husker posted in the Discord today. If you're not in the Discord, you want to get involved in the Discord, please be my guest. There's the link in the chat. But Husker posted this. And this is an excerpt from, this is a page from Eli Valley's book. I didn't know that Eli Valley had published like a book where he's like done a lot of reading and done a lot of, talking about what it's like to be an anti-Zionist Jew. And that's really, really awesome. And I'm very, very excited to read that myself. I'm going to be talking, quoting a little bit from this book as well. Conflict is Not Abuse. By is it Ellie? It's not actually Eli. Oh, that's my bad. Yeah, so Ellie Valley. He's like just an amazing artist. Really, really, really good political artist. Fantastic guy. So yeah, please go and show some love to Ellie Valley. And also, another anti-Zionist Jew, Sarah Schulman. I think I'm pronouncing that correctly as well. It might be Schulman. But basically, her book, Conflict is Not Abuse, has an entire section that I'm going to be reading about. It's basically called Supremacy, Trauma, and the Justification of Injustice, the Israeli War on Gaza. And I'm going to be reading a little bit. It's only like a 11-page bit about that. And we're gonna look a little bit about that. So there we go. Okay. Hey Valerie, how's it going? Welcome in. So anyway, we're gonna read this. What isn't said enough is that maybe the architects of Jewish rebirth internalized more than they realized, perpetuating anti-Semitic perceptions and presumptions in a process they themselves might term self-hatred. Just listen to A.D. Gordon, one of the founding fathers of the labor Zionist movement. We are a parasitic people. We have no roots in the soil. There is no ground beneath our feet. And we are parasites not only in an economic sense, but in spirit, in thought, in poetry, in literature, and in our virtues. Our ideals, our higher human aspirations. Which is, of course, nonsense. Nonsense to say that Jewish people have none of those things. Like, he's talking about Jewish people here. Like, this is how incredibly anti-Semitic Zionist thought leaders of the past have been, on the subject of why Zionism needs to happen, like why, completely fucked, internalized anti-Semitism derived from stuff like the Dreyfus Affair, says Huskadu, right. The Zionist solution was national autonomy, but first the individual had to be remade. My favorite example is the Teuton, an exercise machine advertised in 1908 in a Zionist weekly created by Theodor Herzl, the founder of Zionism. Sure, hindsight is 2020, and in 1908, the full dimensions of Europe's racial nationalist agenda were not entirely clear, but still, they were advertising Jewish liberation via a Teuton. This is the heart of the Zionist enterprise. Rebirth as Maccabees modeled on Teutons able to farm the land. In this case, via an instrument that appears to be no more than a couple of resistance levers attached to a beam. So we'll get a little image of this if we can. See if we can find it. I'm not sure if this is like the actual thing. Teuton exercise machine. Let's have a look. Yeah, you can't fucking find this. It's like so old. Hang on, let's have a little look. Nah, it's bringing up like a whole ass newspaper. I can't get through that. If anyone could get me an image of the Teuton exercise machine, that would be great. Just to sort of like, you know, talk about this. But anyway, the next page. It's difficult to overstate the vitriol. The emancipated Jew is insecure in his relations with his fellow man, timid with strangers, and suspicious even of the secret feelings of his friends. He has to become a cripple within and a counterfeit person without, so that like everything unreal, he is ridiculous and hateful to all men of high standards. That isn't from Mein Kampf, it's from Max Nordau, a seminal founder of the Zionist movement and proponent of muscular Judaism, who exhorted Jews to once more become deep-chested, tightly muscled, courageous men. Addressing a Zionist gymnastics club in 1903, Nordau even boasted that morally, the new muscle Jews surpass the ancient Jewish circus fighters, because unlike their predecessors, Zionist gymnasts did not try to hide their circumcisions. That same year, sitting with Theodor Herzl at the 6th Zionist Congress, Nordau watched a team of Jews, possibly after practicing with Teutons, perform in a gymnastics show. A subsequent report boasted that the gymnasts lacked pale faces, hunched over backs, and broken hearts and chests. They were instead healthy, ruddy men with strong muscles, young men whom up until now were used to encountering only among the non-Jewish people of the world. So think about that and think about how anti-Semitic it is that this Zionist is saying that there are no examples of well-built, muscular Jewish men. It's a complete lie. It's a complete farce. It has no basis in reality. These people were fucking sick with brainworms. Like, you could absolutely argue came from the persecution of Jews from, multitude countries all over the world, not just in, this is pre-World War II. It has turf vibes, absolutely, Valerie. Yeah, it's very, very, very like that. You know, when people talk about like turfism as being like anti-Semitic in nature, it's got like a lot of parallels with the Zionist movement, right? You know, and here, it's basically like a great example of, it's what Schulman talks about in her book, where she talks about like, the trying to basically like become the abusive person in an already abusive relationship. Like, so, in Europe, right? Literally, even pre-World War I, that's right, Husker. Like, in Europe, in America, the anti-Semitism was so, like, when people talk about... So here's the thing, like, what I want to say just about the current situation now and the situation back in the past. My dad says this to me all the time. It's like, well, what you've got to remember, son, is that back then, everybody was an anti-Semite, right? Even past World War II, people were still anti-Semitic in Europe, in the Allied powers, right? It was just a whole thing. And what you've got to remember is that this, like, this vast, overwhelming idea that, like, Jews were so bad and, they were, like, trying to steal money. They were trying to, like, all the lies that you hear about, like, Muslims nowadays. Like, how every Muslim is a terrorist. Every Muslim is going to, like, a radicalized mosque. Every Muslim is going to, like, rape your daughter or, like, sexually assault someone or something like that. It all is, like, the parallels are so similar to anti-Semitism back in the day, like, pre-World War II and even, like, post-World War II. And when people think about, like, how could everybody sit by and watch this genocide of Jews happen? Well, there was the consent manufactured to hate Jews, and it wasn't taken seriously. It wasn't taken seriously at all. And again, most of the Allied powers were horrifically anti-Semitic. Let's not fucking beat about the bush here. Not even like the Allied powers, like everywhere in the world, like most places in the world, were anti-Semitic. So, in a very similar sense, why is everybody sitting by and watching this genocide of Palestinians happen? Well, everybody in the world is currently Islamophobic. It's the thing. It's the consent manufacturing of our age. Islamophobia, Palestinians are seen as overwhelmingly Muslim. And again, like, Islamophobia is not just like pointed towards people who are Muslims, because of course there are white Muslims, right? There are white Muslims. It's pointed towards the Middle East in general. And it comes to this, like, overwhelming misunderstanding of the Middle East and the various different peoples and ethnicities and religions that, exist in the Middle East. Like, another thing that people forget is that while, Israel is, like, always talking about, like, oh, we stand for the liberation of Jews everywhere, right? But when Arabic Jews from other countries that are, they're brown, and they come to Israel because Israel advertises it as a place where you won't suffer any oppression for your Jewishness, right? But they're treated like second-class citizens because they're brown. They're not of Ashkenazi descent. They're Mizrahim. Mizrahim are literally like, Arabic Jews. But we're going to talk about that a little bit in the future as well. So who were these thought leaders? Who were these thought leaders who, like, created Zionism? They started the idea of Zionism. Who was it? Well, again, we've already spoken about that. We got Max Nordau, Theodor Herzl, and this other fella that Eli Valley talks about, A.D. Gordon, right? And so these people are mentioned here in this Wikipedia page. Like, this is the sad reality of it, is that you could just find this stuff on Wikipedia. It's not hard to find, Hey, Dungeon Sub Boss, how you doing? Welcome in. And also, Emmy, welcome in. I don't know if I said hi to you as well. Hello. Let me just get a little hydrated chat. So let's read through this stuff. Zionism. Zionism is a nationalist movement that emerged in the 19th century to espouse support for the establishment of a homeland for the Jewish people in Palestine, a region roughly corresponding to the land of Israel in Jewish tradition. So let's unpack that. Let's unpack that straight away. So if we're talking about historic sort of like, religious Israel, the land of Israel in Jewish tradition, that it's spoken about in the Talmud, it's spoken about in the Torah, it's spoken about even in the Christian Bible. I believe it's even mentioned in the Quran, right? Where Jews were expelled, right? They were enslaved. They were driven out of the land of Israel by, like, I think it's like Egypt and Romans and stuff like that. I think that's like the sort of like brief explanation of it. I'm not like huge on that. But again, like, we're talking about like a ancient land, right? So there are lots of examples of this. There are lots of examples of this, not just happening to Jewish people, but happening, all over the world. All over the world, there were like places where indigenous people were driven out, and their lands were taken, and that was that. That was the end of that nation. It was the end of that, like, ethnicity in some cases. It was the end of that place. It was the end of like the governance and I guess like the autonomy of peoples in that specific region. Didn't just happen to Jews in Israel. Happened to lots of different ethnicities, lots of different peoples. Like, if we're going to talk about Africa, happened loads in Africa.
Let me pick up that copy of Diaspora Boy for you.
Thank you so much, Husker. Thank you so much for the £30. Thank you so much. I would love to get that book. Thank you so much. Really appreciate that. Thank you for subbing off Twitch. Thank you for supporting the stream. Thank you. So bringing it back to this, like the assumption that there is a birthright to go to a place that is mentioned in a book, a religious book, right? Because your ancient peoples were once driven out of there, right? So what you are doing in that regard is you are saying that the people of the now, yeah, because Zionism, extremely nationalist, And, you know, they made no sort of, I guess, they didn't, like, butter it up. They didn't, you know, wrap the conversation in cotton wool. They made very, very clear that they were going to kick people out. They were going to kick Palestinians out who resisted Jewish people coming back to the land of Israel, right? The land of Israel. Again, it's roughly corresponding to that region. It's not even set in stone because there is no like actual record of it. You know what I mean? Other than what is described in the Torah, described in the Talmud, all the different religious texts, right? So they make no bones about the fact that they're going to kick out Palestinians. They're going to kick out anyone who resists Jewish people coming back to that place. So again, it is like they are asking the people of the now in this situation in the 19th century, the Palestinian people, the indigenous Palestinian people, who were, by the way, occupied again at that time by British forces. The British Empire was in Palestine. You know, because Jerusalem has been like a massively... Jerusalem is in Palestine, and it was like a massively contested place because of its religious connotations, because of its religious history mentions in religious text. Of course, the Crusades were massive in, you know, trying to, like, you know, basically take back Jerusalem. There's like a whole fucking bunch of atrocities that happened in the Crusades, you know, you know, were fueled by not just like religious sort of like, you know, anti-Muslim platitudes, but also anti-Semitic platitudes as well. Like, you know, the hatred of Jews, the hatred of Muslims, all come together to basically like take over Jerusalem. So again, it's like it's not even like a new thing that someone like a white people, and it should be noted here, it should be noted that like white European Jews, like white you know, Jews of Ashkenazi descent, of course, they were never seen as white under white supremacist, you know, I guess like hierarchies and stuff, but they were overwhelmingly, you know, seen as white people of Jewish descent, like whatever that means. You know, they're Jewish now. But like if you were to talk to like, I don't know, like someone in the 1900s, like, you know, they would always like, you know, be anti-Semitic. You know, if someone like found out that someone was Jewish and stuff like that. But then, of course, like, you know, as times went on, like after the Holocaust, you know, and specifically nowadays, most Jewish people pass for white, right? If they're in Europe, nothing is said about the Jews that already lived in Palestine at that time, of which there were thousands and thousands and thousands. You know, Jewish Arabs, right? So like being an Arab, being born in sort of like, you know, the nebulous region described as Arabia, like, you know, Arabic countries, the Middle East, and being Jewish in that place, like you were called a Mizrahim, and that is like something that's continued to this day. Hey Manticore, how's it going? Welcome in. So anyway, Zionism initially emerged in Central and Eastern Europe as a national revival movement in the late 19th century, both in reaction to newer waves of anti-Semitism and as a response to Haskalah or Jewish Enlightenment. Soon after this, most leaders of the movement associated the main goal with creating the Zayed homeland in Palestine, then an area controlled by the Ottoman Empire. So I was wrong. It wasn't controlled by Britain, but then it was controlled by the Ottoman Empire. But I think subsequently it then, in the 20th century, it was taken over by the UK, the British Empire, as in like an offensive in World War II or something. I don't know. I might be wrong about that, but we'll find out anyway as we read on. So anyway, from 1897 to 1948, the primary goal of the Zionist movement was to establish the basis for a Jewish homeland in Palestine and therefore to consolidate it. In a unique variation of the principle of self-determination, the Lovers of Zion united in 1884 and 1897. The first Zionist Congress was organized. In the late 19th and early 20th centuries, a large number of Jews immigrated to the first Ottoman and later mandatory Palestine, and at the same time, diplomatic attempts were made to gain worldwide recognition and support. Since the establishment of the State of Israel in 1948, Zionism has continued primarily to advocate on behalf of Israel and to address threats to its continued existence and security. This silly Israeli propaganda chart I'm looking at says it started in 1917, right? Check the wiki for British Mandatory Palestine. I think it's just Mandatory Palestine, yeah. For real. Zionism has never been a uniform movement. Its leaders, parties, and ideologies frequently diverged from one another. Compromises and concessions were made in order to achieve a shared cultural and political objective as a result of the growing anti-Semitism and yearning to return to ancestral country. A variety of types of Zionism have emerged, including political Zionism, liberal Zionism, labor Zionism, revisionist Zionism, cultural Zionism, and religious Zionism. Advocates of Zionism view it as a national liberation movement for the repatriation of a persecuted people to its ancestral homeland. Critics of Zionism view it as a colonialist, racist, or exceptionalist ideology or movement. Which we do. Okay, so what we're learning here is that, there's I don't know if anyone in the chat wants to like correct me or tell me to like read more about like, this particular like, because there's so much in this Wikipedia article, but this is like a basic introduction to like the thought leaders of Zionism, and like what they thought and what they wanted and how they went about it essentially. But the reason for me telling you about this is so you have an understanding, right? This is the fundamental understanding of like what Zionism is and how it is not in itself Judaism. And one of the main problems I have with Israel, other than the occupation, other than the genocide, other than like the vile war crimes, is the continued conflation of the actions of Israel with Judaism in and of itself. I think it's one of the most offensive, one of the most disgusting things that Israel has done. When people talk about anti-Semitism in the Middle East, absolutely there is like historical anti-Semitism, ancient anti-Semitism, absolutely, right? But a lot of the modern anti-Semitism that comes from the Middle East is because Israel continues to feed the lie that everything that Israel does is what Jewish people want, right? And Jewish people around the world say, no, this is not true. We don't want this stuff, right? And, then people are talking about like, oh my God, like what they're doing to Jewish people in Arab countries is disgusting. Yes, absolutely, of course it is. If there's any example of anti-Semitism that's happening in Jewish countries where they're punishing Jewish people for the actions of Israel, that's vile and disgusting, but that comes from Israel. That comes from their fucking mouthpieces. That comes from the Hezbollah. That comes from the communications that is sending out into the world. Every single person in the government of Israel that is like communicating with the press. Like I saw it today. I saw Kay Burley on Sky News talking to the minister from Foreign Affairs. I forget her name, but she would not let Kay Burley say how there is a humanitarian crisis in Gaza. She would not let her say it, and she was just continually saying, what would you do if your kids were bombed? What would you do if your kids were bombed? There are Gazan children being bombed. It's just fucking disgusting. The Islamic world has also historically been less anti-Semitic than most of Europe. Yes, because here's the thing. Lots of Islamic people are Semitic. When we talk about, like, what does Semitic mean? Like, I wonder if this will actually be... I don't want to go too much into this because it's not really, like... You don't really need to do this too much. And I think a lot of people have, like, a bit of a... annoyance when people like to bring this up. But if you talk about, like, what is a Semite, right? Semitic most commonly refers to Semitic languages, a name used in the 1770s to refer to the language family currently present in West Asia, North and East Africa, and Malta. So it's just people in that region. So again, Palestinians are Semites. Like, this is just like a fact. If we're going to talk about the traditional, definition of what a Semite is. So anyway, that's that. Now, again, we're gonna go into like, I'm just gonna like move some things around here because I do just want to like, we're going to hear from some Jews because I'm not Jewish, right? I have Jewish family. They all hate me. They all think that I love terrorists. They can't handle the fact that I've been posting about this, because they've unfortunately, they've got family in Israel, family that have been lied to, family that have been told that it's fine for them to go over there and, settle on stolen land and kick Palestinians out of their houses and stuff like that. But we're going to listen to some other people talk about Zionists. And most specifically, we're going to talk about Jewish people who refute Zionism. We obviously have a bunch of Jewish people who, refute and condemn Zionism in the chat, in my community. But we're gonna hear some speaking on a stage. Kwame Ture, I don't know if he was Jewish, but we're gonna listen to what Kwame Ture says about Zionism and imperialism, because Kwame was the absolute legend, the absolute lord. So let's hear what Kwame had to say about Zionism.
V.I. Lenin, at the turn of the century, wrote a book entitled Imperialism, the highest stage of capitalism. Is it? Imperialism, the highest stage of capitalism? Yes. If one would read this little pamphlet, one would see here that Mr. Lenin had precisely pointed out that all of the world had already been conquered and divided by colonial powers. There was no else in the world left to be conquered or divided by colonial powers. This is the time when Zionism comes to rise. Zionism comes to look for a state when everywhere else in the world is already dominated. Thus, in order for Mr. Herzl to get a country for Zionists, what he did was to attach himself to imperialism, British imperialism in this case, quite specifically. Of course, as an African who suffered under the heels of British imperialism, I can have no love for it, and certainly I cannot love anyone who attaches themselves to it and attaches themselves to it for the foundation of a state and then call this a liberation movement. Liberation movements fight against imperialism, not with it.
Based.
Clearly here. Yes. The legal foundation of the State of Israel is what is known as the Balfour Declaration. This declaration was issued in 1917. A man in the government of Britain named Balfour wrote a paper and promised the Jews a national home. The national home he promised them was an area which Britain was colonizing, Palestine. Palestine didn't belong to the British. Just like Ireland doesn't belong to the British, even though they have troops there.
Based.
But here, these British imperialists signed a note and gave it to the Jews and they accepted it. Where is the morality for this? If you say that Israel belongs to you, then you don't go to a thief to get Israel, you go and take it. Once you go to an immoral being such as British imperialism, and this is the basis for you getting the land, then clearly here those who are truly liberation fighters must question this. The basis, we say, is the Balfour Declaration, and Zionists know it. The Zionism is certainly not a liberation movement because it never fought against any imperialism. As a matter of fact, today, Zionism is the baby, child, and infant protector of imperialism in the Middle East. It carries out the interests of American imperialism. As a matter of fact, Zionism and American imperialism is like this. If our tax dollars would stop giving money to Israel, the state would sink tomorrow.
Yep. It was true then, whenever this was filmed, probably sometime in the 80s, and it's true now.
Certainly no one can deny that American imperialism is the leading imperialist nation in the world. So we cannot see how a liberation movement is so tied, string and ham to American imperialism. They work hand in hand with American imperialism. Thus they can hardly be a liberation movement. In addition to this, Zionism has nothing to do with anything religion, nothing. All religions are concerned with human beings after they die. That's what religions are for. Islam will tell you what happens to you when you die. As a matter of fact, this which forces you to live a good life so that after death you'll be able to enjoy the rewards of heaven. The same is true for Judaism. But Zionism says nothing about the individual after they're dead. They don't give a damn about you. Zionism has nothing to do with religion at all. And one should not make the confusion here. The Palestinian state belongs to the Palestinian people. This is a fact.
There you go. The absolute GOAT saying the truth. This is something that you will see quite typically when you find Jewish people who are like very invested in the scriptures. When you find Jewish people, like particularly rabbis, Orthodox Jews, you don't even have to be Orthodox. You could just be like, very like casual in terms of like, your Judaism and stuff, and know that in fact Zionism is not Jewishness at all. Zionism has nothing to do with Judaism.
You're not Jewish. You're Zionist. Zionist is against the God, and you want to destroy God in Hashem. Go away. Go away. You're not Jewish. Zionists are not Jewish. Torah not belong to you. Not belong to you.
I'm also going down here, Rabbi. So
I love this. I love this because this guy tries to debate this rabbi on like Jewishness and Zionism. And my man just goes, no, goodbye, see you later. That's it. The debate is over. The debate's done. Do you know what I mean? My man knows the truth of Judaism. We're going to talk a little bit about that in a second. But we're going to check out this Vice thing. I know Vice, pretty cringe nowadays, but this is like a 7 years ago, sort of like, what do you call it? Legacy Vice, let's call it, where they do a little basic like documentary on anti-Zionist Jews against Israel. So let's check this out.
Our fight is not with guns. Our fight is to wake up people and to make them think. We believe strongly that the state of Israel will come to an end. We have God on our side.
We're in Stamford Hill, a Jewish neighbourhood in North London. We're here to meet the UK branch of the controversial ultra-Orthodox Jews of the Neturei Karta. These guys campaign against Zionism.
Hey, Pat Potato, welcome in.
The dismantling of the state of Israel. Many find their stance mind-boggling, and they're pretty unpopular, especially among other Jewish people. They're often labelled
like something to really like observe if you are undereducated on this topic, if you're not sure of it, is like, look how Zionist Jews with the flag of Israel, look at how they like, they demand that they stop calling themselves Jews. You're not Jews. They're so, virulently against anyone who says Zionism is not Jewish. Like it's obvious to anyone. It's obvious to anyone who does any amount of reading that Zionism is not Judaism. And, I want you to see this, how the Zionists recuperate a lot of liberationary and leftist language, because it's huge. It's huge that they do this. This is like their only way to try and like justify the genocide, justify the killings, all that kind of stuff. And you'll see it again and again and again. Imperialists being bullies always need a buddy who will throw the first punch to create lies or initiate fights. That's right, Shakes. Yeah, absolutely.
as extremists for hanging out with Iran's former president Ahmadinejad and far-right nationalists from Hungary's Jobbik party. I want to find out why the Neturei Karta are so driven by their convictions that they're ready to be alienated by their own people. So when one of their leaders in London invited me into the secretive community, I jumped at the chance. I think that's him. Hi.
Hello.
I'm Milan.
Yes, my name is Rabbi Beck.
How big is the Neturei Karta here in Stamford Hill?
The fighters against Zionism here in Stamford Hill is several hundred. But people, what they are anti-Zionists, there are thousands here in Stamford Hill.
Zionism is the belief that Jewish people should have their own nation. The movement gathered support through the early 20th century, and the State of Israel was established in 1948 in Palestine. Right from the start, Haredi Jews, known as ultra-Orthodox, voiced their opposition. Not only did they fear the rise of secularism, they also believed Jewish people shouldn't have their own state. Before the coming...
I have a dumb question. How do you respond to people who are like, actually, Zionism is the right of the Jewish people to self-determination. It has nothing to do with Israel. We've literally just been covering that. What you tell them, okay, maybe it's not clear. I'm going to skip ahead and I'm going to go to this open letter to Jewish people from Cheryl Weichel. She's on Blue Sky. She's also on Twitter and Instagram and stuff like that. But you can show them this. You can show them this and talk about how the Talmud teaches that it was for one sin, the gravest sin, a sin worse than even murder, that we were punished with expulsion, senat chenam, baseless hatred. Senat chenam is the idea that others are less human than we are because of who they are, who they worship, the color of their skin, or other immutable characteristics. In other words, senat chenam is bigotry. Like, if they're gonna talk about how Zionism is the right of the Jewish people to self-determination, then you could tell them that they don't need Zionism to do that, because Judaism already says that they have the right to self-determination. It already says that. Like, you don't need Zionism for that. Zionism is explicitly about going to Israel and removing Palestinians from their homes on stolen land and forcing them into an open-air prison. That's what Zionism is doing right now. It doesn't matter whether, if you have like a definition of Zionism that is like different. Do you know what I mean? That's what Zionism has resulted in. We're seeing it now. Right? So it doesn't matter if they say, oh, it's nothing to do with Israel. It's nothing to do with Israel. It fundamentally is. Because that is what is happening right now. Not just Israel, but also the genocide of Palestinians. Not just the genocide of Palestinians, but the ultimate bigotry against Arabs in general. You know? So yeah. As an anarchist, I'm against any people founding their own state. Yeah, but they don't want to engage with people who say that they're anarchists. This is the reason that we're doing this. Obviously, it makes a lot of sense, yeah? Makes a lot of sense that, like, we as anarchists would not want people to, like, form their own state and shit like that. But this is beyond those conversations. As soon as you call yourself an anarchist, these people aren't going to take you fucking seriously. There's no point, right? If you are going to engage with people in discussions like this, like, you know, there's no point in going down that route. You know what I mean? What you have to do is fundamentally, divide and say, look, here is Zionism. Here is Judaism, right? I shouldn't have to be the one to point this out to you. I'm not even Jewish. Do you know what I mean? But, like, this is Judaism. This is Zionism. This is what Zionism is doing right now, right? Judaism as a whole, what's that doing? Well, it's doing the same thing it's been done for ages. For decades, millennia. People are being Jewish. They're practicing their faith. That's what Judaism is amounting to, right? Zionism is killing people. Hey, Magyar guy, welcome to the stream. Okay, right, so let's go back.
Of the Messiah. Over time, some ultra-Orthodox groups softened their attitudes, and they began to enjoy the benefits of Israel. Others have maintained their opposition. And on the most radical end of the anti-Zionist spectrum is the Neturei Karta.
Damn, fucking based. Now, again, like, this is something to say. The Neturei Karta, I don't know much about them, but I do know that, like, when I've brought them up, some people have said, these people are so radical and they hate gay people and all this kind of stuff and yeah, I'm obviously not sat here saying that, like, we should advocate for any, like, radical groups that are, like, reactionary in nature. Of course, I'm not saying that. This whole educational piece is to draw a line between Zionism and Judaism, right? Jews who actually read the scriptures, they actually, like, follow the faith, they reject Zionism as a whole. And that's how it is. Not all of them, but...
I will put in paper in the machine. I'm going now to print out.
Rabbi Beck is keen to get his message out, so he's invited me to tag along on a flyering mission around Stamford Hill.
So is this your friend who's arriving?
Yes.
His protege, Rabbi Blyer, was coming along too.
You have a very nice motorbike.
Oh, thank you. This is one flyover. This is mostly explained why we are against the state of Israel.
Do you find it important to go around and distribute this?
Israeli propaganda is so strong. So obviously we feel obliged to do the opposite.
Yeah.
Sorry if you can see it inside. He will see it here.
So I go at the very back?
Yes, I'm very sorry.
Okay.
This is the thing, you know, like, I've been to Orthodox weddings, with my family and stuff like that. I've been to Orthodox churches where the men are separated from the women. Like, of course, no one is sat here saying, like, these guys are the based guys. They're right and they're good and they're correct about everything, because, of course, misogyny sucks and we disagree with that. But again, as I said, this is drawing the line between what is Judaism, what is Zionism.
That's fine. So, how do you two know each other?
He was a teacher in school. I was a child in the same school. So I know him already as a kid. He was very famous as a child.
Do you deliver flyers like this to make more and more people aware of your existence?
Not of my existence, of the existence of the Torah. We are the Naturkater guardians of the city. We try to guide people what is the right way in Judaism. Like if the woman going dressed not so modest, or there's some shops where they sell things.
Yeah, no, you're right. Yeah, the NK is controversial among anti-Zionists. Yeah, it's because of their fundamentalist beliefs. And again, like, you know, it's Vice, it's very basic, it's like but I think it's important to point out that, like, Jewish people, regardless of whether their beliefs are fundamentalist, whether their beliefs are misogynistic, queerphobic, whatever, they're going to, like, if they're dressing like that, if they're in the Orthodox style, what, like, I don't know if this is like a Yiddish term, but like my Jewish family grew up saying this, but they're frummers, like they are displaying their Judaism like proudly out and about everywhere. They are the most likely people to experience anti-Semitism, right, out and about. And I've seen people in Manchester do this, because in Manchester there is a huge Orthodox community in North Manchester. And they get beaten up, you know what I mean? They get attacked, they get spat on, you know, things thrown at them, stuff like that, etc., 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 like, because they're blatant in their Jewishness. Do you know what I mean? And I'm not saying that, like, anyone who isn't Orthodox doesn't experience anti-Semitism or anything like that. But, like, you know, if we're talking about, like, Jewish people who are, like, traditionally Jewish, they're following the Jewish faith, they're super Orthodox, etc., etc., they're going to experience, like, legit anti-Semitism, so they're going to be so annoyed when Israel is out here saying, like, if you disagree with Israel, oh boy, like, that's anti-Semitic, you know? Not always the case. Noun, frummer, a Jew who is from, pious and observant of Jewish laws and customs. Yeah, there you go. Yeah. For real. Their public anti-Zionist style of protests are good for the visibility of the Palestinian cause. Yeah, absolutely. Like, we shouldn't tokenize people like this. Like, it's not like, you know, we don't wheel people like this out when we're, like, discussing our views on Zionism and stuff like that. But it is important to show that, like, it is not like a thing that all Jewish people agree with. Like, obviously we're not just going to speak about these guys in general. There's loads of other stuff we're going to look at.
In the Jewish style, we call them, look, please stop it. You're not allowed here in our neighborhood. Of course, sometimes they get angry, but they understand that in the end of the day, we are right. If you don't like it, okay, he goes to other places. Nobody forced him to live here. I feel it for my duty in my life to teach people in the right way.
And what is the right way?
You want me to teach you Judaism in 1 minute?
Can you?
Thank you. Have a good day.
You too.
Thank you.
Okay, going to park here. Hard parking.
Back. I think you might have driven into the car behind us.
12 inches away.
Okay. A Jew is not a Zionist. That must be your synagogue.
Yes. Sometimes here, people coming and they try to take it down.
Really?
Yes, but when I bought one sign, I bought in the same time 5. Because I know sometimes people get angry on us. They rip it off and we have to put it again. You can see also they put here on the door the Star of David. We painted already down, but what we can do? Just 1 minute.
Again, like, you know, putting a Star of David on the door. They did that in fucking Nazi Germany, man. You know, this is like legit anti-Semitism that you're fucking seeing now, you know?
The English
I never in my life thought I would see the inside of an ultra-Orthodox synagogue in Stamford Hill.
You can come in.
Thank you. You have a sign outside that says, a Jew is not a Zionist, and you're in a very Jewish area here. Is that seen as controversial?
What it means controversial?
Something that makes people angry.
I can say that this synagogue came under attack a few times. Sometimes thrown stones on the window and I have to replace the window. They don't like what we say. So the only thing what they can say, oh, these are fanatic people, these are extremists.
How come so few people know about you guys?
How often did you see people like me? People like me you can see in the cartoons. But in the media you don't see people like me. So how you expect people to know what is the views of these Jews?
Is it possible to see a bit of the synagogue?
Okay.
Okay.
It's a small synagogue.
My man had to think about it a lot.
You have here at least 40, 50 types of books against Zionism in the state of Israel. Here's the Holy Scriptures.
Yeah, what does
Whoa,
it
whoa,
say?
whoa. Did he just say, what the fuck?
It's a small synagogue. You have here at least
40 or 50 types of books against Zionism and the state of Israel in his synagogue.
50 types of books against Zionism in the state of Israel. Here's the
Incredible.
Holy Scriptures.
Yeah, what does it say?
Here is just a crown, that means the crown of the Torah. And here is just the beginning of each, the 10 Commandments.
Does the state of Israel break any of the 10 Commandments?
Oh, are you
The 6th,
joking?
don't kill. The 8th, don't steal. The basic of the Jewish religion is to trust God. If God sends us in exile, stay in exile. We have to wait for the coming of Messiah.
So is that why the Neturei Karta believe that Israel is against God?
100%, yes, of course.
The Neturei Karta consider themselves defenders of the faith. So I'm curious to hear what another Jewish movement that is also critical of Israel make of them.
Oh, here we go.
I've arranged to meet liberal Judaism's rabbi, Charlie Baginski.
The Neturei Karta call themselves the true Jews. What does that mean that other Jewish people are in their eyes?
Neturei Karta would define that they interpret scripture in the right way, and the rest of us have it wrong. It's very much their way or no way. So we wouldn't be considered Jewish, my children wouldn't be considered Jewish, our rabbis are not recognized.
Would you say that they have a fundamentalist view of the Torah?
Sure. Once any interpretation becomes unquestioning, it's problematic.
So your movement is, as you call it, a critical friend of Israel's. The Neturei Karta is taking that a lot further. What do you think about that?
There's been a very large conversation within the Jewish community about when it's legitimate and when it's not legitimate to criticize Israel. It's Neturei Karta's view that the state of Israel shouldn't exist until the Messiah comes, and they will do anything to ensure that that religious ideal is fulfilled.
Okay, but what's your point
While
of
they
view?
wait for the Messiah, the Neturei Karta seem determined to get their voices heard.
I'm trying to find where Rabbi Back lives. He's invited us over because some of the guys from the Neturei Karta are coming over to make banners for a protest that's happening for Nakba Day.
Nakba means the disaster in
We're
Arabic.
going to cover the Nakba next,
Nakba
chat.
Day is the day Palestinians mourn their displacement when the State of Israel was created. But this is also Israeli Independence Day, when Israelis have a party to celebrate
Disgusting.
the creation of their country.
I want to talk about this just really briefly. Independence from what? Independence from what? Independence from who exactly? What do you mean? It's like when you think about like the lies of Israel, the fact that they have an Independence Day is one of the most vile. Yet National Receiving Stolen Property Day. Israel Independence Day. I've never heard such an oxymoron in my life. You know?
Hello, how are you?
Tomorrow going to be a demonstration against the state of Israel. We participate in these demonstrations to bring out our message, to show for the world that Jews and Zionists are not the same thing. Also, je doet met alle signs, ja? Jede sign dat wij samengesteld van 4. Je hebt de push te zeggen dat
Judaism
Yeah, right, Magyar
rejects
guy,
the
yeah.
state of Israel and condemns its
We're going to talk about that later too.
The protest falls on a Saturday, the Sabbath, so there's a bunch of restrictions they must stick to, one being not to use public transport.
This is a Hyde Park, where the Israeli embassy located just here.
Okay.
Our synagogue is located here.
This is going to be such a long walk.
It's a long of 3.5 hours.
3.5 hours?
Yes.
So we need to be prepared.
Comfy shoes, man.
To touch an electric device. You can't speak into the mic. And also, when we're walking, we need a non-Jewish man going between us.
Okay, so everything will be okay as long as there's a man standing between you and me.
Yes.
And you cannot talk straight into the microphone.
And also, Saturday, we are not carrying nothing. Nothing. We're not carrying nothing. This is one of the laws.
So you're going to walk across the entirety of London for 3 hours, carrying signs.
No. You forgot we are not allowed to carry Saturday anything. We will wear it on.
Okay.
Ah.
It's not
Pretty
easy
cool.
to be Jewish. Don't become Jewish.
My man
There are
said,
going to be a
"Don't
lot of
become Jewish."
Palestinians present at the protest. How will you be received?
Oh, very, very welcomed. Very welcomed. When we coming many times,
Do pro-Israeli people come down and
yes, 100%. They feel very angry and they're crying on us. But what can we say? We bring out the right message of Judaism, and this is the right message of Judaism. I mean, when you look, who is the real Jew? Look of me and look of him. He don't look as a Jew at all. He don't keep the Shabbos.
Yeah,
He have no problem
there's
with
the
Shabbos
cringe
like I
shit.
have.
There's the cringe fundamentalist shit. Like, oh, if you don't have the sideburns, you're not traditional. If you don't have the beard, you don't observe the Sabbath. All that kind of stuff. If you're Jewish, you're Jewish, right? If you say you're Jewish, you're Jewish.
He don't walk to the protest 3 hours. He just coming by the car and park it in the side. And he say, oh, I'm a religion Jew.
So are there like clashes when the pro-Israelis come down and they see you
Yes.
wearing Free Palestine?
Yes, because of that we have the police.
So does it get violent?
Usually not. The police watch. If not the police, then it's get violent, of course.
Yeah, he's committed to the
You
bit.
know, to bring out our message for them all to know. The Zionists have the power on the media and the power, and we haven't got nothing. We have only one thing we have got on our side.
Getting quite warm here. It's a lot of exercise. These guys walk really fast. I thought I was a good walker, but I've met my match.
Yeah, my man's voice is like that because he shouts so much. That's why his voice is like that. That's why he's so hoarse. This guy is like shouting all the time. He's like, he's doing like a full on like, super preacher kind of thing. That's gonna be why his voice is like that. I don't think he was born. He didn't come out the puss speaking like that, right?
Creating quite a lot of attention when they walk on the street. Constantly trying not to get run over.
There you go. There you go. There it is. You know what I mean? Like, again, like, however these guys' politics are, like, the misogyny and shit like that, and the gatekeeping of Judaism is bad, obviously, but, like, they're experiencing anti-Semitism. We're seeing it. It's documented. It's right there, right? But why?
Because they're wearing the protest banners under their coats. They keep having to stop to like sort of tuck them back up. When you walk around central London, how do you feel when people start pointing fingers or saying things?
You're not kidding about it.
We accept that we are different and people snub on us, they sneer on us, and it's part of our religion to ignore it.
We have a goal on this war. So this gives us very much satisfaction.
So we're almost by the Israeli embassy.
What does that mean? Free Israel. Like these tactics. I want to say by the way, when like you see that they're chanting free Palestine, and then the Zionists across the road, when they're saying Palestine, they're saying Israel. Right? Yeah. Well, first of all, Rio is absolutely right, which is why you should go follow her, because she's very smart and right, and an amazing streamer. But yeah, who are they freeing Israel from? Right? Now, this is a tactic that is repeated by lots of fascist protesters, right? So when fascists go to do a demonstration, if they go to the Honor Oak, where you've heard in London, or if they come to Manchester and they're doing the Students Against Tyranny and they're talking about like how bad it was that fucking one guy was expelled for being a transphobic piece of shit, right? When anti-fascists start chanting like anti-fascista, anti-fascista, they repeat it because they are recuperating the message. They're calling themselves the anti-fascists, and that is exactly what's going on here with the Zionists. So when they say free, free Palestine, they're coming back with the free, free Israel. Yes, feigning marginalization. Hello, Mr. Fishy. Good to see you again. So yeah, just wanted to like, yeah, trying to shout down the other side, co-opting the chant leading. Literally. Again, more and more like example. Yeah, literally white lives matter tactics. Literally shakes. Yes, exactly. You know, this is the thing, like more and more evidence on display, like literally a Palestinian guy saying like our Jewish brothers are here. Do you know what I mean? Like there is no anti-Semitism here. These guys walk through fucking London. They had people telling them to fuck off and pointing at them and swearing and shit like that. They get to the Palestinian protests like and they're welcomed. Our Jewish brothers are here. You know? There is no serious Palestinian liberation fanatic like me or anyone else, people in the chat who are doing anti-Semitism. No one is sat here saying that Israel is the same as Jewish people everywhere. No one is doing that. So if anyone is saying to you anything like that about anything that you say about Palestinian lives or anything like that, don't engage, because they're just fundamentally wrong. They're being anti-Semitic by claiming that the actions of Israel represent the wants of Jews worldwide. It's fundamentally anti-Semitic to say that.
Israel will not surrender.
You have the Star of David tattooed on your face.
I'm trying to keep it as kosher as I can, you know.
What do you make of the Orthodox Jew?
Is it kosher to get a tattoo, by the way? Is it kosher to get a tattoo? I always thought it wasn't kosher to get a tattoo. Obviously, there's different interpretations of the text, right? But like, I don't know. Anyway. I also love that this is an example that actual activists will work together with people who 100% don't match their ideals in order to achieve a greater goal, as opposed to, well, Twitter people. Yeah, literally, I agree. Also, hi, Purple Apple. Welcome in. Yeah, you can't be buried in a Jewish cemetery if you have tattoos. Yeah, I thought so. Like, I legit thought so. I was like, hang on a minute. I'm absolutely... Like, that was why the Nazis tattooed the minute, because they knew, like... Oh, fucking hell. Swear to God. Depends on who you ask, right?
I feel that every person has a right to express himself, but seeing the Orthodox community coming here to explain their destruction of the state of Israel, at the end of the day, they are traitors, and I don't see truth for that.
He's fucking, he's from Manchester, this guy. Do they do a tattoo check when you die? Listen, do you know what an autopsy is? Do you know what happens when you die? Of course, everybody sees fucking naked bodies when people die. Like, that's it. You don't have any autonomy left. It's game over. Everyone's looking at you naked. Everyone's looking at you, how you shat yourself, when you died, when you pissed yourself. Yeah, of course they do. Of course they do. Hey, Leonard, anyway, welcome to the stream.
Lies.
Israel, you have no right to Palestine!
So, there are ultra-Orthodox Jews standing, holding Palestinian flags. What do you make of that?
They're Neturei Karta, which means they're an extreme ultra-Orthodox Jewish group. They're the same as ISIS, really, in religion. They're not considered amongst the Jews to be Jews, because they take it to such an extent, and they have a very, very, very bad reputation.
Yeah, about what? Like, great. I love this. It's like they're same as the ISIS. What are you talking about? What are you fucking on about, man?
The same as ISIS, really, in religion.
Like, they love to say this is the Hezbollah. This is the Hezbollah thing. Yeah, this is the Hezbollah line. This is the Hezbollah communication. Anyone who is like an ultra-Orthodox Jew who doesn't agree with Israel, they're too Orthodox to be Jews, right? They're too they're the same as ISIS, etc., etc., etc. Israel has more in common with ISIS than these guys. That's a fact. There's a wash area where I work at the graveyard. You actually check the body during ritual washing of the body. There you go.
They're not considered amongst the Jews to be Jews because they take it to such an extent, and they have a very, very, very bad reputation.
Hey, Rifcleus, what's going on?
They go beyond normality. I mean, if they could, they would strap bombs around themselves and blow each other up.
If they could, they would strap bombs around themselves and blow each other up. Do you hear the Islamophobia? That's the Islamophobic line. Anyone who doesn't like Israel is a terrorist. They will say this again and again and again and again and again and again and again. That is just it. Right? One of the NK guys is wearing a fishnet print shirt or robe, not sure. Probably a reference to Yasser Arafat's keffiyeh. The keffiyeh is not Yasser Arafat's thing. A keffiyeh is a traditionally Palestinian garment. No, it's not necessarily like, Yasser Arafat's thing. But yeah, Yasser Arafat used to wear one around his head. Yeah. Somehow being Islamophobic when talking about Jews, wild. Well, yeah, because they put them in the same camp as Muslims. And to be clear, the when they're talking about Muslims, they're talking about Arabs, right? Arabs who are like, yes, overwhelmingly Muslim, but absolutely not 100% Muslim. There will be Christian Arabs. There will be atheist Arabs. There will be all manner of religious Arabs. There will be Jewish Arabs. Jewish Arabs who, again, like I said, are called Mizrahim in Israel, and they're treated as second-class citizens, right? So there you go. The Torah is very clear about not making a Jewish state until the Messiah comes. I'm not religious, but it's their book, for fuck's sake. Of course, Zionist Jews have no explanation for this contradiction. Right, exactly.
Palestine is an Israel-free zone.
When I spoke to people on the other side of the street, they were calling you guys extremists.
They can call whatever they want. Everybody can say if anybody, he's an extremist. Everybody can say that.
They compared you to people who would happily strap bombs on themselves, which I thought was quite interesting.
Okay. Nobody here, nobody with these protests are coming out with support for violence.
Okay.
Nobody.
We do what we need to do. We know God runs the world, and God has advised us what's our duty to do.
How can you be against Israel? I went to the army.
You went to the Israeli army?
I went to the army, and I lost people there.
You lost people for nothing?
No, why I lost for nothing? For a country that's your country.
No, we are not willing to die for a country which is forbidden according to the Jewish people.
You're unbelievable. Mashiach not going to come for you guys.
So Mashiach is going to come for you?
No,
yeah?
No,
you don't look Jewish at all.
You're Jewish.
Yes, you're Jewish.
You see, you don't look Jewish. My man's wearing like a Frommer outfit. What are you talking about, bro? You don't look Jewish. You don't look Jewish. What does that even mean? What does that even mean? Well, you don't look like a Joseph Goebbels fucking caricature of a Jew from 1940s, from the 1930s? What do you mean you don't look Jewish?
You can't be Jewish.
The illegal occupation is not supported by Judaism at all.
There is no occupation. Read your facts.
Read your facts, yeah. Lots of people have read the facts. It is an occupation. Like, it's just denial. You know? Yeah, wild for them, the side of Israel, to accuse anyone else of violence. Yeah, it's just this is the problem. This is the problem.
Tensions are high, and the police move us on. But I want to quiz Rabbi Back about why the Neturei Karta often meet up with Holocaust denier Ahmadinejad.
هم بهانه تأسیس رژیم صهیونیستی یک دروغ و یک فساد است و ادعای افسانه‌ای.
They even attended his notorious 2006 Tehran conference, questioning the Holocaust.
I read on the Neturei Karta website that you believe that the Holocaust happened because it was God's punishment for Jewish people not being religious enough. Is that correct?
Yes. It's not a problem. This is.
You see, this is the fucked part of the Neturei Karta, innit?
What we say, maybe the Holocaust was a punishment for this, to go away from God, to rebellion against God. What we have more to say on the Holocaust, that the Zionists, the Holocaust was for their favorite from the beginning to the end. they justify what they're doing for the Palestinians with the Holocaust, what's happened to the Jewish people.
These are views that have also been stated by far-right parties and also by Holocaust deniers like Ahmadinejad.
As far as we know, if we speak to him many times about the Holocaust, and we didn't see that he denied the Holocaust.
I think, like, this is what I was thinking. That's what I was thinking about, like, Ahmadinejad denying the Holocaust. Because it's like, did he actually do that, or is he just critical of Israel? Because what you have to remember is that any time Israel sees anyone in the Arab world denying the legitimacy of the state of Israel, they will label them a terrorist. They will label them a Holocaust denier. We're going to get into some more of this stuff that's like absolutely fucked. It's more and more recuperation in terms of like, you know, taking like lots of Israeli settlers who are like militants. They have guns. They've like killed Palestinians. They call themselves Nazi hunters. They call Palestinians Nazis. They call like Arabs, just any Arab, anyone who's like not white, who doesn't like Israel, they call them Nazis, right? Even though these people have never, you know, said anything about the Holocaust. They've never said anything about Holocaust, never said anything about Jews, never said anything about like, you know, Nazi beliefs or Hitler or anything like that. And it's this huge recuperation of stuff like that. So, I don't know, maybe Ahmadinejad was a Holocaust, you know, denier. You know what I mean? Like, maybe he was. But again, like, this is sort of like, we're taking a look at this and we're seeing how, like, a lot of Jewish people actually do not like, you know. Lobotomized Lib says, is America occupied by Europeans? Yes. Yes, it is. Next question. Here we go, chat. It's beginning. It's beginning.
Could be there's some information what I didn't know, but as far as I know, as far as we study it, we didn't find it.
You stand for a peaceful dismantlement of the state of Israel, but Ahmadinejad has been quoted in the press saying that Israel should be wiped off the map. Aren't you worried that you're legitimizing violence by consorting with these people?
The Iranian president...
No one's saying you have to go back to Europe. Next question.
Clarify many times when he say that Israel should be wiped up off the map, he didn't mean the people of Israel should be wiped up. He means that the regime should be wiped up.
No matter where your sympathies lie in the Israel...
Okay, pretty good, but also like pretty bad. But let's have a look at Maya Edery on her journey away from Zionism. This is a bit shorter, so let's listen to what she has to say.
Describe my younger self as accidentally a Zionist. I say accidentally a Zionist because I actually didn't know there was another way to be Jewish.
Not loud enough, chat. Why the state of Israel has to disappear. Listen, I'm doing a whole fucking stream about this. Yeah? I'm doing a whole fucking stream about this. So if you want to know, stick around. Not just going to like answer that right now. Do you know what I mean?
At Hebrew school and growing up, our education was just so...
Oh, she's in Jewish Voice for Peace.
Believing that you should support Israel and that being Jewish meant loving and supporting Israel, that I actually didn't know there was another way to be Jewish. So I was born in Huntington Woods, Michigan, a small suburb of Detroit. I absolutely grew up in a Jewish community that valued social justice and saw our Judaism as a form of practicing social justice. My grandparents were big advocates for social justice. The fact that there was a lot of oppression in Jewish history absolutely informed
that sucks, Dungeon
oppression
Sub-Boss.
and resistance to oppression. One of my grandfathers is an Auschwitz survivor, and I grew up hearing his story.
Okay, that's not loud enough.
And that really informed this idea of never again means never again for anyone. I absolutely grew up with the narrative that because of the Holocaust, we have to fight for Israel, we have to protect Israel. It's the only thing keeping us safe as a Jewish people who are constantly under threat. I did not hear about the occupation of Palestine or that phrase until college. I'm not even sure I heard about Palestine or Palestinians. It was always rhetoric of like Arab neighbors that want to destroy Israel. I remember at Israel's 60th day birthday party, there was a big carnival and I went with my friends. And I remember there being a counter protest outside of people supporting Palestinian freedom. And I remember seeing the counter protest.
Why do you give America a pass to continue exist, but not Israel? You don't know anything about me, bro. I don't give America a pass to continue to exist. You fucking idiot. What are you doing? Like, again, like, love this shit. Love this shit. Like, you've come into my stream, yeah? You don't know who the fuck I am, right? You're literally, like, new chatter. Never fucking, you don't even follow me. You know, your account was created literally, like, 3 days ago, innit? Like, 3 days ago. Like, I can see all this shit. I'm the streamer, bro. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's very obvious to me that, like, you've just come here and, like, assumed a bunch of shit about me, innit? Like, no, I don't want the USA to continue to exist. I support land back for all indigenous people everywhere. Yeah? Every colonized person. Every colonized nation. Every colonized tribe. Every colonized family. I support their autonomy and their right to agency within the land that they have historically called home in the same way that I do for Palestine. So don't come in here and like just assume shit about me because you don't know shit. You don't know shit.
And being really confused what they were protesting because it was just a very neutral celebrate Israel carnival.
Like did my man really think like is this like a bit like just to show everyone who like can't maybe they can't quite like make out like the username in the fucking in the chat there, but like you know is this like a bit like is this actually like a fucking bit? Oh, hold up, what's going on? Why isn't that working? Okay, there we go. My man's name in the chat is lobotomized lib. Like, are you doing a bit? Are you genuinely doing a bit? Because you're sounding like a liberal that's been lobotomized. Like, you actually are, innit? Like, you know? Fair enough, I spoke too fast. Yeah, you fucking did. Fucking hell. Incredible. Right, okay. Back to this.
One was going, it was going to be fun. And I remember going up and actually asking them a question about why they were there.
I'm a commie, but with reservations. Well, then you should fucking go and read Vladimir Ilyich Lenin's book where he talks about imperialism, the highest form of capitalism. Yeah? If you are truly a communist, go and read Daddy Lenin's books. Yeah? And you will learn that actually imperialism is the highest form of capitalism. Yeah, so imperialism, colonialism, he even says himself, at the time that he wrote the book, we literally just heard Kwame Ture reference it, that at the time he wrote the book, the entirety of the world had been colonized. So there was no new places to colonize. Literally, the imperial core fucking exported labor, extracted wealth, destroyed indigenous peoples, genocided people, and, you know, legitimately, at that time, that was literally when Zionism was forming, and Zionists were saying we need to take a place that has already been colonized and colonize it ourselves. They are not just imperialist in nature. They are also, you know, the baby of imperialism. They are the baby of imperialism and colonialism and genocide. I was just testing your congruence. You're testing my fucking patience. That's what you're fucking doing.
I remember that planting a seed in me that I was missing a big part of the story. Studying women and gender studies and sociology, I had all of these professors who taught us about anti-colonial resistance, professors who taught us about U.S. colonialism in Puerto Rico.
Oh, get the fuck out of here, dude. You're a fucking prick. You're just a fucking idiot. Communist my ass. My man's on the fucking payroll from Israel.
Professors who taught us about
wow, you're the one prejudging. Fuck off, dude. Fuck off.
And Kashmir and Puerto Rico, and made the connection to Palestine. And it was crystal clear that you couldn't oppose colonialism, racism, and imperialism only in some places, but be okay with it in Palestine.
Like, my man's saying that I'm prejudging him on something that I witnessed him say in the fucking Twitch chat. That's how you know that fucker's a debate lord. That's how you know that fucker is extremely unserious about their communism. Yeah? My man came in here and was like, oh, I'm a commie, actually. Yeah, you're a commie, but, like, you don't stand for, you know, you don't stand for Palestinian liberation. Okay, cool. Yeah. All right. Definitely normal.
Family
hey, Gomba Master, what's going
Israel,
on?
They came from Morocco, and so I had learned about racism against...
Yeah, imagine simping for Israel pro bono. Right.
Moroccan Jews. I know that they were put in the poorest towns. I knew that they experienced state violence from Israel as Moroccan Jews. So when I learned about what happened to the Palestinian people, it was really easy for me to believe it. So I went on the Birthright Israel trip in 2012. They really have you bond as a group. They have Israeli soldiers join your trip to talk to you about what it's like to be your age and be in the army and to fight for Israel and to fight for the Jewish people.
I'm with you, Gumba.
They tell you Jerusalem is a Jewish city. It is our holy land. You don't really learn about it as a Muslim and Christian city. They take you on Birthright, they take you to the Holocaust Museum, and I specifically remember walking through the Holocaust Museum, Yad Vashem in Jerusalem, and it was really painful and emotional. There's a room with all of these candles and lights, and they say all the names of children killed during the Holocaust. And you exit that room, and everyone is crying and feeling emotional, and they had us look over at Jerusalem. It's sort of hanging above the city, and they say, because of what you just heard, this is why you have to fight and defend Israel.
Like, insane. That is like legitimately like here's the thing, you know, Husker was talking about this, like the birthright journey to Israel, in it, right? So every Jewish person has the opportunity to do this, you know, and you go to Israel, and what they do is they psychologically fucking torture you, and you go to Israel, they show you all this like horrible stuff. It's like this disgusting, horrible, real, legitimate thing that happened to Jewish people just because they were Jewish, just because Hitler was a piece of fucking shit, right? And then they take you out and they say, this is why you got to kill Palestinians. This is why you got to kill Arabs. This is why you got to hate Arabs. It's psychological torture, legitimately. You know?
Anywhere you can. I remember going through that experience and feeling really angry and really critical, and feeling like they just emotionally manipulated us.
Yep.
More and more young American Jews are becoming deeply critical of Israel, support BDS, oppose Zionism, stand on the side of Palestinian freedom and justice.
Right, brainwashing, indoctrination in the form of a vacation on top of a graveyard, like completely fucked.
Met students who had deep falling outs with family members over their activism for Palestine. They had family members who threatened to, you know, not support them through college or not let them come home for a holiday. I feel like so many times false accusations of anti-Semitism are used to smear people standing up for justice in Palestine. The BDS movement is really important to me, and one of the reasons I was really excited to join JVP because they endorse BDS.
Literally with Cleus, yeah.
I believe.
Like, and that as well, it's so deep. Like, I hate it so much, yeah. It's like, you know, this emotional manipulation, like, look what happened to us, look what happened to our people. That's why you have to come here and fight, right? That's why you have to come here and murder Palestinians. And if you don't want to do that, that's fine, because all you have to do is, like, move into one of their houses. Just do it. Like, just literally steal their house. It's fine and safe to do so. You won't receive any unjust punishment for doing so. Like, like, I think that's really key, what Kwame Ture was saying. Zionists don't give a damn what happens to you after you die, because you're expendable. As an element of the occupation, as an element of the ethnic cleansing, you are expendable. Like, it lies to Jewish people. It lies to them, and it says, come here, it is your right, go and sit there, you know, live on this land, and then all of a sudden, you know, these deeply oppressed people who have, like, died and been murdered and been tortured and treated like second-class citizens, even when they're not in their, you know, appropriated open-air prison, you know, fight back, right? Rightfully so. And then all of a sudden they die. And it's like, oh, okay, yeah, what, you didn't know you were taking part in a genocide? Oh, yeah, sorry about that, bro. We didn't explain that part properly to you. We emotionally manipulated you and lied to you. You know?
The oppressor never just listens to the oppressed because they feel like it. You have to actually hold them accountable for their actions. And then I also feel like I have a responsibility as a Jewish person in the US to challenge Jewish institutions that are upholding Zionism and white supremacy, to fight to end US funding to the Israeli military, the $3.8 billion a year that the US gives. I have a responsibility to be active and make it crystal clear that standing up for Palestinian freedom is about freedom and justice of all people, and that in no way is it anything near anti-Semitism.
Hell yeah. Great interview. So we've got Norman Finkelstein. He's going to be Blade 602. Everyone would be at peace without religions. Yeah, nah, see you later, bro. You fucking idiot. Stupid fucking... Really? We're doing like cringe atheist shit from like 2018? Like, you know what I mean? Like, shut up, dude. Everyone would be at peace without religions. You're a fucking idiot, man. Get out of here. I got no time for that shit. Got no time for that fucking shit. To think that religion is the, catalyst for violence. In what way? In what way is religion the catalyst for violence? Every single religion all over the world preaches peace. What are you on about? It's material conditions and imperialism and colonialism that result in violence. Not even result in violence. They go out and preach violence and create violence. You know? Fucking stupid shit. Not having people say shit like that in my fucking chat. Honestly. Do you know what I mean? And can you see, like, the legitimate, like, anti-Semitism on display there? Trying to imply that, like, Jewish people are responsible for this. Oh, it's a religious thing. It's Jewish. Like, shut up. Shut up. Anyway, we got Norman Finkelstein, and this is 2 years ago. Now, I'm not going to give Finkelstein too much airtime. Yeah? Because Husker informed me that unfortunately he's become like transphobic for some reason, and he hangs out with Jimmy Dore now. So I'm not going to give him too much airtime, but we are going to have a little look at something that he said 2 years ago when Israel launched another offensive into Gaza. Most people don't even know this. Most people are just thinking about what's going on now, right? But, here's Norman Finkelstein talking about Israel's last offensive into Gaza. It might be the West Bank, it might be Gaza, but I think it's Gaza because they're focused on Gaza because it's the smallest area that they would have to deal with if they wanted to wipe out Palestinians. But Finkelstein has been an outspoken Jewish person against Israeli apartheid in Palestine for decades. He's been expatriated. I think he's expatriated Israeli, but he was like, they took his citizenship away. They said he can't come back to Israel. He's an enemy of the state and stuff like this. So we're just going to listen to what he said 2 years ago.
So we're in transition. We don't know yet what will be the consensus in how to resolve the conflict. For the past 50 years, since the early 1970s, the old solution, the two states, it's clearly dead. It's dead in the mainstream human rights organizations. So, and as some of them are pretty much centrist organizations in the U.S. So if it's dead there, then it's dead. You don't see Israel mentioned. It's about Palestine. What's being done to Palestine? And for me, that's actually a positive development. Because as I said, I remember in the 1970s, when I was quite involved, the people who gravitated around the Palestine issue, it was a very mixed group. There were people who were sincerely committed to Palestine, but there were also people who sincerely didn't like Jews. As my friend Adele said, they were strange bedfellows. Now...
Okay, Riff Clears. I don't want you making jokes about like abusive situations in my chat. Cool off. No one's holding you at hammer point if I don't do a thing that you want me to do. Come on, man. Don't make jokes about that shit here. It's not funny.
And I have, given my family background, I'm very sensitive to the issue of anti-Semitism. I have very sensitive antenna. And I could say with, I don't want to say 100% certainty, but I'll say
Anya, what's going on?
Close to 100% certainty. You had no feel of any anti-Semitism here. If it were Jews or Irish or Indians or Bengalis, whoever is oppressing them, they're the enemy, but not because they're Jews. It's about Palestine and what's being done to it. I'm hopeful now, and I haven't been hopeful in a long time. I think, let's put it this way. What's happening now is putting a check on Israel. They have a problem now. And I think my guess is President Biden is signaling to them no massacres, no ground invasion, because they're afraid all hell is going to break loose.
So interesting what he had to say there. But again, you know, this is just the segment where we're basically hearing from Jewish voices what they think about Zionism. So there's another one here, Professor Avi Schleim. This was literally 3 months ago. So before this even, this latest situation in Gaza occurred, Avi Schleim was being interviewed by Middle East Eye talking about Zionism. So let's hear what Avi has to say.
Zionism is racism. Israel cannot be both. Israel is either a racist Jewish state or it's a democratic state for everybody. And that's what I would like Israel to be. I'd like a democratic solution, one state with equal rights for all its inhabitants. Your organization, Human Rights Watch, issued a report last year about Israel, and the conclusion was it is an apartheid state. And there are 4 major human rights groups in the last 2 years who issued similar reports, reached the same conclusion. Israel is an apartheid state. So apartheid is racism. Apartheid is discrimination. But Israel is the only member of the United Nations that I know which is officially racist. And I say this because of the July 2018 nation state.
Thanks, Franny. Thanks for hanging out. Good to see you.
The Jews have a unique right to self-determination in Israel. Unique means exclusive.
Yes.
It means Arabs have no right to self-determination. It means even if Arabs became a majority, they would still have no right to self-determination.
Are you listening, Crystal?
So most certainly, Zionism is a racist ideology, and it is largely responsible for the Nakba that has unfolded throughout the last century and continues today.
So, you know, we've got academics, we've got regular Jewish people, we've got extremely Orthodox Jewish people, and we also got Ilan Pape, who's now going to talk to us about the myth of Israel. But I'm going to quickly go to the toilet. I'll leave you with a bit of music. Chat, make sure you take your meds, stay hydrated, stretch your legs. We've already been streaming for about 2 hours. We've got a long time to go. This is going to be a big, long fucking stream full of stuff. So please stay healthy, you know, have a little stretch, do all that kind of stuff. Yeah, I'm going to be right back. See you in a sec. Hey, chat. Okay. So, I did a little video, like a tiny video, just explaining why I've been posting so much about Israel and Palestine. And I put it on TikTok, and it was starting to pop off. I don't know if anyone saw it, but someone reported it for misinformation. Even though I was talking about Israeli misinformation about the beheaded babies thing. Incredible. Absolutely incredible scenes. It's still up on Instagram. So, you know, I guess if you're on Instagram, go like, comment, share, all that kind of stuff. I don't know. I've submitted an appeal, but if you've watched my latest video about TikTok, I'm not positive in my hopes. I'm not hopeful about it getting taken I guess, like, taken seriously. Anyway, there you go. Yeah, very, very love it when very, very serious you know, political situations are just pushed in the algorithm, just squashed down in the algorithm before, well, just for any reason, really. Anyway, what do we got? Nakba means disaster. Yeah, the great catastrophe. Yeah. Who else do we got? We got new people coming in the chat, I think. Beanie Gaby, how you doing? Welcome in. Okay, cool. Right, let's crack on. Let's hear what Ilan Pape has to say. So Ilan Pape, just the background. I'm not sure if Norman Finkelstein was an expatriate Israeli, but Ilan Pape certainly is an expatriate Israeli historian and political scientist. So he's currently in the UK, but he was born in Haifa, Israel, and he was a senior lecturer at the political science at the University of Haifa, chair of the Emil Tuma Institute for Palestinian and Israeli Studies in Haifa. He's the author of 10 Myths About Israel, The Ethnic Cleansing of Palestine, The Modern Middle East, History of Modern Palestine, One Land, Two Peoples, and Britain and the Arab-Israeli Conflict. So he is, like, well-versed in this shit. And let's hear what he has to say about it.
Hi, I'm Max Blumenthal for The Real News. We're in Washington, D.C. at the...
Now, I do want to say Max Blumenthal, I think he's like a gray zone weirdo, like conspiracy nut. So, yeah, not huge on this guy. I remember him being mentioned in Sophie's video. But we're here to listen to Ilan Pape, not this guy.
National Press Club for an event on the Israel lobby. And I'm here with Ilan Pape, Israeli revisionist scholar, I guess we could call you that. And you're coming out with 2 new books, and I just got a galley of your latest, which is called the 10 Myths of Israel.
That's right.
So what is the biggest myth about Israel? Would it be, you know, a land for a people without a land? Israel is the only democracy in the Middle East. I mean, what do you think the biggest myth is?
I think it's very difficult to choose, and that's why
I didn't have it like a top 10 list.
I chose chronology as the main regulator for the myths. So I began with the land without people and people without land. But I really think that the biggest myth of all has to do with how each of this myths does not allow us to understand the real nature of Zionism and the project of Zionism and the nature of Israel today.
Yeah, I think when you listen to Netanyahu, and he's sort of this master of expounding on this myth.
Shut up, dude. Can you not, like, let him speak? I don't want you talking over this.
That Israel's not, that has flowered out of the Middle East almost organically because of the Jewish ancestral connection. And then when he talks about the conflict, or I wouldn't even call it a conflict, I'd call it a crisis, he always goes back to the Hebron riots. He goes back to these events that occurred before the state of Israel was founded, for example, attacks on Jewish communities in Jaffa, and never explains how those communities came there and what the real story was. So how do you challenge Netanyahu's narrative of Jewish-Arab relations in historic Palestine?
I think it's deeper than that. And Netanyahu, in this respect, represents a deep Israeli Jewish conviction that they are the indigenous people of Palestine, and the Palestinians are the settlers.
Yeah.
They are the aliens.
Yeah.
And this is the starting point. The starting point is we are the indigenous. Yes, we haven't been there for a few hundreds of maybe 2,000 years, but we are the indigenous people of Palestine. And from there, everything else emanates. And I think the way to challenge it is really by using this paradigm of settler colonialism, because it's not exceptional for a settler colonial movement to claim to be the indigenous people of the place that they occupy, colonize, and quite often genocide. It happened before in other places. And I think that's something that allows people who either were victims of other settler colonial projects or people who are part of settler colonial states like the United States, but are very familiar nowadays with their own history and understand their own origins, to understand that actually it's not exceptional. It's not exception. The only exceptional part of it is the denial, not the very historical act itself.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of these myths are actually just Hasbara arguments by, in many cases, morons for the consumption of morons. But I found that in our world, there are a lot of, I mean, it falls on fertile soil. I mean, the education system isn't very good in the West. So you have these Netanyahu, and I think, this is kind of a common feature of Hasbara, trying to draw a distinction between settler colonialism and traditional metropole colonialism. And you'll hear him say, we're not the French colonizing Algeria. We have nowhere to go back to. This is our homeland, and we can't go back anywhere. How do you respond to that? And I think one of the things that we've failed to do is explain how settler colonialism is in many ways more pernicious than traditional colonialism.
Absolutely. The exceptional part of the story is that settler colonialism made certain connections or made certain assumptions which were accepted in the 19th century but looked ridiculous, inhuman, and non-democratic in the 20th century. And yet, in the particular case of Israel, they still remain valid. For instance, the claim that the only way you can create a democracy in a country which has settlers and natives is if the settlers are always the majority, which is the argument of the liberal Zionists, not the right-wing Zionists. The liberal Zionists, the whole peace process is based on the idea that the only way democracy can be sustained in Palestine is if the Jews are a majority in their own homeland.
Right.
So this is a ridiculous assumption that in any other...
So you hear that, Chad? Even the liberal Zionists demand the majority of Jews. So that would amount to the extermination, or at the very least, deportation of Palestinians from their land, or anyone who is brown, anyone who is Arabic,
Other context would be rejected as racist, but in the case of Israel is accepted.
Right.
And I think that's where the interesting part of the analysis comes into, I think, and also in my book, in the 10 minutes, why educated, well-read people in the West did not see this? Or did they see it and decided to accept it for reasons of guilt?
Okay, I have the answer to this. It's called Islamophobia. It's called the absolutely disgusting Islamophobia that has existed not just since 9/11, but previous to 9/11, where Arabs and Arab lives are just not valued. And even, just to be clear, like, Palestinians are not Arabs, they're Semites. So even that as well, just anyone who is not white, is not valued. They are not valued in any discussion. When it comes to attempts at genocide, it's just something that has happened. And again, going back to what I said at the start of the stream, the vast amounts of anti-Semitic narratives that were present all over the world in 1908 are what led to people doing nothing about the Holocaust. In the same way, the vast amounts of Islamophobia that are present now is what is leading to people doing nothing about Gaza, right? And not just Gaza, by the way, other genocides. If we're talking about anti-black sentiments worldwide, there was literally just a Tigrayan genocide that I learned about on fucking stream with Red Planet with fucking and Nancy last night. Hey, Adnan, what's going on? Welcome in, dude. Yeah, everybody, please go follow Adnan. Absolute lad. How you doing, friend? But yeah, so, you know, this is why this has happened.
Anti-Semitism, because they didn't want the Jews to stay in Europe. God knows why. Everyone had their own reasons for that. For the second point that you were making, I think that it's very important to highlight when you talk about any settler colonial project, what Patrick Wolf called the logic of the elimination of the native. That you cannot create a new settler colonial society or a settler nation state from the settler colonial's perspective as long as there is an indigenous native population there. So you have to get rid of them.
Genocide.
Genocide them as you did in America, or impose apartheid and Bantustan on them as you did in South Africa, or ethnically cleanse them as you did in Palestine. The means vary from one historical case study to the other. The logic is the same logic. And what is amazing is that this logic is still legitimized in the 21st century in the case of Israel under the guise of slogans such as the only democracy in the Middle East, a country that wants peace but doesn't find the right partner for it, and all the other mythologies that are connected to the peace process.
I think that the underlying logic of Zionism.
Yeah, it was a pretty good episode, Emmy.
Of maintaining a demographic majority, a sort of ethnic overclass through, violent demographic social engineering is scarcely ever interrogated in our mainstream media. In academia, it's even very rare to see it. Would you say that has fueled the rhetoric and the politics of the far right in Western Europe and in the United States, where you hear someone like Stephen Bannon, who's the chief counselor to Donald Trump, the main intellectual force behind him, say at a major conference in Washington that the United States is not just an economy, it has to represent a culture.
We have wide and sometimes divergent opinions, but I think the center core of what we believe, that we're a nation with an economy, not an economy just in some global marketplace with open borders, but we are a nation with a culture and a reason for being.
And it's this culturalist narrative, which implies that the United States is white and Christian, and it must maintain a white Christian demographic majority. Do you think that has anything to do with the legitimization that Israel's experienced?
I do think so. I think if you are a member of a right-wing intellectual movement or ideological movement or political movement,
I like that he immediately shifted intellectual to ideological, because there's no intellectualism to be found in right-wing movements. Right, yeah, exactly. Yeah, American culture mostly stems from the obsession with economic growth. Right, exactly. Yeah.
Watch Israel desperately, in a way. You say, my ideas, my assumptions.
Well, they're connected, aren't they, Valerie?
That is regarded as fringe, lunatic, and dangerous is welcomed when it is uttered by the spokespersons for the Israeli Jewish state or by Israel itself. It's exactly that. The dehumanization that Israel is allowed to express through its discourse, through its policies, through its activities, is not different from any racist approach by any other group. In fact, settler colonialism is one of the most dangerous forms of modern racism. It's not surprising that there are two ways in which Israel was trying to challenge this or protect this kind of exceptionalism, because it's very precarious. It can, one day the truth can be discovered and people would say, wait a minute, you're not different from an extreme right movement in America. You are the same, especially when the right wing in Israel becomes stronger. So there are two ways that trying to challenge it. One is by claiming that, we don't use violent means if you're a liberal Zionist. We're not looking for violent means of keeping demographic purity. We're actually willing to give up some territory in order to keep demographic purity, or we enclave, we incarcerate, we besiege the Palestinians in small Bantustan so that we will be demographically pure.
In Israel, it's liberals saying build the wall.
Absolutely, liberal, of course, because this means I don't.
But again, this is probably a misunderstanding from Max Blumenthal, what liberal actually means, right?
want to use supposedly violent means are not expelling people.
We're not going to transfer anyone.
Exactly. We're just not going to let them leave.
We're just going to say, what was it was Ehud Barak's campaign slogan.
Yeah, we are here and they are
us over
there.
here, them over there, and we
there.
would recognize that here as sort of segregation.
Exactly.
But it's hard segregation.
Absolutely. And the second means by which they try to sort of hide it is the one that Netanyahu prefers, because he cannot say that he's willing to give up territory. And this is elevating this idea of elevating anti-Semitism into supposedly a new phenomenon,
right,
kind of the new anti-Semitism. And to say that when you criticize Israeli settler colonialism, you're not criticizing racism, but you're actually racist yourself.
Yeah.
Like the indigenous issue.
Again, chat, like if you're struggling with this particular point, remember that actually it's very, very common for vile racists, anti-black racists who support, like, Donald Trump, the Republicans and stuff like that, to say that actually it's racist to be against, like, white people self-determining in the way that they are basically, like, oppressing black people, right? It's the same thing. It's the exact same thing. It's just a different line, It's very, very, like, spot on exactly what racists say as soon as you say, like, Black Lives Matter, yeah? And then a fucking piece of shit gammon Republican is going to turn around and go, actually, you're being racist to whites. It's less believable for them, when they say that. It's less believable for us or anyone else all over the world, but unfortunately it's more believable to people who don't know anything about Israel. They don't know anything about the occupation. They don't know anything about it. Anyway. Hey, one who reads
that they are indigenous, we will claim that we are the indigenous and they are the settlers.
Right.
It's this really newspeak.
Which actually embraces the true logic of anti-Semitism that conflates Zionism with Jews and holds them responsible collectively for all of Zionism's crimes.
Absolutely. Absolutely. It's above another layer of uniformity or connection between the idea that Jews should be settler colonialists in Asia or the Arab world and not live as communities in the West, which is another kind of joint platform for anti-Semitism and Zionism.
Right, which opens the door for this kind of alliance of convenience we've seen with parties like the National Front in France. The Jobbik Party, even in Hungary, is moving away from its traditional anti-Semitism into a more pro-Zionist. We see the Austrian Freedom Party. Strasche was hosted by the Likud Party. This is a party founded by Nazis in Austria. He was hosted for a visit of the Holocaust Museum.
Yeah, that's completely
by the
insane.
Likud Party. You go across the board to all these far-right parties down to Trump and the Republican Party, and they've all become pro-Israel while holding on to this idea that, Jews really belong somewhere else.
And this is the whole notion of the Palestinians as immigrants. You have immigrants in Holland, and you have all the right to vote for a right-wing party because they are really Muslim immigrants and they create all the problem. We also have Muslim immigrants in Israel, and they're using the same methods to identify themselves, to operate politically and violently against our own culture, our own set of values.
Right. We understand the terrorism that you're experiencing. We have it ourselves.
And there are very worrying connections nowadays between the Israeli strategic advisors and experts and their counterparts in France, Britain, Holland, Denmark. They advise them how to control immigrant societies in order to preempt the next loner, the next
lone wolf.
Lone wolf.
And it's through biometrics and racial profiling and what do they call it? Micro expressions.
Micro expressions, and it's all built on this assumption. We all have Muslim migrant societies that did not fit in to the host culture.
Right.
And that's quite a challenge for us to it's so false. It's almost like the kind of Nazi propaganda that you have such a big lie, that the bigger the lie is, the more difficult it is then to diffuse it. It's such a big lie that I think at the beginning we're a bit paralyzed when we try to challenge it, because it's so false. And yet I think we have to be patient and unpack it again for the audiences and make sure that people understand how ridiculous and dangerous it is for both case studies.
Ilan Pappé, thanks a lot.
Thank you.
So there you go, folks. Ilan Pappé, talking about like all the various things in terms of like, why it's, vile for Israel to conflate Zionism with Jewishness, how that harms Jewish people all over the world, and, buys into, oh, that looks like that's like a fucking incredible video there, chat. A conversation with Gabor Mate and Ilan Pappé. Maybe let's watch that tomorrow. I don't know. We don't have time for that today, but yeah, maybe let's check that out tomorrow. So anyway, I forgot to change the title, but the title here basically saying, is it anti-Semitic to denounce Israel? That's kind of been like this whole last segment. We looked at what Zionism is, and we just covered like, is it anti-Semitic to denounce Israel? Well, there's lots of Jewish people who do not think so, who actually think like the opposite. If you don't denounce Israel, you're actually sort of like, playing into a new kind of anti-Semitism. Yeah, very good points on far-right people supporting Israel. Yeah, I agree. So anyway, fantastic viewpoints there. I do also want to draw attention to this. I saw this on Blue Sky. This is Minnesota Jews Against Escalation letter. So this reads, to whom it may concern, we write to you today to discuss the catastrophic violence that continues to escalate in Israel and Palestine. We call on you to stop the imminent genocide being perpetrated. We say not in our name. Please call for a ceasefire now. We sincerely hope that you can find space in your schedule to speak with us in the coming days as Jewish members of your constituency. We're calling for immediate de-escalation, call for an immediate ceasefire, protection of civilians, the establishment of safe zones in the Gaza Strip, entry of humanitarian assistance, safe passage of humanitarian aid, medical supplies from Egypt through the Rafah crossing. This must be safeguarded by the international community. 3. Protection of safe and secure and timely delivery of humanitarian assistance to the affected population inside the Gaza Strip. 4. Resuming access to water and electricity as well as fuel for medical facilities in the Gaza Strip. We're part of the Twin Cities Jewish community that is coming together this week to support one another in mourning the immense number of Palestinian and Israeli lives lost, and to do all we can to support avenues of peace and justice in the midst of so much bloodshed. We're deeply distressed by our local and national elected officials expressing the unequivocal support for increasing military aid to Israel at this time, given that Israeli leaders have used genocidal rhetoric against Palestinians, with Prime Minister Netanyahu threatening the limitless war and telling Gazans to leave, an impossibility for the territory under siege. Senior members of his government are calling for a second Nakba, a reference to the ethnic cleansing of Palestinians in 1948. We are watching in horror as 2 million Palestinian men, women and children remain trapped in Gaza with increasingly limited access to water, electricity, or shelter as bombs continue to rain down. So there's a lot more about this, but basically, if you know any Jewish people in Minnesota, send them this. I'll put the link to it in the chat so that you can send it round, share it on your social medias, and advise anyone else if there's anyone who has an elected official, it's who is basically calling for the ethnic cleansing of Palestinians, who is supporting Netanyahu, who is supporting, the Israeli Defense Force in any way, shape, or form. Start your own letter against escalation. You don't have to be Jewish. Just talk about the fact that you elected these people, you voted for them, and they are supporting what amounts to genocide, essentially. So that is an option for you to do that. This is a 24-minute thing that maybe we're going to watch tomorrow, because I don't think we're going to have time for it today because we've got so much to get through. But yeah, essentially, wait, how do I find? Oh, I just moved that, I think. Okay. Hey, my dog Idaho, thanks for stopping by. Appreciate you. So yeah, we're not gonna hit that today. But also, I saw this as well from her name is wait, I don't want to get her name wrong. Yeah, Cheryl Vikal. Jewish person who's a lawyer, I think, but she wrote this open letter to her fellow Jews, And she said, I'm a proud Jew. My Judaism has defined and reshaped my life for as long as I can remember. As a teenager, before I became an attorney, I wanted to be a rabbi. Jewish values are why I created a name-your-own-price law practice for marginalized people facing eviction, discrimination, and incarceration. I pursue justice because I am a Jew. I am called to do so as a Jew, she says. My law school thesis was on how Maimonidean codes impact Jewish feminism. I wear a necklace with the scrolls from a mezuzah, and I have a Tikkun Olam tattooed in Hebrew on my left arm. But I am terrified for and about my people. It is absolutely true that Judaism and Israel are not one and the same. Still, as a white Ashkenazi Jew, I would be entitled to a right of return in occupied territories at the expense of Palestinians. Moreover, the simple reality is that for many of us, Israel is part of our identity. All of us in the diaspora have friends or family who live in Israel. And like it or not, American Jewry influences American policy towards Israel. 1900 years ago, the Second Temple was destroyed and the Jews exiled into the modern diaspora. The Talmud teaches that it was for one sin, the gravest sin, a sin worse than even murder, that we were punished with an expulsion. Senat Chinam, baseless hatred. Senat Chinam is the idea that others are less human than we are because of who they are, because of who they worship, the color of their skin, or other immutable characteristics. In other words, Senat Chinam is bigotry. In the wake of the Hamas attacks on Israelis last weekend, I'd hoped for solidarity and solace, not bloodlust and demands for revenge. Yet I have seen startlingly little of the former and depressingly much of the latter. Instead, I have seen a single loaded word over and over again to describe the attacks: unprovoked. Provocation is not justification. Explanation is not excuse. And yet, by equating and conflating those concepts, we create a comfortable lie that we had no culpability in creating an environment where fellow human beings thought their only recourse was bloodshed. It is comfortable because it allows our anger to feel righteous. It is a lie because it is completely, unequivocally false. Senat Chinam, it is said, is a sin for which the punishment is removal from the world. Rashi said that people we hate will have in their hearts the same thoughts of us we have of them, and perhaps this comfortable lie proves it. Since Oslo 30 years ago, Israel has made no good faith overtures towards peace or an end to the oldest occupation in modern history. In that time, entire generations of Gazans have been born, grown up, and had children of their own in an open-air prison. That is, after all, what Gaza is, with 4 hours of electricity per day, no drinking water for 90% of the population, the food and medical supplies severely limited. In that time, a series of increasingly repressive Israeli governments have expanded settlement building in the West Bank and East Jerusalem farther and farther, displacing Palestinian families at gunpoint or simply killing those families outright. 200 Palestinians died in 2023 alone from settler violence in the West Bank before the Hamas attacks ever took place. Hamas isn't even based in the West Bank. That's my addition to that. Non-violent resistance by Palestinians is met with incarceration in Israel. In the diaspora, support for the non-violent boycott, divest, and sanctions movement led to 36 states banning the movement, despite the obvious First Amendment concerns. If non-violent resistance to oppression is foreclosed with legal force, then violent resistance will be the only remaining option. It does not make that violence right, but it does make that violence provoked. But we as a community refuse to have that conversation. We are told now is not the time to discuss the 56-year occupation of the West Bank and Gaza, just as mass shootings are not the time to discuss gun control and white nationalism, and just as police brutality is not the time to discuss the end of qualified immunity. Yet if now is not the time, when? After Israeli bombs have leveled all of Gaza, are 300,000 displaced homeless refugees not enough? Are thousands of dead necessary to satiate our demands for revenge? Must Palestinians agree to die en masse for us to appropriately punish Hamas? There is a word for that. Bloodlust. It has replaced compassion, replaced understanding, replaced solidarity with Palestinian liberation. I've lost friends, loved ones, community, people I believed were devoted to the cause of opposing Israeli apartheid, because so much of our community seems bent on supporting a right-wing nationalist government led by a fascist in Benjamin Netanyahu and a national security minister in Itamar Ben-Gvir who belonged to the terrorist group that assassinated Yitzhak Rabin for daring to seek peace. The cause of Palestinian liberation is not somehow less worthy, less right, or less important because of the attacks by Hamas. To say otherwise is to avoid a twofold truth. I don't know what the final thing is there. I think there's more to that letter, and you could probably find it. Oh, hang on. Yeah, there's more. There's more in there in a next post. Hang on, there it is. First, that occupation does not make Jews safer because the attacks occurred anyway, and secondly, that the occupation cannot be made retroactively morally justified because after years of repression, a small group did unspeakable evil. After all, the occupation is unspeakably evil, but has become a fact of life through inertia, privilege, and apathy. The occupation became something we discussed at high holiday dinners or avoid discussing entirely so as to prevent arguments. That apathy ended with the Hamas attacks, replaced with fury and hatred. You may consider that anger righteous, but it is also misdirected with the dead and wounded, not Hamas, not the attackers, but innocents by the thousands. Perhaps this is how the occupation also ends, with our people, after years of carrying the trauma of the Holocaust, now renewed by the trauma of a terrorist attack, venting that trauma on a captive people in a single act of brutal catharsis. But that brutality will have a price in Palestinian blood and our people's soul. That brutality is what Senat Chanam is. In our anger, we have dehumanized all of Gaza and deemed millions of innocent people expendable for the purposes of killing a few. We are watching our people prepare to commit genocide. That is, in short, the ugly, horrific truth. There is no both sides to this. There is no self-defense argument. This is genocide. The wholesale denial of electricity, water, and fuel to 2 million Gazans, most of whom are children and teenagers, is genocide. 1 million people under a de facto leave or die order is genocide and ethnic cleansing. The direct targeting of residential apartment buildings is genocide. The use of white phosphorus against people is a war crime. But then, so is collective punishment, and yet the occupation continues unabated year after bloody year. There is another way. End the occupation. Let these be the last needless deaths. Our lives are not more important or more worthy or more deserving than Palestinian lives, and their deaths will not ease our grief or restore our dead. And by the time we realize the horror of what we've done, of who we will have become, it will be too late. Death cannot be undone. Let us never again ask how many Germans could have so easily ascribed to the murderous genocidal ideology of Hitler as we, so blinded by rage and fury, set aside our humanity to commit a genocide of our own. We're answering that question in real time right now. The answer is being written in the blood of Palestinian children who do not understand why they must pay in their blood for crimes they did not commit, and every one of those deaths kills a portion of the soul of our people. We're committing collective spiritual suicide as a people and taking the very real innocent lives of generations of Palestinians with us. It is monstrously wrong. Let us turn back while we both can still be saved. So I think that was expertly worded. And again, like, you know, a lot of people will turn around and say that, like, this is something that Gentiles can't talk about, and you know, you need to listen to the voices of Jews, you need to listen to the voices of Palestinians. Well, you know, we've just had that whole section there that is basically for that. And we're going to finish this segment by basically talking about some more stuff from Diaspora Boy, which Husker put into the Discord this morning. Again, this is a book by anti-Zionist Jew Eli Valley. And he writes here, maybe the best piece of propaganda was the hotline ad that aired on Israeli television in 2009, imploring Israelis to call a special phone number to report on diaspora Jews who are at risk of assimilation and intermarriage. It featured missing person posters, tacked with a garishly grey backgrounds, which included ominous train tracks and not too subtle signifier for Auschwitz. The $800,000 campaign was meant to tout year-long Israel experience programs by Massa, an organization with $38 million budget supplied by the government of Israel as well as by Jewish communities abroad, with the rationale that the only exposure to Israel could save diaspora Jews from disappearance. In response to an uproar not in Israel but abroad where the bloggers posted the ad, the campaign was dropped. And the statesmen bring the sculptures to life. Hang on, I'm missing some stuff here, I think. Here's the current Prime Minister of Israel in a closed-door meeting a few years back. There is no future for Jews in the diaspora because of assimilation and intermarriage. The only future for the Jews is in Israel, or his former foreign minister. With all due respect to all Jewish communities, you know exactly what happens today with assimilation. I think there is only one place for all Jewish people, Israel, or his not jokingly named diaspora minister. I'm not worried about Israel. I'm worried about diaspora Jews. That's what keeps me up at night. The same minister boasted, I've killed many Arabs in my life and there's no problem with that. But what causes this man insomnia is that there are Jews living in Australia. Right? So, there you go. Not my words. Not my words. Rohamil says, question, is Hamas freedom fighters or a terrorist group? Are they calling for the death of all Jewish people or for the freedom of Palestine? Is it similar to how the IRA was portrayed? So, let me try and find this. So 1988, Hamas was created. Well, I think it was around before then. But in 1988, it says here, even on Wikipedia, yeah, the original charter identified Hamas. Hang on, I'll bring this up on stream. The original charter identified Hamas as the Muslim Brotherhood in Palestine and declares its members to be Muslims who fear God and raise the banner of jihad in the face of the oppressors. The charter states that our struggle against the Jews is very great and serious, calls for the eventual creation of an Islamic state in Palestine in place of Israel and the Palestinian territories and the obliteration and dissolution of Israel. It emphasizes the importance of jihad. There is no solution for the Palestinian question except through jihad. Initiatives, proposals, and international conferences are all a waste of time and vain endeavors. The charter also states that Hamas is humanistic and tolerant of other religions as long as they stop disputing the sovereignty of Islam in the region. The charter adds that renouncing any part of Palestine means renouncing the religion of Islam. The original charter was criticized for its violence against all Jews, which some commentators characterize as incitement to genocide. So here's the thing. We've read what it actually is. Yeah? We've read what it actually is. Now, let's read what Hamas have said in 2008. Hamas leader in Gaza, Ismail Haniyeh, stated that Hamas would agree to accept a Palestinian state along the 1967 borders and to offer a long-term truce with Israel. In 2009 interviews with BBC, Tony Blair claimed that Hamas does not accept the existence of Israel and continues to pursue its objectives through terror and violence. Sir Jeremy Greenstock, however, argued that Hamas has not adopted its charter as part of its political program since it won the 2006 Palestinian legislative election. Instead, it has moved to a more secular stance. In 2010, Hamas leader Khaled Mashal stated that the charter of a piece of history are no longer relevant but cannot be changed for internal reasons. So, when you hear about Hamas saying that they want to genocide all Jews and stuff like that, it's simply not true, right? But there is a change. The 2017 charter accepted for the first time the idea of a Palestinian state within the borders that existed before 1967 and rejects recognition of Israel, which it terms of the Zionist enemy. It advocates such a state as transitional, but also advocates the liberation of all Palestine. The new document also states that the group does not seek war with Jewish people, but only against Zionism, which it holds responsible for the occupation of Palestine. A very, very key important. This is the modern charter of Hamas, not against Jewish people, but against Zionism. Zionism, which we have covered, is fundamentally anti-Jewish. It is fundamentally, it basically revels in a new anti-Semitism. We've heard Alain Pape talk about it. We've heard Eli Valley talk about it. We've heard multiple Jewish people talk about how the lie that Israel is the will of the Jewish people and the self-determination of the Jewish people, and that's what it represents, how that actually results in anti-Semitism all over the world, right? They are basically preaching anti-Semitism in Zionism. And even Hamas is saying that it only wants to be at war with the state of Israel and the Zionist enemy. Nothing to do with Jewish people worldwide. But the Israeli government, the Hezbollah, still maintain the lie that Hamas is only interested in killing all Jews everywhere. That is something that came from the mouth of Hezbollah, which is nothing to do with Hamas. Right? Again, the ideas of like an Islamic state, the ideas of like, reactionary sort of like very like, Sharia law that Hamas and members of Hamas might espouse is of course bad and not to be supported. They are a reactionary force which must not be, lionized in this. But the lies that the Hezbollah says about Hamas must be pointed out, not just to the Hezbollah, but all over the world, you're seeing it in state media all over the world right now. The lies that the Hezbollah says about Hamas is being used to justify an ethnic cleansing of all Gazans who are not Hamas. They're not even Hamas. Hamas aren't even the people that the fucking Hezbollah say they are. And still, Hamas is being used to ethnically cleanse Gaza, ethnically cleanse in the West Bank. It's happening. So in terms of like question, the answer to your question, yes, of course they are freedom fighters. You know, ask yourself this. The word terrorist, what does that mean to you, man? Very similar to how the IRA was portrayed. And again, there might be parts of the IRA that, like, you know, we don't agree with as leftists. But again, they are the result. They are the result of the occupation. They are the result of peaceful organizations being assassinated by Mossad. Yeah? Mossad, the essential, like, secret police of Israel, they assassinated all of the socialist, communist, left-wing, progressive people, like, within Palestine, within Gaza, all over Israel. Mossad assassinated them. Yeah? That's what you have to remember. What is left is Hamas. Also, the Israeli government funded Hamas to help deal with other secular Palestinian organizations. Right, and we're going to get to that. We're going to get to that. So in answer to your question, yes, absolutely. Anyway, there we go. So we're now going to talk about the Nakba. And I'm going to change a couple of things up on the scene real quick. But just in case you don't know, you know, we've spoken about anti-Semitism and its relation to you know, Zionism and stuff like that, and we've also spoken about Zionists who you know, who came up with Zionism, who were the thought leaders of Zionism, and what were the kind of things that they said about the Jewish people. Right? We're now going to talk about how Israel was established, and you know, the content warnings for this. The content warning has been anti-Semitism for the most part, because of course there's a lot of anti-Semitism that goes with Zionism. We're now going to talk about Islamophobia and literal, like, genocide. So just in case anyone doesn't want to, you know, hear about that, that's what we're going to be talking about. So anyway. Oh gosh, I need a fucking drink after all that. Alright, okay. Don't forget to stay hydrated, chat. Excuse me. Right, so this is a very important part of the Nakba. So when basically Zionist groups were helped to immigrate to what was mandatory Palestine under the British rule, British colonialist rule, they started to form militias, right? Militias that were then armed by the British state. They were given weapons by the Brits. Like, again, like, I cannot stress enough how key Britain was in causing the Nakba, in the genocide of the Palestinian people, and still today takes part in it through a, you know, a lot of funding, etc., selling weapons to Israel, all this kind of stuff. Yeah. Elbit Systems, present factories all over the UK. They advertise their weaponry. They advertise their drones as being tested on Palestinian civilians. Yeah. So these militias, you know, all kind of set up, and you know, they were basically just like, we need to get Palestinians out of their homes and stuff. And the Deir Yassin massacre was one of many massacres that occurred in just Palestinian villages, like villages where, like, Palestinian Arabs were just like farmers and just like chilling out, basically. So the Deir Yassin massacre took place on April 9th, 1948, when around 130 fighters from the Zionist paramilitary groups Irgun and Lehi killed at least 107 Palestinian Arab villagers, including women and children. In Deir Yassin, a village of roughly 600 people near Jerusalem, despite having earlier agreed to a peace pact, the massacre occurred while Jewish militia sought to relieve the blockade of Jerusalem during the civil war that preceded the end of British rule in Palestine. The village put up stiffer resistance than Jewish militias had expected, and they suffered casualties, but it fell after house-to-house fighting. Some of the Palestinian Arab villagers were killed in the course of the battle, while others were massacred by the Jewish militias while trying to flee or surrender. A number of Palestinian Arab prisoners were executed, some after being paraded in West Jerusalem, where they were jeered, spat at, stoned, looted, and eventually murdered. In addition to the killing and widespread looting, there have been cases of mutilation and rape. Despite an original boast by Jewish victors that 254 had been killed, a modern scholarship puts the death toll at far fewer. Palestinian historian Aref Al-Aref counted 117 victims, 7 in combat, the rest in their homes. The number of wounded is estimated to be between 12 and 50. 5 of the attackers were killed and a dozen wounded. Now, why have I brought this up? You may be saying, Muel, this sounds like a small incident in the grander scheme of the Nakba. Well, there's a reason that I mentioned the Deir Yassin massacre, because you might have heard that name in the news recently. So this guy was brought in by Israel to the IDF. Yeah, in fact, I think he volunteered to actually, like, you know, go back into the army. He's 95 years old. He was an Israeli army veteran and former member of the Lehi Zionist militia who participated in the 1948 Deir Yassin massacre. And he's been telling Israeli troops to erase the memory of Palestinian families. So this guy, this is basically like getting an SS officer, yeah, and getting him involved in, you know, a current war. Like, let's say, for example, like got an SS officer and put him in like Somalia, or like get an SS officer and put him in fucking Yemen or something like that, somewhere where the US is now. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, disgusting. Yeah, or the guy that was in Canada. There was literally an SS officer who was applauded in Canada recently, you know? Like, this is the Imperial Corps. Yeah? This is the Imperial Corps. They glorify fascists. You know, let's not mince words here and call this guy a Nazi. They glorify fascists. Fascist people who have executed people, who have massacred people. You know. This is it. This is it. So that's why I mentioned the Deir Yassin massacre. Absolutely vile. And then that, of course, preceded the Nakba. The Nakba, which is known as the Palestinian catastrophe, disaster, catastrophe, or cataclysm, is the destruction of the Palestinian society and homeland in 1948, the permanent displacement of a majority of the Palestinian Arabs. The term is used to describe both the events of 1948, the ongoing occupation of the Palestinians in the Palestinian territories, the occupied West Bank, and the Gaza Strip. The Nakba has been ongoing for almost a century. And now they're calling for a new Nakba. Well, what is this new Nakba? You know. The foundational events of the Nakba took place during and shortly after the 1948 Palestine War, including 78% of mandatory Palestine being declared as Israel. So basically, the UK controlled all of Palestine in mandatory Palestine, and then we're like, right, 78% of it, no, it's now Israel. It's now Israel. There are these little settlements that were called Israel beforehand, but then British were basically like, all right, there you go, yeah. This is all Israel now. You know, Zionist militias, paramilitaries, you all have the right to go and like purge Palestinians from their homes in these places, right? That's what they said. The expulsion and flight of 700,000 Palestinians. Yeah? 700,000 Palestinians. The related depopulation and destruction of over 500 Palestinian villages by Israeli armed forces. Subsequent geographical erasure. The denial of Palestinian rights of return. The creation of permanent Palestinian refugees. The shattering of Palestinian society. The expulsion of Palestinians has since been described by some historians such as Benny Morris and Ilan Pape, who we've heard of before, and Nakba researchers such as Salman Abu Sitta as an ethnic cleansing. And it surely was an ethnic cleansing. Yeah. So anyway, there we go. That's what the Nakba is and the Nakba was. We're now going to watch a bit from Vox about the Nakba. Rohimil says, sorry, late comment because I had a hard time formulating it. That's what I was thinking. Probably was the case. There's so much misinformation on Palestine and Hamas. It's hard to know what's what. Here's the thing, like, this is why I'm doing this, because I know that, like, some people are just going to be like, yeah, if that's what I'm hearing, then I can't Google it. You can Google this stuff, right? Google is still like a place where you can actually find out some information about this. There will definitely be misinformation that comes from the Hezbollah that pops up, but you can find it. If you look hard enough, if you research and all this is why I'm doing this stream. This is like a comprehensive stream of the occupation, the history of it, so you can refer to this in the future when you're talking about it, and you can say, okay, well, Muel was talking about that, right? Let's talk about this. Let's have a look at this, right? So hopefully that's what this can serve as for you particularly. But let's take a look at this from Vox, how Palestinians were expelled from their homes.
My village is a very beautiful one. It has a mountain full of trees of figs and grapes, and it faces the main road to Jerusalem.
This is a story about what happened here in 1948.
We are only 750 people, and everybody knows each other. I came from a big family. We lived a good life. We never expect to be massacred. It was a black spot in the history.
That history has been carefully concealed, purposefully distorted, and in the West, largely forgotten.
They put our village as an example with what they can do.
The massacre in this village was
he's talking about Deir
a
Yassin.
series of catastrophic events that became known as the Nakba, when hundreds of thousands of Palestinians were violently displaced from their homeland in order to create the state.
And so that's what became the West Bank, and then in the south here you could see Gaza, right?
Of Israel.
And now we see in modern times the West Bank getting smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller, and Gaza being repeatedly bombed, using chemical weapons, all this kind of stuff, just disgusting, vile stuff.
In May of 1948, a new Jewish state, Israel, was born in a bath of blood.
The borders of Palestine have been changed forcefully over time, but historically, this region has been home to Palestinians for centuries, with hundreds of villages and thriving cities. One of them being the central city of Jerusalem, with holy sites important to Jewish, Christian, and Muslim people. By the late Ottoman Empire, Palestinians living here were overwhelmingly Muslim, with minority Christian and Jewish native populations too. But regardless of religion, Palestinians were often referred to as Arabs, people of the Arabic-speaking world, despite their distinctive culture.
Palestinians have long distinguished themselves as Ahl Palestine, or the people of Palestine. They developed a distinctive Arabic accent, they developed regional food, regional dress, and family ties.
But by the time World War I began, several key political forces were competing for control of these lands. First, there was a growing Arab political movement, looking for independence from the Ottoman Empire in hopes of a unified Arab state that would include Palestine. Then there were Zionists, a political group that had one main goal: the creation of a Jewish state. Zionism was a response to an increasingly brutal climate for Jewish people, particularly in Europe and Russia, where there was a massive wave of anti-Semitism, including large-scale attacks in the late 1800s and early 1900s. After briefly considering other areas for a new state, including Uganda and Argentina, Zionist leaders decided on Palestine because of its connection to early religious history. But there was a third key group with political interests here: the British. Control of the region would allow them to expand their spheres of influence and protect trade routes to India. During World War I, since both the British and the Arab independence movement wanted Palestine, they decided to go after the Ottomans together with an important pledge. Through a series of letters in 1916, an Arab leader...
Oh, nice one, Coop. Thanks so much for letting us know. Take it easy. Yeah, no problem at all, Coop. Thanks for being here.
And a British official.
Good luck and solidarity.
Arabs would help the British fight the Ottomans and give the British economic and other foreign privileges in Arab lands. In return, the British would recognize and support an independent Arab state. Soon, the Arabs started doing their part in revolting against the Ottomans, making it easier for the British to move in. But the next year, the British issued a new declaration and betrayed the Arabs.
In 1917, Lord Allenby conquered the Holy Land, and the Jews were promised a national home in Palestine.
Without consulting the native Palestinian population, the British issued what's known as the Balfour Declaration, supporting the establishment in Palestine of a national home for the Jewish people. So instead of supporting the idea of Palestine as part of a unified and independent Arab state, the British pledged to help secure this land for Zionists. It was a strategic move. This declaration opened up a pathway for Britain to gain power in Palestine.
Under the guise that it was supporting the self-determination of another people, of a people in Palestine who don't reside there yet.
As for Palestine's...
And again, as this documentary said, there were already Jews living in Palestine. They were just, unfortunately, not the right kind of Jew to be considered for this kind of stuff. And here's the thing. Palestinians were welcoming to any Jewish people coming from Europe to escape anti-Semitism and shit like that. Like, it's documented. It's documented that Palestinians had no qualms about Jewish people coming and living amongst them together, you know, building houses for them and stuff like this. But that wasn't enough. It wasn't enough for Zionists. It wasn't enough for Britain. It wasn't enough for the US.
Majority Arab population, the declaration referred to them as non-Jewish communities, who would be given civil and religious rights, but not political rights. A few years later, after World War I ended, Britain gained control of Palestine through a mandate that also required them to put the Balfour plans for Jewish settlement in motion.
Yep.
And they did. Between 1922 and 1931, the Jewish population more than doubled. The migration helped the Zionist movement gain steam, and a slogan took off: a land without people for a people without land.
And it sends a message to Western leaders that the people who had been living in Palestine for generations could just be easily moved elsewhere.
Right.
The idea was that those inhabitants weren't a people with ties to that land.
Like, it's absolutely vile just how that has been sustained for over 100 years now.
Palestine was, of course, a land with a people. In 1931, there were more than 850,000 Palestinian Arabs in the region, still the vast majority. But with the rise of Hitler and the Nazi Party in particular,
hate became a rallying call.
Jewish flight from Europe became even more urgent, and Palestine started to see the biggest wave of Jewish immigration yet. Violence broke out, rooted in tensions over land. Jewish settlers purchased swaths of fertile land and evicted tenant farmers, creating a crisis of hundreds of thousands of landless, dispossessed Palestinian Arabs. Though Palestinians fiercely rebelled against both British colonial forces and Jewish settlers, they were brutally crushed by the British.
They put in Palestine more troops to repress that rebellion than they had stationed in India at that time.
Yeah.
All of India.
These troops killed thousands of Palestinians, including many of their leaders, and the British began training and arming Zionist militias to suppress the rebellion too. But the rebellion continued. So, in an attempt to prevent further Palestinian resistance, the British began to limit Jewish immigration into Palestine. This ended up angering Zionist extremists, leading to more violence. So, in 1947, after decades of trying to manipulate both Palestinian Arabs and Zionists to keep their control over Palestine, Britain gave up and handed the question of Palestine to someone else.
To the United Nations also came the problem of Palestine. In recent years, this small country had been the scene of disorder and bloodshed.
They figured, there is this new thing called the United Nations. Here, in your lap, Palestine, first gift. So the United Nations has now to figure out, how do you disentangle this thing that the British helped create?
A UN special committee proposed the land be divided into two states, a Jewish state and an Arab state, with Jerusalem as a separate UN-controlled entity. It was called the Partition Plan of 1947. The plan shocked Palestinians.
We could not accept the partition plan because at that time the population, we were almost 2-to-1.
But the plan proposed giving over half the land, and often the most fertile areas, to the Jewish state.
Right.
From a purely pragmatic perspective, the partition plan didn't make much sense for Palestinian Arabs.
That wasn't the only problem with the plan. Within this proposed area of the Jewish state were hundreds of thousands of Palestinian Arabs, including both Muslims and Christians, who had lived there for generations.
On a moral level, the idea of making hundreds of thousands of Palestinian Arabs minorities in their own homeland seemed unjust and unfair.
In November 1947, the UN put the plan to a vote. In the aftermath of the Holocaust, and after lobbying from US leaders and Zionists, the UN voted in favor of partition.
And finally, a momentous decision to partition the Holy Land's 10,000 square miles.
Britain announced their mandate over Palestine would end on May 15, 1948, even as Palestinians continued to reject the UN's decision to partition the land.
And that's the date that is Israeli Independence Day that we were talking about before, where we were like, how independence from who exactly? You know? Surely it should be Palestinian Independence Day, but no.
We really were scared something might happen to us.
By the end of 1947, Zionists had several well-developed paramilitary forces, the largest one known as the Haganah, and more extremist militias like Irgun. On March 10th, a couple of months before the British mandate would end, the Haganah adopted what was called Plan Dalit, or Plan D. On paper, the main goal was to gain control of the Jewish state, as laid out in the partition plan, while also defending Jewish settlements outside of the borders. In reality, that's where the majority of these operations took place, outside of the UN's proposed Jewish state. Some carried out by Haganah and others by more radical militias. Many of these operations focused on isolating Jerusalem and the roads to it. A set of brutal instructions called for the destruction of Arab villages by setting fire to, blowing up, and planting mines, especially those population centers which were difficult to control.
Fucking hell.
In case of resistance, it called for the population to be expelled outside of the borders of the state, villages emptied, and for the occupation and control of Arab villages along main transportation arteries. One of the most
here's the thing as well. Like, look at the source for this, chat. Like, if you could see the source for this,
the borders of the state,
National Library of Israel,
villages emptied, and for the occupation.
This isn't hidden. It's not hidden information. It's not like some mysterious, like, oh no, you don't even know what's going on, right? It's like, what are you talking about? Like, it's right there. It's in the National Library of Israel. You can find this stuff. I've seen so many people saying everything's Palestine's fault because they rejected the frankly insulting proposed two-state solution. Well, yeah, these people have no idea of what settler colonialism truly is. Like, the idea that there should be a two-state solution is insulting because the Palestinians were there. There were no, like, Zionist people there. They were moved in by an already colonial force. It's absurd to think that, like, the two-state solution is some kind of, like, you know, oh, well, you know, it's a compromise, right? It's a compromise. No, it's not. It's invasion. It's occupation. That's what this is. And then this fucking proves it.
Control of Arab villages along main transportation arteries. One of the most widely publicized village massacres happened here in Deir Yassin.
We lived in Deir Yassin, which is about 4 miles west of Jerusalem.
91-year-old Dawood Assad was there the day of the massacre and was 18 at the time.
We saw one night, the night before, a movement of lights, armored trucks moving around, moving like this. So we know that something is wrong. That's why we knew that something is going to happen to our village.
On April 9th, 1948, extremist Zionist forces, executing Plan D, closed in on Deir Yassin, even though the village had made a local peace pact with neighboring Jewish settlements.
Friday morning, they attacked us. My uncles, they were shooting at them, and I was there loading the gun for them and shooting. We fought about almost 2.5 hours. They found my uncle, and they put him on the wall, and they shot him 8 bullets in cold blood. My grandmother, she went in the village to see my mother. On her way, she got shot. My brother Omar fell from her shoulder to the floor, but the floor was a concrete one.
Dawood escaped through a trench.
I went down all the way down here like this. So it was 4 hours walking to Jerusalem.
To this day, the Archive of the Israeli Army refuses to release many of the images and intelligence reports on Deir Yassin. But one UN report detailed circumstances of great savagery, including women and children stripped, lined up, photographed, and slaughtered. Roughly 100 people, largely children and the elderly, were killed in the village. As for Dawood, he later reunited with the group of Deir Yassin captives in Jerusalem, including his sister and mother.
My mother says, "Where is your Uncle Radwan?" He says, "He was shot." "Where is your grandmother?" He said, "He was shot, and Omar was with her." So
That's right, Valerie.
Commotion, you know. Where's Fatma? Where's Ibrahim? Where's Amaryam? Where is David? Where is Ahmed? Where is Ismail? I'm a dream about it, you know.
Fucking hell.
News of what happened in Deir Yassin
Poor
spread
bastard.
with far-reaching effects.
The Zionist militias used it as a propaganda tool to tell people about it everywhere. The idea was that if you don't leave, we will do to you what happened in Deir Yassin.
Stories came out about women being raped, about babies being killed, and induced a great deal of fear among the Palestinian Arab population.
And again, chat, remember, like, babies killed, children killed, women raped, all the things that they are saying that Hamas is doing, and therefore everyone in Gaza. Every single bit of it is projection. Every single bit of it is recuperated projection.
Many of them fleeing as a result.
Jewish troops routed Arab forces from the city of Haifa.
After taking Deir Yassin, Zionist paramilitary...
And let me be clear. Let me be clear. Let me clarify what I'm saying here. I'm not saying that these things have never happened. I'm not saying that, like, a Palestinian fighter has never, like, killed a Jewish child. I'm not saying, like, a Palestinian liberation fighter has never raped a Jewish woman. I'm not saying these things have never, ever happened. But what I'm saying is it's rich that they're claiming these things now when Gaza is under such strict control, where, like, you know, Hamas has been, like, pictured with children. They've literally released videos where they're sat with children from the kibbutz, you know, that they invaded as a response to basically, like, well, I say invaded, like, took back, you know, and Israel has just fucking murdered those kids in response. We're going to talk a bit more about that later on.
Groups cleared major cities, including Haifa and Jaffa, and took hundreds of smaller villages and towns too.
Yeah, literally, Rahumil.
Hundreds of thousands of Palestinians were forced to flee, pouring into neighboring states as refugees. Plan D became the blueprint for carrying out the ethnic cleansing of historic Palestine to make room for a new state. And on May 14th, the day before the British mandate ended, Zionists declared this state as Israel.
Like, this is what people mean when they say Israel is a state that was founded on blood. Yeah? Massacres like Deir Yassin, like, happened all over the place. You know, untold horrors, untold vile acts, yeah, of Zionist militias against Palestinians all over the place. And then the Palestinians that were left over in places declared as Israel, well, you know, they were treated like second-class citizens. They didn't have any rights, as per the Balfour Declaration, which the British wrote up. So it's fucking rich now that Rishi Sunak, the, I guess you could say, political descendant of Prime Minister at the time, the Lords who signed this, you know, Lord Balfour, this kind of stuff, is out there saying, no, you cannot have pro-Palestinian demonstrations. You can't do that because that's terrorism. Yeah, okay, bro. Yeah, that's terrorism. All right, yeah, gotcha.
But the creation of Israel didn't end the Nakba. Neighboring Arab countries that were overwhelmed by Palestinian refugees immediately went to war with Israel.
Yeah. Now united in a League of Arab States, they are insistent that the entry of refugees into Palestine must be ended.
The fighting lasted for months. Arab armies eventually lost while Palestinians continued to be killed and forced out throughout that time. Palestinians who fled often carried only enough to stay away for a few weeks, hoping they'd eventually return home.
A lot of them locked their doors, put their key in their pocket, and then moved to safer ground. When you leave the house and you take your key with you, it's because you're planning to go home.
Yeah.
In the case of the Palestinians, those refugees weren't allowed to return.
Refugees trying to return were often shot at. Zionist paramilitary operations also tried to prevent them from returning again by destroying the villages.
that act of preventing their return compounded the Nakba. So the Nakba is both the forcible displacement of Palestinians from their homes and lands and country, as well as preventing them to return once the fighting was over.
Palestinian society was
ethnic cleansing,
crushed. More than half of the Palestinian people became refugees, stateless, dispossessed of their land.
Over time, the State of Israel covered up the physical evidence of an Arab Palestine. Place names were often changed from Arabic ones to Hebrew ones. The Jewish National Fund embarked on a massive effort to plant thousands of acres of pine forests.
Extremely similar to what the USA did in America, in the indigenous land, the native land of Turtle Island, right? You know, taking like I had no idea when I was growing up and I was like researching like geography for my geography lessons at school and looking at like the names of all the states and all stuff like that. I used to think like, wow, Minnesota sounds weird, like Milwaukee, that sounds kind of weird. Like, you know, I thought that these were like British colonizers and European colonizers. Well, I didn't know they were colonizers, really. Well, I did know they were colonizers, just didn't know what colonizer meant. And I thought, they don't sound like very like English, like it's so weird. And of course, they are like either bastardized or stolen indigenous names. Like that's legitimately what they are. And it's like, oh, fuck, okay. So like very similar, very, very similar.
And recreational areas on top of hundreds of ruined Palestinian villages.
Even though these forests have now grown into big pine trees, Palestinians have not forgotten their homelands.
While we know that roughly 6,000 Israelis lost their lives in the violence of the Nakba, records for Palestinian deaths weren't kept. It's estimated to be around 15,000. By the end of the Nakba, roughly 750,000 Palestinians had been forcefully expelled, and more than 500 villages destroyed.
That's nearly a million people, chat. Like, just think about that in perspective. Like, along with the deaths, that's almost a million people. Yeah?
Though the UN's partition plan allotted Israel 56% of the land, through the Nakba, Israel captured 78% of the land. It was everything.
Jordan has some of the highest, hi young black economist, Jordan has some of the highest refugee counts in the world by number and percentage. It's also one of the free countries Palestinians get citizenship when they're pushed out of the West Bank. Yeah, I feel like they side with the US and Israel too often. Yeah, but that's the state of Jordan, isn't it? That's the government. You know, it's not representative of the Jordanian people, which, by the way, I'll show you what's representative of the I'll show you what's representative of the Jordanian people. Right here. This is in Amman, in Jordan. Hundreds of thousands of Jordanians supporting Palestinians. So that's the representation of the Jordanian people. I got radicalized into leftism in Amman. Yeah, there you go. Oh, I didn't even know you were from there. Yeah. But that's the reality, right? That's the Jordanian people, yeah? The government, like a lot of governments, like Egypt of preventing people from getting in the Rafah crossing. That they've stopped people from delivering aid into there. There are various different Arabic countries surrounding Israel, surrounding Palestine that are, they're conforming with the West, right? They're conforming with the US and Israel. At the end of the day, they're terrified. Like this is what you got to remember. Like, I'm not making excuses here, but like if you think about it from a logical perspective, they are terrified of the US and Israel because they know what Israel is. It is the launching point of imperialism in the Middle East for the US, for the imperial core, right? That's why they're like, I don't want to, you know what I mean? I don't want to fuck with Israel. I don't want to fuck with the US. You know?
Except what's now known
Thanks for the
as
follow.
the occupied West Bank and Gaza Strip. Today, that's up to at least 85% of the total area, turning 6 million Palestinians into refugees without a homeland. It's why, around the same time that Israelis are celebrating Independence Day, Palestinians are out protesting on May 15th, holding up keys as a symbol of the homes they lost and the hope to return. For them, the Nakba isn't just a moment in history. It's a catastrophe that never really ended.
Yep.
I'm a dream about it, you know. We lived a good life till 1948 when we were displaced.
So sad. Just imagine that, like that man's childhood, you know? That man's childhood. Growing up in this like beautiful village where like they had like a beautiful you know, flourishing neighborhood. Everybody knew each other. It was so nice, you know, the salad days of his life. And all of a sudden, all of that was snatched from him by violent paramilitary genociders. Just absolutely disgusting. So now we're going to talk a little bit about something else. We are going to talk about the Oslo Peace Accords, which happened in 1993, and sort of a more modern, contemporary analysis of the occupation, right? And let's have a little look. Let's see what Al Jazeera has to say about the Oslo Accords. But before we do that, I'm going to take this opportunity to say to everyone, chat, make sure you look after yourself, have a little cheeky stretch, have a little cheeky wander, take a little cheeky bit of your meds that you may or may not have forgotten to take. Yeah, I'll see you in a bit. I'll be right back. I will be right back. Oh! Clean a few plates if you have dishes is one. Oh man, listen, as an ADHD guy who finds it very hard to do things when people tell me to do them, I'm not going to be doing that. I'm not going to be starting to incorporate that into the be right back messages. Oh my goodness, are you mad? It is not easy for a refugee to get citizenship in the US. We are not welcoming to the tired or the poor. Yeah, absolutely. Same in the UK. Same in most of Europe, you know? That's the imperial core. That's the walled world that we exist in. Anyway, let's see what Al Jazeera's got to say about the Oslo Peace Accords. This was a few years ago, around the 20th, the 20th December. As the 872 says, if America joins the war, just know I voted for Trump. It ain't my fault. You're a fucking idiot, bro. You're a fucking clown. If you think for a second that Donald Trump is not part of the imperialist US hegemony that is genuinely responsible, complicit in the war crimes of Israel, you know, completely absurd. What an absolutely absurd thing to say. I voted for Trump. It's not my fault. No, listen, here's the thing. Yeah, maybe it isn't your fault that, Netanyahu and Israel are doing and have done what they've done to the Palestinian people. No, I don't think anyone is saying that. But like, by trying to say that somehow Trump is not related to any of this stuff and didn't personally sign off on funding that was given from the US to Israel in his presidency, you are incorrect. You're wrong. You're a rube. You're a traitor. You have absolutely no context of what is happening in politics, and you're a sad result of the brainwashing of neoliberalism amongst everybody in the United States. You're being used. You're a pawn in a game. Wake up. Take the red pill, which is estrogen, actually.
Clemens and I have a question. 30 years after the Palestinians and Israelis signed their historic peace plan in Oslo, why is peace more elusive than ever? Let's get to the bottom line.
Damn, what happened in those 30 years? Wouldn't be an absolute outpouring and manufacturing of consent of vile Islamophobia from all over the world, would it? It wouldn't be anything like that, would it?
On paper, it sounded like a good idea. Get Palestinian and Israeli leaders in a room, far away from their people and the media, and have them talk about what they could accept at bare minimum. That was the premise of the Norwegian officials who brokered the Oslo Accords in 1993. It was supposed to be a temporary deal, but it was celebrated as a full-blown peace treaty. Today, Palestinians have a measure of autonomy, but they're far from free. Israel has prospered and gained more acceptance in the region, but it's still running one of the world's longest military occupations. So was Oslo an epic achievement or an epic mistake? And if it's dead, as so many Palestinians and Israelis say, where do they go from here? We'll be getting two perspectives on these questions. And we'll start with Yossi Beilin, a former minister of justice in Israel and one of the officials who initiated the talks in Oslo. You know, there's a lot of derision of Oslo, and I'm interested in going from where we were to your ongoing efforts today to say, look, there's still a partner, there are still opportunities out there. What are the new...
Hey, Black Phillip, how you doing? Yeah, I love you too, dude.
Yossi?
Well, it is not Oslo anymore. Oslo was really, as you said, an interim agreement, which was abused by the Israeli right in order to become a permanent one. And here we are. We had to finish it in 1999, and here we are now in 23, and we are still in an interim agreement which never ended. I don't think that the Palestinians came to Oslo in order to use terror. I know that we did not come to Oslo in order to build more settlements or to stay in the West Bank and Gaza. Our aim...
Oh, I don't know about that, bro. Yeah, I'm not sure about that one.
Was to end occupation. But today...
Well, you can't say your aim was to end occupation. Like, this is just, fuck it. This guy's, like, you know, when we talk about brainworms, we talk about, like, transphobic brain rot. We talk about, like, neoliberal brainworms. We talk about, like, just conspiracy brainworms. Like, this guy's got a unique case of the brainworms where, you know, he was actually in the Israeli government. You know, he was actually there at the Oslo Peace Accords, and he was like, we wanted to end the occupation. Bro, ending the occupation would mean, like, the end of the state of Israel. What are you talking about? We went to Oslo to fucking, like, you know, just absurd. Just absolutely absurd.
It is a very different situation. One of the reasons for that is that you have...
No, I agree, young black economist. Yeah, not funny.
In the West Bank, while
not even remotely
funny.
At the
time of Oslo, you had about 100,000. And it became the biggest hurdle for a permanent agreement of two-state solution, which I believe is the only
I know what you mean.
the only realistic solution. That is why a group of Palestinians led by Dr. Hiba Husseini and a group of Israelis led by me prepared a book about a confederation, a Palestinian-Israeli confederation, a loose confederation in the parameters of the European Union, so that the two states will be totally independent and sovereign, but there will be a kind of an umbrella of a confederation which will allow those Israelis who will find themselves in the Palestinian states with their settlements to stay there as Israeli citizens and Palestinian permanent residents. While
Okay, sure.
the same number of Palestinians will have the right to come to Israel as Palestinian citizens
You know it,
and
Philip.
Israeli
Yeah, I'm
residents.
good. I'm
And
good,
it
thanks,
has
man.
nothing to do with the solution for the refugees, which will be symbolic, financial, and the refugees who will come to Israel, the Palestinian refugees who will be allowed to Israel, will become full citizens.
Is there any realistic deal, Yossi, that can be done, given the preeminence of the Israeli right in the political sphere in Israel? Or do you sense...
My man's already shaking his head. He's already like, no, they're fucked, man. Like, it's incredible. It's actually incredible that this guy, you know, he's got the brainworms. He's got the brainworms, but he is legitimately there being like, no. There's no way. I don't know what you think. Like the rise of the right wing, they're fucked. They got the backing of the US. They got the backing of everybody. Let's see what he says about it.
It's that there's an opportunity for things to begin shifting back towards the center or left.
The latter. I don't think that the current government in Israel is ready for peace, because peace is the partition of the land. That's the point. And you have on both sides extremists, and regretfully...
Oh, both sides. I don't know if I can listen to like 24 minutes of this chat.
These extremists are not a small minority who believe that it is all there. It's a zero sum, and we believe in win-win, and win-win is possible. We know it by now because we had so many, or we had at least some serious attempts to find a permanent solution, either formally or informally, that we know by now what is the solution. The only point is, first of all, as I said before, solving the issue of the settlers, and I believe that we have a solution for that, as I told you. And the other thing is, you have to have leaders who are courageous enough and are ready to sacrifice their own lives in order to get peace. We know that people like Sadat, like Rabin and others did it. Of course, I hope that it will never happen again, but this is the risk.
At least my man acknowledges Yitzhak Rabin. Like, this guy got like fucking assassinated and shit, you know?
That they will have to take. If you have such people, then you have peace.
You and I met 20 years ago in Israel, in Tel Aviv, and at that moment, it felt like this crisis, this ongoing ulcer in the world, was strategically important. It was one of the world's hot fault lines. And I kind of feel that with the Abraham Accords, with normalization efforts right now clearly underway between Israel and Saudi Arabia, that this is no longer...
So he used a term there that maybe not everybody in the chat or watching the stream or VOD is going to be used to, but normalization is the act of normalizing Israel's sovereignty in Palestine, basically. So what they do is they send out NGOs to different countries. There are at least 4 or 5 that exist in the UK, And what they do is they go around to schools and they tell people that Israel is just always been there. It's always been there. It's the right of Jews to go and live there. It's, you know, this very like normalization where they just don't mention Palestine. They don't mention the Palestinian people. They don't even talk about Gaza. They don't even talk about the West Bank. They just talk about Hamas. They talk about ISIS and all this stuff. And they're these horrible terrorists. They're desperate to stop people from, living a normal life in Israel. And, they also forget the fact that ISIS doesn't even really exist anymore.
A barrier, or
so that's what normalization is.
In the way of potential normalization of the broader Middle East. Are there any opportunities with this crisis becoming less strategically significant than it used to be?
Yes, because it is for us vital to have peace. It is vital for the Palestinians to implement, to fulfill their right for self-determination and to end the occupation. And for us, it is vital to have a border in the eastern side of our state in order to assure that Israel is a Jewish state, which is a democratic state, and also a state for all its citizens. The current situation is very close to a situation of a Jewish minority dominating a non-Jewish or a Palestinian majority, and that is the end of the dream, of the Zionist dream, which did not build on taking the rights of the people who lived here. And that is, and now we can prove it.
What? What did he say? What did he fucking say about Zionism?
Did not build on taking the rights of the people who lived here.
It kind of did. It kind of did. Come on, man. What are you on about? What are you on about?
And, that is, and now we can prove it. I mean, in my agreement with Abu Mazen in 95.
Yeah, I know, young black
Clinton
economist.
parameters of 2000.
Same.
In the Geneva Initiative of 2003, and so on and so forth, that we don't have to take the rights of the other side in order to satisfy our own rights. So there is no real reason why not to do that, and it won't take too much time, hopefully, to negotiate, because we have so much material, including an excess of hundreds of pages about water, about electromagnetic space, about environment, you name it. We can make peace.
Well, it doesn't seem to be like that. How much does this go on for? I don't really want to, like, here's the thing. This was just a little video about, like, the historic, sort of anniversary of the Oslo Peace Accords. And it doesn't really explain much about it. But it does say, this guy was one of the co-initiative bringers to Oslo for trying to get, like, the Palestinian people and Israelis to, like, have a peace. But of course, it's like mostly about an occupied people trying to negotiate with an occupying force. And if we have a little look from this one, from TRT World, which is a Turkish public broadcast service, we're gonna hopefully learn a bit more about how they didn't fucking work.
This handshake was the hope of peace between Palestine and Israel. And this is what the map was supposed to look like. But this is the reality.
Yeah.
The Oslo Accords that defined the end of the occupation in the Gaza Strip and the West Bank were signed in 1993. It was the moment that the Palestinian Liberation Organization recognized the State of Israel, and Israel recognized the PLO. The Accords aimed to set up the Palestinian Authority.
Lots of Palestinian leftist movements hated Yasser Arafat for that, by the way. Yasser Arafat was the leader of the Palestinian Liberation Organization, and he basically was like, right, we're going to recognize the State of Israel. It's something that we have to deal with so that we can get more rights, so that our people can, have more freedom and stuff like that, basically. But of course, lots of other groups, Hamas included, other organizations, other liberation fronts, they were like, no, sorry, we want our fucking land back, innit? Do you know what I mean? We want our land back. We want Israel to be gone. essentially, which is valid, completely valid, based. I agree with it. I think that that's what should happen still, you know, and there you go.
As an interim government. That interim government was supposed to transform into a permanent one after the Palestinian independent state was established in Gaza in the West Bank by 1999. The two sides were given 5 years to come up with a final agreement that would lead to a two-state solution. But now, years after the due date, Palestinians still don't have a state.
Yeah.
To understand why, we first need to dig deeper into the agreement, then understand what has happened since on both sides.
Oh, they love the both sides shit. They love the both sides shit. Every single, like, you know, every single fucking, I guess, report into this is just filled with neoliberal imperialist brainworms. They're like, yeah, both sides are really bad. It's like, no, there's one side that has been historically significantly bad, significantly worse. And that needs to change. More and more people need to understand that Israel has and always will be the aggressor, you know, supported by the US, supported by Britain, supported by the entirety of fucking Europe, you know? Disgusting.
Oslo Accords were signed after several secret meetings were mediated by Norway for over a year. Popularly called Oslo I, they established the Palestinian Legislative Council, which would be democratically elected and meant self-governance for Palestine. They also set parameters for the gradual withdrawal of Israeli forces from parts of Gaza and the West Bank, which has been under illegal occupation since 1967. Before the entire West Bank was scheduled to go under Palestinian control, the region was divided into these three.
Yeah, that's right, Valerie. Yeah.
A, B, and C. Area A, according to the agreement, was meant to be under full Palestinian control. It initially comprised 3% of the region and grew to 18% by 1999. Area B is where Palestine would have civil control and Israel and Palestine would have joint security control. It consisted of around 25% of the region. In 2011, it went down to 21%. Area C would be under full Israeli control except for its Palestinian civilians, and form up to 74% of the territory.
Still not true.
But this was never implemented.
Never even tried.
Did withdraw from a tiny part of the area, but occupied the West Bank after Operation Defensive Shield in 2002.
You know, listen, this is the thing that I hate the most about Israel. They are so fucking annoying with like the language that they use. So listen to this. Like, Israel withdrew from a tiny part of the area.
But occupied the West Bank after Operation Defensive Shield in 2002.
They reinvaded and called that operation Operation Defensive Shield. It's like me punching someone and saying like, oh, this is Operation Run Away and Hide. What are you fucking talking about? What are you on about? I can't fucking stand it.
It still continues to build illegal settlements that are against the Geneva Convention.
Sorry, I'll read what you're saying there, young black economist. They bombed Gaza in 2008, 2014. It would have cost an estimated $30 million to fix Gaza's water infrastructure problems. So is he saying for 15 years they couldn't get together a mere $30 million, but they were about to do it this week if only Hamas didn't attack? Right, exactly. It's fucking so bad.
While destroying Palestinian villages. The effort put
just to be clear, like if you're referencing like that guy, that previous video was from like 5 years ago or something, but it's still contemporary modern stuff, so yeah.
The Oslo Accords was recognized by the international community. In 1994, Palestinian leader Yasser Arafat, Israeli Foreign Prime Minister Shimon Peres, and Israeli Prime Minister Yitzhak Rabin were awarded the Nobel Peace Prize. In May 1994, the first phase of the Oslo Accords was implemented. Israel and the PA signed the Cairo Agreement, giving Palestinians control over parts of Gaza and Jericho. Then in 1995, a second agreement was finalized in the city of Taba, Egypt. That would give the PA additional territories in the densely populated West Bank. But the Oslo Accords have not even come close to being realized in any meaningful way. First, they were opposed by many Palestinians and Israelis. An ultranationalist Israeli who allegedly opposed the Accords assassinated Yitzhak Rabin. Palestinians criticized the PLO for agreeing to give Israel access to over 71% of the aquifer's water in the West Bank, while Palestinians were granted only 17%. Some also claimed that the agreement curtailed Palestinian economic capacity.
By the way, you know they mentioned Yitzhak Rabin, and we've spoken about Yitzhak Rabin a little bit here. So Yitzhak Rabin, as was mentioned there, let's just go back to this.
Israel and the PA signed the Cairo Agreement, giving Palestinians control over parts of Gaza and Jericho. Then in
oh, hang on a minute. Yeah, there you go.
Arafat, Israeli Foreign Prime Minister Shimon Peres, and Israeli Prime Minister Yitzhak Rabin.
So Yitzhak Rabin, the official Israeli Prime Minister who engaged in the Oslo peace treaty, where he was like going, okay, yeah, we should do this, we should give Palestinians their right to self-determination, etc., etc., etc. He was assassinated by a radical right-wing Israeli called, his name is Yigal Amir. Yeah. And he's never expressed regret for the assassination. So even liberal Zionists who aren't quite giving Palestinian people what they want, are getting assassinated by extremists who are being, egged on by Zionist narratives and political control in the region. It's just completely fucked.
Were awarded the Nobel Peace Prize. In May 1994, the first phase of the Oslo Accords was implemented. Israel and the PA signed the Cairo Agreement, giving Palestinians control over parts of Gaza and Jericho. Then in 1995, a second agreement was finalized in the city of Taba, Egypt. That would give the PA additional territories in the densely populated West Bank. But the Oslo Accords have not even come close to being realized in any meaningful way. First, they were opposed by many Palestinians and Israelis. An ultranationalist Israeli who allegedly opposed the Accords assassinated Yitzhak Rabin.
Oh yeah, there you go. I didn't even need to do that.
For agreeing to give Israel access to over 71% of the aquifer's water in the West Bank, while Palestinians were granted only 17%. Some also claimed that the agreement curtailed Palestinian economic capacity because it kept Israel in control of the land, water, and borders.
Yeah.
Benjamin Netanyahu's Likud party won the election in 1996, but from the very beginning, they had been bitterly opposed to the deal with the PLO. Netanyahu has repeatedly denounced the accord as a violation of the historic right of the Jewish people to the land of Israel, and as a mortal danger to their security.
Piece of shit.
In 2000, Israel and the PA tried to negotiate a permanent agreement at Camp David in the US. The attempt essentially failed. And in the same year, the Palestinian uprising against Israel, known as the Second Intifada, began after Ariel Sharon, along with about 1,000 Israeli forces, entered Al-Aqsa compound, a sacred site to Muslims in Jerusalem's Old City. After everything that happened in the region, in 2015, Palestinian President Mahmoud Abbas accused Israel of not committing to the Oslo Accords and declared that Palestinians, quote, cannot continue to be bound by these agreements. And still today, a deal which would end the conflict and fulfill what the two sides committed to in the Oslo Accords, a two-state solution and a lasting peace, is still elusive.
Yeah, so there you go. So that's the history of the Oslo Peace Accords, and what was basically what amounts to a failure of committing to those agreements from Israel. Obviously, Palestinians not being happy with it completely makes sense. Absolutely makes sense if you think about it, because of course Palestinians want liberation, they want their land back, they want their families back. This like historical right to Israel is just such a huge lie at the expense of the Palestinian people. Now, many people nowadays, so we've touched upon like a little bit of stuff that's been going on in terms of like, the 2015 statement from Mahmoud Abbas, and then we also had like previous to that in 2000 the Second Intifada, both of those situations, Israel took the opportunity to basically like take more and more Palestinian land, take more and more completely horrific actions against the Palestinian people, like settlers in the West Bank just basically like murdering Palestinians, just never ending, never fucking ending, experimenting with things like white phosphorus on Palestinian people, like innocent Palestinian civilians, white phosphorus which will literally burn right down to the bone if it's not treated, if it's not looked at. It's a chemical substance. It's chemical fucking warfare. It's banned by the Geneva Convention. Also, there are detailed examinations and reports of Israel poisoning Palestinian crops, like places where they're growing food, like olive tree orchards, just loads of different like agricultural settings where Israel is like poisoned the water. They've like released chemicals on to stop it from like growing and shit like that. All this stuff has been happening in the last 30 years since the Oslo Peace Accords. So we've got all of that kind of stuff, and on top of that, we also have the vast misinformation campaigns that have been brought about by the Israeli government. So you might find that whenever you post about Israel and Palestine, you will find a multitude of accounts, especially on Twitter, descend upon you that you've never interacted with before, you've never seen them before, and I'm about to tell you where they come from. So basically, the Electronic Intifada, which is a website that basically talks about the occupation, talks about Israeli apartheid and stuff like that. So it actually talks about how internet users have been paid to spread Israeli propaganda. And this was a story in 2009. So not even in modern day. Like this has been going on for years, for like a full decade almost. Hey, I'm not sure how I pronounce your name. PCRism? Prism? I don't know how I would say that, but welcome to the stream. Finally, some honest streamer about the situation. There's some rumors around peoples in Turkey. They are saying Palestine sold their land to Israel, which is ridiculous. People is a ridiculous thing. I've heard these times peoples are. People can be incredibly stupid, and we're talking about dead children and women. They're still throwing some historical shit or betrayed us in the past. I'm so angry and so sad. These streams are keeping me alive. Keeping live humanity, bro. Yeah, live your humanity. Thank you for that. Hey, listen, it's my pleasure. Like, at the end of the day, like, this is why I do this stuff. This is why I talk about this stuff, because I know that there's people out there who know the vastness of the situation, who know about, the illegal occupation, who know about everything, and it's like, it feels like you are... I said this on Blue Sky. I tweeted about this on Blue Sky. I spoke about it on Red Planet last night. Like, there is a unique kind of madness that you experience when you've been following the atrocities that Israel has committed over the last, however many years. Like, for me, it's been years. I said it was a few years, but I think I've been paying attention to this for, over 10 years now. And in terms of, when you see people who have never even looked at this stuff, they've never even spoken about it, they've never even, engaged with any of the information that comes from either the Israeli state, Hezbollah, or even, the Palestinian liberation organizations, or NGOs that support it, yeah? And they literally come out with this insane stuff that is just like the lies coming from the Hezbollah. And it makes you lose your mind. It's like you're being gaslit in real time, telling you that all the things that you've heard, that you've researched, it's all wrong. There's just scary brown people who are doing terrorism and they're killing and eating babies like savages. And it's like, this is comical. It's comical cartoon villain bullshit, and people are falling for it. People are falling for it. So, I'm doing this in solidarity with you, you who know the truth, because if we don't, sit by and talk about this stuff with each other, we will lose our minds. We're witnessing what is possibly the big fucking genocide of our time, and I don't mean just like a genocide, because there are various different genocides that are they've been ongoing in recent times, and they're unfortunately not looked at as fervently in detail as this stuff. But this is the one that people are overwhelmingly aware of. They know that it's happening. They know what's going on, and they're choosing to deny it in real time. It's what I can only imagine is being there when the Holocaust happened and hearing your neighbors talk about how these Jewish people, they're going around and they're doing all this horrible stuff. And that's not true. You know that it's just they're fucking Nazis. So, that's why I'm doing it. But anyway, yeah, appreciate that. But back to this bit. So again, this is a historic article. This is an archaic article on the electronic intifada from Jonathan Cook. The passionate support for Israel expressed on TalkBack and comment sections of websites, internet chat forums, blogs, Twitter, and Facebook may not be all that it seems. Israel's foreign ministry is reported to be establishing a special undercover team of paid workers whose job it will be to surf the internet 24 hours a day, spreading positive news about Israel. Internet-savvy Israeli youngsters, mainly recent graduates and demobilized soldiers with language skills, are being recruited to pose as ordinary surfers while they provide the government's line on the Middle East conflicts. Yeah? So not even just Israel, like every Middle East conflict, yeah, involving Israel. To all intents and purposes, the internet is a theater in the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, and we must be active in that theater, otherwise we will lose, said Ilan Sturman, who is responsible for the project. So that's an Israeli government official. The existence of an internet warfare team came to light when it was included in this year's foreign ministry budget. Around $150,000 has been set aside for the first stage of development, with increased funding expected next year. The team will fall under the authority of a large department already dealing with what Israelis term hasbara, officially translated as public explanation, but more usually meaning propaganda. That includes not only government public relations work, but also more secretive dealings the ministry has with a battery of private organizations and initiatives that promote Israel's image in print, on TV, and online. In an interview this month with The Calculist, an Israeli business newspaper, Sturman, the deputy director of the ministry's Hasbara department, admitted his team would be working undercover. So, not shouting about this shit, you know? Our people will not say, "Hello, I'm from the Hasbara department of Israeli Foreign Ministry, and I want to tell you the following," nor will they necessarily identify themselves as Israelis, he said. They will speak as net surfers and citizens, and will write responses that will look personal, but will be based on a prepared list of messages from the Foreign Ministry developed. They did not lie about this. This is not secret information. I cannot stress to you enough. This is not secret information. They said this willingly to interviewers, news reporters, journalists. They do not care how, very, very obvious this stuff is. They just make out that somehow people are lying and spreading misinformation about the very things that they've said. Rona Kaperboim, a columnist for Ynet, Israel's most popular news website, denounced the initiative, saying it indicated that Israel had become a thought police state. I agree. She added that good PR cannot make the reality in the occupied territories prettier. Children are being killed, homes are being bombed, families are starved. Her column was greeted by several talkbackers asking how they could apply for a job with the Foreign Ministry's team. The project is a formalization of public relations practices the ministry developed specifically for Israel's assault on Gaza in December and January, so that was in 2009. We gave them background material and Hasbara material. We sent them to represent the Israeli point of view on news websites and in polls on the internet. The Israeli army also had one of the most popular sites on the video site sharing YouTube regularly uploaded clips, although it was criticized by human rights groups for misleading viewers about what was shown in its footage. Sturman said that during the war, the ministry had concentrated its activities on European websites where audiences were more hostile to Israeli policy. High on its list of target sites for the new project would be BBC Online and Arabic websites, he added. Elon Gilad, who heads the internet team, told Calculist that many people had contacted the ministry offering their services during the Gaza attacks. People just asked for information, and afterwards we saw that the information was distributed all over the internet. So these are people who were doing it pro bono. Yeah? He suggested that there had been widespread government cooperation with the Ministry of Absorption handing over contact details for hundreds of recent immigrants to Israel who wrote pro-Israel materials for websites in their native languages. The new team expected to increase the ministry's close coordination with a private advocacy group, Gias.org, Give Israel Your United Support. About 50,000 activists are reported to have downloaded a program called Megaphone that sends an alert to their computers when an article critical of Israel is published. This is real. This is fucking real. They are then supposed to bombard the site with comments supporting Israel. Yeah? Now, people who are watching this and going I was always curious about that stuff. It all makes sense now. You know? These are the lining up, the connecting of the dots that have always been present in your mind when you've doubted those people who descend upon a post on Twitter where you've been speaking about it, and all of a sudden you're getting harassed, all of a sudden you're getting reported, all of a sudden your point of view is being silenced. Yeah? This is the Hasbara. Nasser Rego of Alam, a group based in Nazareth that monitors the Israeli media, said Arab organizations in Israel were among those regularly targeted by Hasbara groups for character assassination. He was concerned the new team would try to make such work appear more professional and convincing. If these people are misrepresenting who they are, we could guess they won't worry too much about misrepresenting the groups and individuals they write about. Their aim, it's clear, will be to discredit those who stand for human rights and justice for the Palestinians. So I'm not going to go too deep into this article. But here is the Jewish Journal, actually celebrating Israel's digital defender, right? So this fella here, Arsen Ostrovsky, is a loving husband and doting father, a shameless carnivore, and an Israeli breakfast aficionado with as much zeal for shakshuka as sirloin steak. However, its fierceness is in defending the Jewish people and the Jewish state that makes him stand out online and in real life. An international human rights lawyer, Ostrovsky, who else should we talk about? Another human rights lawyer that won't denounce Israel and won't stand up for the people of Palestine? Keir Starmer. An international human rights lawyer, Ostrovsky, has taken his debating skills, cringe, to the digital sphere in what he calls the central battleground in fighting modern anti-Semitism. His advocacy has not gone unnoticed. The Jewish Telegraphic Agency named Ostrovsky to its list of the 25 most influential Jews on Twitter. He has almost 50,000 followers. Nefesh B'Nefesh awarded him its prestigious B'nai Zion Prize for Israel advocacy, and he is regularly featured defending Israel on television and in print. They celebrate people. They celebrate people who go out there and do these things. Yeah? It's just, like, vile. And also this as well. Listen to this. The acts of pitiless slaughter and violence like we saw at the Tree of Life synagogue and yesterday in San Diego don't occur in a vacuum, Ostrovsky said. He thinks the mainstream legitimizes a culture of hatred, whether it's cartoons in the media featuring anti-Semitic tropes or anti-Israel sentiments elected officials freely express. Words lead to actions and actions lead to violence. So literally trying to blame people who criticize Israel for the massacre at the Tree of Life synagogue that happened in 2018 or 2019, I can't remember, which we know came from right-wing conservative extremists in the US. Nothing to do with anti-Israel organizations. Nothing to do with people who stand up for Palestinian rights. It's disgusting. So let's take a look at some other stuff, like moving quickly forward. This is a clip that was spread widely on the internet in 2019, or in 2021, where this Israeli settler basically, justifies his forcible stealing of a Palestinian's house.
You are stealing my house.
And if I don't steal it, someone else is gonna steal it.
No one is allowed to steal it, ya ammi. Jacob, you know this is not your house.
Yes, but if I go, you don't go back. So what's the problem? Why are you yelling at me? I didn't do this.
But
it's easy to yell at me, but I didn't do this.
You are stealing my house.
Like, this is the consequence of the lies that Israel tells its settlers. Yeah? Always saying, I didn't do this. It's not my fault. If I don't do it, someone else will. This lie that, listen, I'm not stealing your house. It's not my fault. I didn't do it. It's like, you are literally doing it. You are literally doing it right now. Yeah? It's the same kind of thing that Israel says all over the place. Like, literally all the time. Like, it's not our fault. It's not our fault. It's not our fault that these things are happening to the Palestinians. They made us do it. They made us do it. Yeah, so fucked. So completely fucked. Yeah, Sheikh Jarrah.
You are stealing my house.
And if I don't steal it, someone else will steal it.
If I don't steal it, someone else will. Just absolutely fucking disgusting. Anyway, we're moving very quickly on to present day stuff. So let's have a look at some of it. So we got Big Amy with the big news. This isn't Big Amy. This is someone else reporting on this particular topic. But basically this headline says, Jewish Voice for Peace calls for restraint after Senator Lindsey Graham urged Israel to level Gaza. This happened literally a week ago or even just a few days ago. Some Republicans are calling for all-out annihilation of Gaza. Unsurprising. This is South Carolina Senator Lindsey Graham. We're in a religious war here. I am with Israel. Do whatever the hell you have to do to defend yourself. Level the place. Just think about that statement as well, chat. Like, we're doing a lot of this today. Like, analyze the words. Do whatever the hell you have to do to defend yourself. Level the place. This is newspeak. It's doublethink. It's 1984. It's 1984. You know? The Republicans who love to say that when a trans person forces you to use their correct pronouns, that's 1984. No, you're doing 1984. This is literally it right now. You know? The group Jewish Voice for Peace has called the U.S. to restrain Israel, writing the U.S. must work to immediately de-escalate to prevent the further loss of life and not fuel and exacerbate the violence by sending more weapons to Israel. There's only one way to end the violence, to address its root cause, 75 years of Israeli military occupation and apartheid. We must end U.S. complicity in this systemic oppression. Absolutely. So we're going to talk about like what we've been talking about very briefly, but a bunch of the lies that have been spread literally about Hamas and you know what they've been doing. So this actual headline here from I think it's Anadolus. I can't remember what the actual name of the journalist, the news outlet is. But this is from Mehmet Solmaz and Ines Kali. Despite refutations from Israeli military headlines that Hamas beheaded babies persist, claim initially made by Israeli news channel allegedly employing dozens of ex-military staff. That's right. Close ties with the Netanyahu government. That's correct. Despite international journalists and news agencies debunking allegations that Palestinian resistance group Hamas beheaded babies in Israel, the claim continued to make headlines on Wednesday in Israeli and Western media, receiving millions of social media views. Even as thousands of people have been killed in the conflict between the Israeli army and Gaza-based Hamas armed wing, the Al-Qassam brigades, the disinformation front of the conflict persists on social media. Israeli news channel I-24 alleged on Tuesday morning that the Al-Qassam brigades beheaded many Israeli babies during an early Saturday attack from the Gaza Strip. The I-24 reporter who first made the allegation took to X, saying, "Soldiers told me they believe 40 babies and children were killed." Hours later, Anadolu contacted the Israeli military over the phone to ask about the claims, with their spokesperson unit saying, "We have seen the news, but we do not have any details or confirmation about that." The Israeli military cannot and still cannot confirm it. And you know why they can't confirm it? Because they bombed the shit out of Gaza, where the hostages, the kids, were being held. So there you go. Following Anadolu's reporting on the allegations, some international journalists posted on X confirming that the claim was untrue, showing how the misinformation propagates through social media. No confirmation. A French reporter based in Jerusalem, Samuel Faury, said on X that he was in the Kfar Azar settlement, located less than 2 kilometers from northeastern Gaza, on Tuesday, but no one had mentioned the alleged decapitations. I have verified with two emergency services wishing to remain anonymous as the subject is sensitive, that have collected many corpses. Both affirm they have not witnessed such atrocities without saying that it did not exist. I do not downplay the atrocities committed by Hamas fighters. I have documented them in an article coming in a few minutes. I wanted to clarify that I cannot verify these child decapitations, he added. Aaron Ziv, an Israeli photojournalist, likewise said he saw no evidence of beheaded infants, while neither the Israeli army nor spokesperson also did not want to mention any such incidents. So there we go. We also have the Palestine Chronicle here, saying that they're refuting 3 major Israeli lies in its war on Palestinians, and there are videos to support this. So we got here the beheaded babies thing, and we also got the thing about Shani Luke, if you remember that one. So, by Palestine Chronicle staff, Israeli propaganda or Hasbara serves an important function, often a violent one. Here are a few Palestinian responses. The effectiveness of Israeli propaganda is not a result of its power, truth, or even savviness, but the near-complete absence of voices that are refuting what Israel says and what mainstream media repeat, which is why I'm doing this stream. For example, Israel claims that Palestinians are beheading babies, creating a massive shock that's being used to dehumanize Palestinians and their resistance. This is functional. Following this, Israel intensified its genocidal war against Gaza, killing babies along with their mothers and fathers. They're literally doing the thing they said that Hamas have done that is bad. Let's check out this video. Now, this might link me to X, so it might end up like exploding or something, so just bear with me. Let's have a little look. Okay.
Being told about Palestine. Number 1, 40 babies were beheaded. This is completely false. No evidence has been provided for this. The claim comes from this journalist during a walk and talk. She makes the claim saying,
I see in the distance more bodies being covered. Babies. Their heads cut off.
Later in a tweet, however, she admits that she did not see bodies, but heard a soldier talking about it. Number 2, people were raped. Also false. There is no evidence of this whatsoever. Number 3, 250 people were killed at a concert. False. The only videos we have seen are people running away from the concert. There isn't a single video or photo suggesting that 250 people were killed at a concert, or that a mass shooting took place. What we do have, however, are interviews of Israelis claiming that Palestinian resistance fighters were actually kind to them, merciful to them. So why are they lying? It's called atrocity propaganda. They lie about atrocities in order to incite emotions, hatred, and violence. Why? Because they are the ones planning to commit atrocities themselves.
Yeah.
To do this, they need to convince you that Palestinians are barbaric animals that rape, torture, and behead babies. This is a war of information. Follow for more and help us fight.
So there you go. There you go, chat. They put it in much better words than I could. And that's just the fucking facts. That's just the fucking facts. So there you go. We got Ramzi Baroud here saying Israeli propaganda is not clever. It simply relies on the deliberate silencing of any voices that don't support the Israeli narrative. Let's take a look at that.
What is the worst thing that Palestinians can do in their ongoing war? How about this? Decapitate babies. Israeli babies, put them together and put tires around them and set them all on fire. Then rape their mothers. I mean, who believes this? And it's so easy, really, to know whether this happened or not. Number 1, do you have evidence? Anadolu news agency contacted the Israeli army and they said, do you have evidence? And they said, nothing confirmed so far. So why is everybody talking about it? There's another reason of why this cannot possibly happen, is that there is no history of Palestinians raping women. There is a massive, well-documented history of Israeli soldiers raping Palestinian women going as early as the Nakba of 1948. Why did we decide to switch roles all of a sudden? You're the defender of women and we are the rapists? That doesn't seem right. But there is another thing that's quite interesting, is that the Hamas political discourse, starting with Muhammad al-Daif, the head of Al-Qassam, and many of the soldiers and commanders who were part of Al-Aqsa flood operation, is we are Muslims, we do not hurt women. We are Muslims, we do not hurt children. So the Palestinians must have anticipated that the Israelis are going to use that kind of propaganda. But if the Israeli propaganda is so predictable and so ridiculous and is not supported by any real evidence, since the Palestinians, for whatever reason, burned the DNA of their evil deed, then why is everybody talking about it? It's very simple. This is how Israeli propaganda works. They come up with the most outrageous lie. That lie dehumanizes the other side completely. So Americans start running around referring to Palestinians as baby killers and rapists, right? And that gives Israel the chance to do as it pleases, because nobody is going to stand in solidarity with baby killers, right? So that is the Israeli propaganda. And another thing that they do is that they prevent people like me and others like me from ever reaching mainstream corporate media to tell them that this is not true and to refute such lies. That's how it works. Don't allow Israel to control the narrative.
And another thing that this guy didn't mention, which I've mentioned a few times on this stream already, is the overwhelming narrative of Islamophobia that is so prescient in every single Western media news outlet, you know, from the BBC to CNN to Fox to NBC, even ITV, like France News 24. All of these have participated in overwhelmingly evil Islamophobic narratives for over 30 years, you know, since the first Gulf War. And that is to serve imperialist, capitalist ventures in the Middle East by countries like the US and every country in Europe. And that is why it is so easy for white people, for people in the US, in Europe, and stuff like that to believe that Hamas is beheading babies, raping people, killing innocent civilians, and stuff like that. And as we've seen, it's just not true. So we're going to go ahead and check out some more stuff. So this is a whole other thing. You know, if we're talking about Hamas in general, let's talk about how Israel was basically extremely fundamental in Hamas's creation. So let's take a little look at this real quick. We got how Israel went from helping create Hamas to bombing it. Hamas has roots watered by Israeli funding, former military governor of Gaza admits. So Hamas would not exist in its current form without Israeli involvement, highlights a recent piece published by The Intercept. The article by Mehdi Hassan, a British-American broadcaster, and Dina Sayed Hamed, a multimedia journalist based in New York, suggests that Hamas, an acronym for the Islamic Resistance Movement creation, was largely influenced by resources provided by Israel. This isn't a conspiracy theory, The Intercept article reads. The article refers to comments from Israeli officials such as Brigadier General Yitzhak Segev, a former military governor in Gaza. Segev reportedly stated his part in financially aiding the Palestinian Islamist movement, viewing it as a counterweight to the secularist Palestine Liberation Organization and the Fatah Party, led by Yasser Arafat, who himself referred to Hamas as a creature of Israel. So what you have to remember is that these are the peaceful organizations, the leftist organizations that everybody's always talking about. Even liberals are talking about it now. Like, why aren't there any leftist organizations left in Palestine? Well, because Israel funded Hamas, which basically gutted them. Yeah? The Israeli government gave me a budget, Segev confessed to the New York Times reporter, and the military government gives to the mosques. In a startling revelation, Avner Cohen, a former Israeli official who worked in religious affairs in Gaza for over 20 years, told the Wall Street Journal, Hamas, to my great regret, is Israel's creation. Yeah? According to the Intercept article, during the mid-1980s, Cohen even wrote an official report to his superiors warning them not to play a divide and rule in the occupied territories by backing Palestinian Islamists against Palestinian secularists. I suggest focusing our efforts on finding ways to break up this monster before reality jumps in our face, he wrote. Over the past decade, during 2009, 2012, and 2014, Israel is engaged in military conflict with Hamas at least 3 times, resulting in about 2,500 Palestinian civilian casualties in Gaza. Hamas has been accused of killing more Israeli civilians than any secular Palestinian fighter group, mentions the article. Reflecting on the chain of events, David Hasham, former Arab affairs expert in the Israeli military based in Gaza, admitted, when I look back, I think we made a mistake. So there you go. Some more truths about Hamas. Their effort to paint this as Israel's 9/11 is so shockingly ironic given the US created Al-Qaeda too. Yes, absolutely. Listen, there are so many parallels with various different genocides that have gone on backed by US imperialist military interests, you know? So bad. So bad. Anyway. So, let's have a look at what Israeli people, the actual general populace of Israel, are thinking about this particular instance. Yeah? Let's have a little look and see what they're saying.
Looks like they're taking over the road. I'm not exactly sure. But the anger here is that not enough is being done about the hostages, that Israel seems to be willing to fight in Gaza but not bring these people home. And basically to a person here, we've been told that everybody is willing to give up the 10, 11,000 Palestinian prisoners being held in Israel in exchange for the 150 or so. And the basic idea is that tension is so high here that people are blaming Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu for getting into this mess, for thinking about his own political situation for the past number of years, and not about protecting the citizens of the south of this country, not about increasing security, and not thinking about dealing with Hamas in any other way than just allowing them to exist and then, bombing them every once in a while. That there has been no strategic plan. It's been keeping a status quo that is untenable. Bibi is a murderer. That's what the people behind me are chanting. Bibi is a murderer.
Yeah, because they know the score. They know the facts. And here's the thing. Those are like Israelis in Israel. They were willing to say, let all those Palestinian prisoners go. Let them all go. For the 150 that have been taken, we want them back. We don't care what it takes. We want them back. They just want peace. Like, that's what people on the ground in Israel want. Because, again, I cannot state this enough. They've been lied to. They've been told that this is a safe place for them to live, that Gaza is under control, the West Bank is under control, like all these kinds of things. And it's like, no, they've been under an occupation for 75 years. And they simply, will retaliate. That's just how it's going to go. Nobody wants to live in a war zone. Nobody wants to live in an active war zone. But the Israeli people have been lied to. And of course, that's why they're chanting, Bibi is a murderer. Because, yes, Netanyahu is literally just murdering people and letting Israeli hostages die by bombing the places that they exist in Gaza. Dr. Maggot said, I think it's worth it to say that these are most likely not settlers. No, they are settlers. They are settlers. What are you talking about? Of course they're settlers. Everyone in Israel is a settler. What about that do you not understand? It doesn't matter if they were born there. They were literally conceived there, born there through settler occupation, colonialism. That's why they're there. They are settlers. Yeah? Just in the same way that white people are settlers in the USA still. If you understand land back, yeah? If you understand land back, then you understand what's going on in Israel, in Palestine. Yeah? I mean, people who willingly occupy a settlement, not in the larger sense, I understand that. You have to remember, there are no civilians in this situation. Yeah? There are no civilians living in this situation. It is an active occupation. It is an active settler colonialist genocide happening before our eyes, right? You know what I mean? You have to turn away from this, like, oh my God, if Israelis don't want to be complicit in the genocide, then they can leave. They have the freedom to do that. Palestinians don't. Do you know what I mean? It's absolutely fucked, completely fucked. Anyway, let's take a little look here. So, these are the people who benefit. These are the people who benefit from the occupation. These are the people who benefit from anytime Israel decides to bomb the fuck out of Gaza. Lockheed Martin, Northrop Grumman, stocks notch best days in years amid Israel-Hamas conflict. These are the people who benefit. When Lenin said that imperialism is the highest form of capitalism, this is what he meant. Yeah? There is an incentive for the US to be funding Israel. There is an incentive for the Imperial Corps to be giving weapons, like funneling weapons into Israel. This is the incentive. This is the highest form of capitalism, this imperialist settler colonialism, and it's fucked. Absolutely fucked. Okay. I do want to watch this conversation with Gabor Mate and Alain Pape. but we'll watch that another time. So this is a huge article, but you know, we're just gonna like basically talk about like the main thing that's being spoken about here, which is the Israeli army has sealed off Gaza Strip in a complete siege. Defense Minister Yoav Gallant ordered all water, food, electricity, and gas to be blocked in the small enclave overcrowded with 2.3 million people. That's the reality of what's going on. Yeah, 2.3 million people are not all Hamas. Literally not. Yeah, it's an excuse to do a genocide, right? Here's another thing that I meant to speak about earlier when talking about, like, you know, is it anti-Semitic to denounce Israel? But this is a great paper. If anyone wants to know how Palestinian Jews are treated in Israel, how Arabic Jews are treated in Israel, this is an absolutely fantastic paper that I saw. You know, here are Palestinian Jews praying at the Wailing Wall wearing traditional Arab garb in 1900. You know, there were lots of Palestinian Jewish people, and were they ever like fairly separated? Not fairly separated. Sorry, you know, the fucking language of this fucks me up so much. But if the Israeli government was so interested in protecting Jews and Jewish people's birthright to go to Israel, were they ever interested in separating Palestinian Jews from Palestinian Muslims and Christians? The answer is no. These people were murdered along with their Palestinian brothers and sisters in the Nakba. Yeah, that's literally a fact, and I'm gonna drop that in the chat so that people can check that out. It's on ScholarWorks, so you can read that paper yourself. It's by someone called Rafael Perez, who did a lot of research into this. So let's take a little look here as well. So this is something that has happened in, like, you know, recent history. 7 years ago, settlers taking over East Jerusalem one house at a time. Yeah. Which group of the diaspora were the ones that were forced to take birth control? Ethiopian Jews. You're absolutely right, Dr. Maggot. Yeah, you're absolutely right, and I'm going to be talking about that very briefly in a few minutes. So, okay, let's take a look at this. It's another video from Vox. They've been quite good.
There was
so
one
far.
time that was pretty scary over there. So they threw hot paint. Nobody got hurt. It hit at somebody's house, but it just burnt a little bit. I was very worried because I didn't know where's my brother. I'm like running upstairs, telling my father and my mother that, and then I tell my father that there's a fire.
This girl is telling me about a moment when someone threw a Molotov cocktail, which she's calling hot paint, over that wall into her apartment complex. But the casual nature with which this little girl is telling me this story is a clue that this isn't your typical apartment complex. I'm in East Jerusalem, in a Palestinian neighborhood, but I'm in a compound called Male Hazetim, where a number of Jewish families live surrounded by fortified walls and private security. This girl's school bus has bulletproof glass. I got into this compound to ask them why they're living here.
One component of this building, these 6 buildings, is that they are a physical structure in eastern Jerusalem with a flag on top and says the Jews are here, Israel is here.
She is one of about 2,600 hardline religious Jews who buy up homes from Palestinian families in Palestinian neighborhoods, often clandestinely and with huge sums of money from international donors. I visited some of these families to better understand the motivations at play here, and to see what life is like at the ideological epicenter of this conflict.
All right.
In 1948, the newly declared state of Israel was fighting a war with its Arab neighbors. That war ended with a ceasefire line called the Green Line. If you zoom into the Green Line, you'll see that it goes right through Jerusalem, with Israel controlling the west and Jordan controlling the east. And Jerusalem's Old City, which is this tiny piece of land where Jews, Christians, and Muslims all have holy sites, was right on the Green Line, but it was on the east side, controlled by Jordan. And during that time, Jews were not permitted to visit the Western Wall, which is the holiest site in Judaism. Then in 1967, Israel seized control of the entire West Bank, including East Jerusalem. Israel then pulled a highly controversial move. They declared that the eastern part of Jerusalem, as well as 27 Palestinian villages surrounding it, were now a part of Israel. They erased the green line that separated the city and drew a new municipal border, announcing that it was now Unified Jerusalem, the capital of Israel. On paper, this map does look unified. But in reality, the city remained completely divided. The Palestinians in the east didn't want to be a part of this new country that they had just been annexed into. So in order to cement their claim and establish a Jewish presence in eastern Jerusalem, Israel built 12 huge neighborhood blocks adjacent to Palestinian neighborhoods in East Jerusalem, while simultaneously creating policies that limited Palestinian urban development in the east. The world saw this as
many Iranian Jews are completely banned from going to Israel at all. Right, exactly.
But that didn't stop.
But Israel claims to be a safe haven for Jews everywhere. Not if you're not white.
From building these neighborhoods. But there's a difference between the 200,000 Israelis that are living in these 12 big neighborhood blocks and the Israelis who buy up individual properties in Palestinian neighborhoods. The big neighborhoods serve as a way to establish a large Jewish presence in East Jerusalem. It's part of a political strategy to claim large sections of land, preventing any future division of the city. But the Israelis that are buying individual Palestinian homes have a mission that is different. Their objective is based more on the biblical significance of tiny pieces of land throughout the city.
The settlers of East Jerusalem have a thermal map. Not everything glows with the same intensity. They settle areas that resonate with biblical history and have a proximity to the Temple Mount, or at the very least are within the visual basin of the Temple Mount. That is their homeland.
There are two right-wing organizations that are dedicated to this aggressive settlement project. They have targeted a handful of spots in the city that they want to occupy, but that are in Palestinian neighborhoods. These organizations raise large amounts of money from international donors, and they use this money to buy properties from Palestinians for a price that is well above market value.
The settlers are perseverant, and they will spend years chipping away to try and get one property.
Once they've secured a property, they will move a Jewish family in, sometimes under the cover of night, and escorted by soldiers. The families are then protected by 24-hour private security that is provided by the Israeli government, costing about $25 million per year to the Israeli taxpayers for these 2,600 Israelis living in Palestinian neighborhoods. Needless to say, Palestinian neighbors are not thrilled about these secret militarized move-ins into their neighborhoods.
I believe I recognize that. Sorry, I just skipped ahead loads by accident. I recognized that bit of footage. I think that woman gets killed, or that guy gets killed. Where are we up to? Yeah, I feel like...
is provided by the Israeli government, costing about $25 million per year to the Israeli taxpayers for these 2,600 Israelis living in Palestinian neighborhoods. Needless to say, Palestinian...
I feel like either this woman or this man gets shot, or their kids have been shot, or something like this.
Neighbors are not thrilled about these secret militarized move-ins into their neighborhoods. I spent a Friday evening with several of these people to better understand their motives.
My man had a gun. Did you see? He was packing.
Up from one compound, up the Mount of Olives, to another compound for Sabbath prayers. This one was purchased from a Palestinian man who was in debt from a gambling problem.
Then they bought the house from him. And they bought the house from him for a very good price.
I watched these settlers pray as they looked down over the city. And as I talked to them, I began to realize that in order to understand why they do this, you have to understand the internal logic that they adhere to.
The whole project of the State of Israel is a Jewish project. Yeah. The State of Israel is the big...
It's not. That is a lie. It is a Zionist project.
Biggest Jewish organization. If you want to vote in the Jewish country, there's an easy way. Become a Jew.
Yeah, but that's not true though, is it? Because Palestinian Jews, Mizrahim, they don't have the same rights as other white European Ashkenazi Jews. Like, that is just a fact. Like, it is such a bold-faced lie. Just become a Jew, bro. Just become a Jew. You want to be able to vote? You want to be able to take part? Just become a Jew. Literally not true. Literally not true.
Way in, and then you can have an effect on this country if you so wish.
And also, let's not forget that the, the democracy, the quote-unquote democracy that they have in Israel is just the same as the democracy that they have in the United States, just the same as the democracy we have in the UK, i.e. not democracy, yeah? They have oligarchies, they have lobbying groups, they have all that kind of cronyism and all the kind of stuff that we have in our countries. So again, even if it were true, it is not having any kind of effect. There are loads of Israeli Jews who do not want any more conflict with Palestinians. They don't want any more fighting. They don't want any more killing or anything like this. But they're not listened to. So is that democracy? No, it isn't.
Another minority, then God bless you. You have a huge region. Allah loves you.
These hardliners believe that.
Interesting that he says Allah loves you. You have a huge region. Palestinians aren't allowed to leave Gaza. They're not allowed to leave, all the various places in Palestine that they are in.
Israel exists primarily for Jews, and thus they're entitled to rights and benefits that others are not.
We like democracy, but it's not a god. It's all it is an operating system. If it needs to change, if it needs an update, if you need to download the latest version, it needs to change for your particular environment.
Like they love to call Hamas religious extremists, but how is that not a religious extremist thing to say? We love democracy, but it's not God. You got to download an operating system. What are you talking about, bro? What are you on about?
Them going out and buying Palestinian homes isn't a politically dubious land grab. In fact, it's a noble spiritual mission, one that has been prophesied about for thousands of years.
So when I'm living in this place, it gives me a purpose, it gives me a reason. Yeah. Even if I'm not doing something ideological, that moment that I'm living in a place that's ideological, it gives my life every second a meaning.
But it doesn't though. That's the sad reality of this guy. He's been lied to. How does it give your life meaning? Life has meaning fundamentally. What this guy's talking about is the sense of the self that you get. I guess I'm not speaking from experience from being like a diaspora Jew in modern capitalism, right? It all comes back to material conditions. Like if you're like a poor person and you have no prospects, you have no life or anything like this, if you're told that like your birthright is to go to Israel and do this thing, and even if you're still going to be poor in Israel, like that gives your life meaning. That's one of the most disgusting lies that you can even tell someone, right? Another disgusting phenomenon, less prominent but very telling, is the South African Afrikaner Jewish converts who moved to Israel to continue acting as the supremacist societal role that they have come to expect to be, usually in the 90s after the end of South African apartheid. I did not know that was a thing, but of course it exists. Wow. Vile.
And thanks to effective lobbying by these groups, the messianic paradigm has seeped into government policy as well, aiding the settlers on their mission to sink roots into the eastern...
Bro, it's not seeped into government. Okay, I take issue with this. It's been part of the Zionist agenda for almost a century. Over a century. Like, it's not that it's seeped into the government.
Part of the city. An example of this is a law that says only Jews can buy property in the Jewish quarter of the old city, but that anyone can buy property in the other quarters. The settler organizations have targeted the Muslim quarter for their purchases due to its proximity to the Temple Mount, and they now have dozens of holdings there. The government has also granted these two organizations jurisdiction over many of the public...
It's so interesting that they divide it this way as well, by the way. So they got Christian, Muslim, Jewish, Armenian. What is this Armenian religion? It's like white, kind of white, brown, and another kind of brown, right? What the fuck is this? What is this? It doesn't make any sense.
Bases in the city that have been deemed archaeological sites or national parks. Some of these sites are situated in Palestinian neighborhoods.
Is this real? Is that real? That can't be real. Like, when you see stuff like this, you have to be like, is it real? Is that like actually a legitimate thing that's going on? Or have they just kind of made it up? I don't fucking know.
are at the top of the
What is
list
happening?
of Jewish home purchases. Places like Silwan and the City of David. These right-wing organizations are using their jurisdiction to shape the public realm of Palestinian neighborhoods, to reflect their agenda of a Jewish Jerusalem. The result is a government-supported, militarized, ideological gentrification of Jerusalem, one house at a time. As we zoom out, you can see that between the national parks and the individual properties...
Okay, I'm learning. The Armenian presence in Jerusalem dates back to the 4th century AD, when Armenia adopted Christianity as its national religion, and Armenian monks settled in Jerusalem. Hence, it's considered the oldest living diaspora community outside the Armenian homeland. What the fuck? Never knew that. Every day's a school day.
These organizations have amassed a strong influence, both public and private, in and around the Old City, where their holiest religious sites are. Meanwhile, the Palestinians who live in East Jerusalem are in this weird legal limbo, where they live in the municipal borders of the annexed city of Jerusalem, but they don't have Israeli citizenship. They can't vote in national elections. This leads to severe neglect from public investment.
The reason for that is politicians never allocate resources, funds, time, entitlements to people who don't vote or can't vote.
Almost 90% of the sewage pipes, roads, and sidewalks in Jerusalem are found in the west. And you can see that the proportions of public resources are heavily skewed towards West Jerusalem, even though a third of the population lives in the east.
Last week, the municipality said, we will renovate the schools in East Jerusalem that are in desperate need. They're dilapidated and overcrowded, but you have to adopt the Israeli curriculum, something that the Palestinians have refused to do since 1967.
Fucking hell.
So your kids can study in a decent physical environment, provided that you peddle your national identity in exchange for that. That's the kind of Faustian deal that the Palestinians...
Hey, Zach, what's going on?
Are not.
Everybody go show some love to Zach.
It's hard to imagine when
Absolute
or how
lad,
the situation
absolute
will ever
legend.
be resolved.
How you doing,
Palestinians in East Jerusalem don't want Israeli citizenship. They were annexed against their will into a country that doesn't recognize their full rights. And as Jewish neighborhoods grow in East Jerusalem, Israel's grasp over the city becomes tighter and tighter.
Yeah, that's fucking right. So, yeah, there you go. Some more stuff about settlers and shit like that. So just sort of like moving on and kind of like starting to wrap things up over here. We got a report from Amnesty International that dropped, I think, October 12th. Israel and occupied Palestinian territories. Israel must lift illegal and inhumane blockade on Gaza as power plant runs out of fuel. The shutdown of Gaza's only power plant will exacerbate an already desperate humanitarian crisis for more than 2.2 million people trapped in the Gaza Strip amid a massive bombing campaign by Israel that's killed at least 1,350 people and injured more than 6,000 people. The airstrikes were launched in retaliation to the attack on 7th of October by Hamas and other Palestinian armed groups from Gaza, who fired indiscriminate rockets and sent fighters into southern Israel, killing more than 1,200 people, injuring more than 2,700, taking hostages, including many civilians. The Israeli authorities must immediately restore Gaza's electricity supply and suspend the increased restrictions imposed as a result of the Minister of Defense's order of 9th of October 2023 and lift its illegal 16-year blockade on the Gaza Strip. The collective punishment of Gaza's civilian population amounts to a war crime. It's cruel and inhumane. Well, add it to the list. As the occupying power, Israel has a clear obligation under international law to ensure the basic needs of Gaza's civilian population are met, said Amnesty International Secretary General Agnes Kalamard. So we have Amnesty International that's saying this is, a war crime, it's apartheid, and shit like that. And so it has to end. I'm going to finish my stream with this extremely emotional journal from Tariq S. Hajjaj. It says, "This could be my last report from Gaza. Keep my stories alive so that you keep me alive. Remember that the world that pretended to be the savior of humanity participated in killing it. Every time I go into the field for work, I'm keenly aware that it feels like I'm taking a direct route to my own grave. I slip from corner to corner, walking with so much care that it's as if I must be a deadly threat to someone. I'm not a fighter. I've never held a gun or engaged in a fight. I don't believe I'm a threat to Israel or anyone else. I'm just a writer who tells people stories. But I'm wrong. For an occupying power, I might pose more of a danger to Israel than a fighter. Young Black Economist, thanks so much for gifting a sub to Zach. The fighters may die and their journey will end, but as a writer, my stories can last forever. They're meant to chronicle the history of my people. The power of the occupation stems from its ability to hide history. Our role is to defend and maintain it, to preserve the truth about our people who were systematically slaughtered by their occupiers, whose nation was erased because our colonizer wanted to take our land. In the first couple of days of the attack, I went into the field to report. The places I went to were always the safest ones I could go to in Gaza, like Al-Shifa Hospital in Gaza City. I never thought that the hospitals would be the targets of Israel's war crafts. But here we are, and Israel has proven that nothing will hold back its crimes in Gaza. I went to a small cafe next to the hospital where a group of journalists were stationed because it still had power and internet access. Every second that passed felt like we were living on borrowed time. We knew that Israel wanted to cut Gaza off from the world and would kill those who wanted to show the world their people's suffering and reveal Israel's war crimes. We work under the fear of death. We know we are Israel's targets, but we fulfill our duty. I wear my vest with the word press emblazoned on it like a shield, and I cover my head with a blue helmet thinking this will protect me, that I will be recognized as a journalist and spared Israel's missiles. But it won't protect me. My colleagues are slain every day. The Israeli airstrikes killed 10 of them in the past week, and dozens have been critically wounded. Every time I receive the news, it hits me hard, like it's the first time. Every time I move, I feel like I'm taking my last step. I keep praying, asking God for protection, not only for my own sake, but for my 9-month-old son's, so that he won't grow up without a father. I will accept my own suffering, but I can't bear to see him suffer. When I prepare myself to leave my home and put on my press vest to family, it looks like I'm a moving target. My family tries to prevent me from leaving. My wife brings my son to me. I know what she's doing. She wants me to rethink my decision and stay home with them. But I say goodbye and leave before breaking down and crying in front of them. They need me to be strong. For all of us, this is not the normal farewell we share with each other before I leave. It may be the last goodbye and the last time I hug them. But this isn't the only challenge I have to face throughout my work as a journalist in Gaza these days. Death follows me like a shadow, and the difficulty is in keeping myself together in front of all the heartbreaking scenes I see every day and keeping my eyes dry as I listen to the stories of survivors. But even those who weren't killed didn't truly survive. How on earth could they, with their entire family, was killed off or remain stuck under the rubble? In Gaza right now, no one can guarantee their safety by staying home, while those who go to the field to carry out their duties hold their life in their own hands and move forward. And for people like me, it doesn't matter anymore if we are killed. We are chosen to be messengers of our people's suffering. But what motivates me is knowing that my voice is heard and the massive support from my team. Even when I can't write and can only speak over the phone, my colleagues in Mondovice turn my thoughts into stories. They are the only reason that my voice is heard. Today, I'm telling you the news. Tomorrow, I may be the news. I'm not sure that I will be able to write another story in upcoming days. I'm not sure that I will survive. Israel decided, along with the US and European countries, to wipe out the entire Gaza Strip. They plan on turning us into refugees one more time. And now they're putting pressure on Egypt to host us. But the majority of people in Gaza have decided to stay in their homes, even if it means being exterminated. My message to everyone who reads these lines is to remember that the most powerful countries in the world are killing civilians in Gaza. Do not believe them when they speak about human rights and humanity. They have no humanity. We begged them over the past 17 years to break our siege. They never listened, yet they are rushing to kill us. Keep my stories alive so that you may keep me alive. Remember that I wanted a normal life, a small home full of my children's laughter and the smell of my wife's cooking. Remember that the world that pretended to be the savior of humanity participated in killing such a small dream. Remember me as I prepare to leave this world by force and go to a better one where the US and Israel do not exist. Tariq S. Hajjaj, October 15th, 2023. And that's how I'm going to leave it. That's how I'm going to leave it, chat. I know there's a couple of things that I didn't cover. I know I didn't cover the Ethiopian Jews who were fed birth control and who were rejected by Israel. I know that I didn't cover the things that Dr. Maggot brought up, which is the, white Afrikaners who converted to Judaism and went over to Israel to continue their form of apartheid over there. I guess before I raid out, I'll say, chat, don't forget, this is my full-time job. I'm a streamer. Literally, that's where I get most of my money from. Please, please, please consider donating to my October living costs. You can do that via the sub off Twitch command, which I'm going to put in the chat right there. There it is. So please consider donating directly to me, your boy, Donkus Jonkus Monkus, because it means that 50% of the money that you spend on a sub doesn't go to Twitch, who are a terrible organization that, don't do anything good for small streamers or marginalized streamers and move far too slow when awful things happen to them, like the hate raids of 2020 and 2021. So please consider that when making your decision to sub. I would much prefer you to sub off Twitch. It means a lot more to me. It means a lot more to our comrades. So please consider doing that. If we hit £350 before the end of next week's streams, we will be watching not only The Exorcist 3, but also The Exorcist 2, because it is the season of spooky. And of course, we have been, demanded to watch through various adverts and trailers and all that stuff, the new Exorcist Believer, which I believe is awful, apparently, according to many critics. But yeah, we're going to be going ahead and watching The Exorcist 2, which is awful, but then The Exorcist 3, which is really, really good. So I'm very much looking forward to that. And of course, if we hit £700 this month, it means that next month we will be doing a You Laugh, You Lose stream again, because I really enjoyed the last time we did that. And it was very good and fun. So, yes, Exorcist 2, The Heretic, yes. Followed by Exorcist 3, Legion. Thanks for doing this heavy stream, Doc Jock. It was really good and informative stuff. Thank you. Yeah, no, that's the whole reason for it. I'm not going to be streaming about Palestine again for like a good week or so. We got Trash Bingus this Wednesday. If you didn't know, we're doing it this Wednesday, so please turn up. It's going to be fun. It's going to be a time for you to forget about all this horrific stuff that we're having to, basically confront. And if we don't confront it, then we're just as complicit as people who are doing it. So, yeah, absolutely. From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. And, yeah. I needed to review this, and the stream really helped. Yeah, no, it's my pleasure. It's my pleasure. Of course, this is going to be available on the VOD channel. Make sure you go ahead and, check out the VOD channel if you haven't already. There's the socials if you can't stand going a full 24 hours without me. Don't forget, I have a, whatchamacallit. What do I have? I have a new video that's out on YouTube. Please, please, please go and watch it. It's very important to me that you go and watch it, because it's being absolutely crushed in the algorithm right now, because there's a little bit in there about, women who use guns for their own liberation, and that kind of sucks. So there you go. Please support that stuff for me. We're gonna go ahead and raid the wonderful, sweet Sophie from Mars. I love her. We're gonna raid her. Let me get the name right. Yeah, there we go. She's doing a liberal slop stream with Nat, and yeah, just looking at some of the stuff in the New Statesman and Economist. I believe there's some stuff about Palestine in there, so make sure you go ahead and check that out. There's the raid command in the chat. Thank you so much again for being here. Really appreciate all of you. Thank you for all the donos. Thank you for all the subs. Thank you for the raids. Thank you for the follows. Thank you for just chatting. I really appreciate every single one of you. And if you've been watching this VOD on the VOD channel, please make sure you like, share, comment, and subscribe. And don't forget to research where you can help Palestinian sufferers, people in Palestine, people in Gaza, in the West Bank as well. Supporting them throughout this horrific genocide that's happening right now. So please check out some of the organizations that are actually helping them. Love and solidarity. Stay excellent to each other, everyone. Mwah. Peace.